Chapter 101, Chapter 101, Killing the Tyrant of the Snow Country, 5 months ago. Chapter 101, Killing the Tyrant of the Snow Country. Once everything here was resolved, perhaps they'd never meet again. There was no reason to get emotionally involved.
Hey.
Yuki Fujikaze suddenly turned around, her voice trembling, eyes glistening with tears.
I really don't want to stay.
No,
Kaido replied firmly, shaking his head.
this may be the place that hurt you the most, but even if I take you away,
He paused, voice calm.
you should rise from where you've fallen. As for Kazuhana Dodo, I'll deal with him.
What are you saying? Are you kidding me?
Yuki snapped, her expression cold and defeated.
Do you really think you can beat someone like him?
Kaido stayed silent. Their perspectives weren't even on the same level. In terms of ninja strength, Kazuhana Dodo was no more than an elite jonin at best.
Silent now.
Yuki sneered bitterly.
Did I hit the mark? If you really defeat him, I'll marry you.
Without waiting for a reply, she turned and walked back toward the cabin, exhaustion dragging her steps. Kaito looked at her retreating figure. He wasn't really interested in her. But once he was sure she was asleep, he left behind a shadow clone and sprinted off toward Kazuhana Dodo's stronghold. He knew the final boss in the Snow Princess Book of Ninja Arts was Kazuhana Dodo. As long as he was defeated, the mission would be complete. After that, everything could be handed over to Osama Santaru. Kaido would return to Konoha, saving plenty of time. This was already decided the moment he chose to protect Yuki Fujikaze. With lightning at his feet, Kaido sped across the snowy plains and arrived swiftly in the land of snow. Kazuhana Dodo's residence was impossible to miss. The massive central castle stood tall, clearly the main stronghold. At the castle gates, 2 snow ninja guards stood alert. As Kaido approached, one of them stepped forward.
Who are you? What do you think you're doing here? Don't you know this is His Majesty's castle? That's exactly why I'm here, to find Kazuhana Dodo.
Kaido replied coolly. Before the guards could react, he grabbed both by the throat in a flash. Crack! With a twist of his hands, the guards collapsed, lifeless, eyes frozen in shock and fear. Kaido cast their bodies aside without a second glance and strode into the castle.
Who goes there?
The commotion alerted patrolling snow ninja, who quickly surrounded Kaido. Their leader stepped forward with a scowl.
You dare break into the castle, kill our guards. Capture him. If he resists, execute him.
Kaido didn't speak, he simply shook his head.
How ignorant!
Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, he appeared above them, his entire body glowing with red lightning, an ominous, blinding light. Suddenly, thousands of red lightning bolts rained down like arrows. Crag cracked. Screams erupted from below. The snow ninja had no time to react. The bolts tore through their ranks with terrifying speed and power. Within moments, the battlefield was littered with bodies, and the air was thick with the sharp stench of blood. Kaito landed silently amidst the carnage, his face unreadable. He continued deeper into the castle, knowing that Kazuhana Dodo would be waiting in the most secure chamber. Along the way, more patrols tried to stop him. None survived. These men had followed Kazuhana Dodo in his rebellion 10 years ago, betraying the rightful daimyo and slaughtering Yuki's father, Kazuhana Sosutsu. Their hands were drenched in blood. Kaido didn't hesitate. Slash. After eliminating the last snow ninja standing between him and the throne room, he pushed open the towering doors. Inside sat Kazuhana Dodo, clad in chakra armor, his expression calm, as though he'd been expecting this. After all, with so many of his men dead and such destruction echoing through the halls, it would be pathetic if he hadn't noticed.
Welcome, Shinobi of Konoha.
Kazuhana Dodo said, smiling faintly.
I assume Langya and the others have already fallen by your hand.
There wasn't a hint of sorrow or fury in his voice, even at the loss of his strongest lieutenants. Whoosh! Kaito blurred into motion, a flicker of light and thunder. In a heartbeat, the chirping of 1,000 birds pierced the silence. Rikiri, bright red and surging with violent, chakra crackled in his hand, slicing through the air as he lunged straight at the weak point in Kazuhana Dodo's chakra armor. But Dodo was ready. The moment Kaido vanished from sight, Dodo formed rapid hand seals.
Ice style, twin dragon blizzard.
Two massive black ice dragons burst forth, snarling as they raced toward Kaido, fangs bared. The air in the throne room turned frigid. The dragon's eyes glowed red, filled with savage malice. Kaido formed a hand seal with his free hand.
Fire style, great dragon fire technique.
A blazing fire dragon erupted from his mouth, spiraling upward with a roar, its heat driving back the icy cold. 1 against 2. In moments, the fire dragon collided with the twin ice beasts, melting them into steam and vaporizing them in a hiss of pressure and light. The room filled with mist, but Kaido wasn't done. Without slowing, the fire dragon barreled toward Kazuhana Dodo. The daimyo sneered, eyes flashing with pride.
This armor is a new model. Your ninjutsu won't work on me.
Clang! The fire dragon slammed into an invisible barrier and was instantly repelled. Kazuhana Dodo chuckled triumphantly.
See, it's useless.
But Kaido wasn't aiming to win with just fire. While the dragons clashed, he had already closed the distance. With Raikiri in hand, he thrust his arm forward. Crack! Lightning pierced the barrier protecting Dodo's armor and struck the exposed weak point dead on. BZZZT. The barrier shattered, sparks flew, Raikiri surged with full force. Crunch! The next moment, Kaido's arm punched clean through Kazuhana Dodo's torso. Whoosh!
No!
Chapter 102, Chapter 102, Women.
Princess Kayuki has returned to the land of snow.
He declared.
This is our only opportunity. We must strike down the traitor Kazuhana Dodo.
He continued, fire in his eyes.
Support Princess Kayuki's ascension. Restore order to our homeland.
Creak. Just as his voice echoed through the hall, the door swung open. Asama Santaru's brow furrowed in irritation, but his gaze turned to the door along with everyone else's. The moment he saw who entered, his expression shifted to surprise, and a flicker of concern appeared in his eyes.
Ayanami Kaido, weren't you protecting Princess Kayuki? Why are you here? Don't tell me.
Someone suddenly cried out, pointing with trembling fingers.
What's he holding?
All eyes turned toward Kaido, and the room fell into stunned silence. Gasps followed like a wave as shock rippled through the crowd.
That.
No doubt about it. Wasn't he in the palace?
Even Asama Santaru could barely believe it. Without a word, Kaido stepped forward and dropped the lifeless body at Santaru's feet.
This is Kazuhana Dodo.
He said plainly. His voice was cold, matter-of-fact.
I'll remain in the land of snow for one more day. After that, whether Princess Kayuki continues ruling or returns to acting, I'm leaving.
Without waiting for a response, Kaido's body flashed with lightning and he vanished. It took a long moment before Asama Santaru moved again. He stared at Dodo's frozen corpse, unable to mask the disbelief on his face. After careful inspection by several of the samurai, they confirmed the identity. There was no doubt. The order was given immediately. Kazuhana Dodo was dead. The time had come to announce it across the nation and welcome Princess Kayuki's ascension to the throne. With the news spreading, excitement surged through the rebel ranks. Their loyalty would soon be rewarded. Kayuki's rise meant a new future for the land of snow, and those who stood by her would rise with her. As the hall gradually emptied, Asama Santaru stood alone, staring out the window toward the direction where Kayuki was resting. His eyes were dark, unreadable, completely different from the righteous leader everyone else knew. Only he knew what thoughts were stirring within. But after a long silence, he sighed deeply, as if releasing a burden.
Forget it.
He muttered.
From now on.
The following day, led by Asama Santaru, the people warmly welcomed Princess Kayuki into the palace that once belonged to her father. With the public's approval, a modest coronation ceremony was held within the city to formally declare her as the new ruler of the land of snow. Though the ceremony was simple, it was time-consuming, much to Kayuki's frustration. Still, by the time night fell, everything was in place. Kayuki Kazuhana had officially ascended the throne. Kaido observed the ceremony quietly, his expression unreadable. After grabbing a quick bite during the feast, he retreated to his quarters. The celebration didn't interest him. Still, his electromagnetic sensing ability remained active, keeping a silent watch over Kayuki's movements. By tomorrow, his mission would be complete. His job was to protect Princess Kayuki. Once the throne was secure, his role ended. What happened after that was no longer his concern. Just then, he sensed Kayuki's chakra signature moving toward his location. Kaido muttered, frowning. Knock knock.
Kaido-san, are you there?
Kayuki's voice called out from behind the door. Kaido opened it calmly and raised an eyebrow.
What do you need?
Kayuki smiled mischievously.
Aren't you going to invite me in?
Kaido's frown deepened, but he stepped aside silently. She quickly stepped inside before he could change his mind. They sat across from each other at the table.
Well, what did you come to talk about?
Kaido asked, his face unreadable.
Nothing important.
Kayuki said with a gentle smile, then she stood and bowed deeply.
I just came to thank you.
For her, the past day had felt like a dream. Only yesterday she was a hunted, exiled princess forced to hide her identity, and now she was the sovereign of the land of snow. Her father's killer was gone. Everything had changed. And it was all thanks to the boy sitting across from her. No.
What's with your face? Are you feeling sick?
No.
Kayuki shook her head quickly, flustered. After a short pause, she leaned forward and whispered.
If you want to know what I meant last night.
Last night?
Kaido blinked.
What last night? Be clear.
He scowled.
A lot happened. I'm not a mind reader.
She turned even redder but said nothing. Kaido sighed in irritation.
Women!
Chapter 103, Chapter 103, Sasuke's Defection. 5 months ago. Chapter 103, Sasuke's Defection.
Don't you remember what I said last night?
Princess Kayuki glared at Kaido, her voice laced with frustration and hurt. Kaido blinked unfazed.
No!
Then, why did you go after Kazuhana Dodo last night?
Her voice rose with disbelief.
I've got important business back in Konoha, and I don't have time to waste. Dodo was your enemy, so I figured eliminating him was the fastest way to keep you safe and head home.
Kaido replied flatly.
I see.
Kayuki muttered bitterly, shooting him a hateful look.
In that case, you should leave. You're the guest of honor at tonight's banquet.
Kaido said, waving her off.
HMPH.
Kayuki scoffed and stormed out. Kaido sighed, watching her back.
I don't get her.
The next day, the sun had just begun to rise in the east, casting golden rays over the snowy land. Kaido woke precisely on time, slipping out of bed and placing a sealed envelope on the table. Lightning crackled faintly across his body as he vanished in a flash, departing without alerting anyone. By the time the palace maids realized he was gone, Kaido had already crossed the borders of the land of snow. An hour later, Kaido reached the edge of the Fire Country. A forest-lined road stretched out ahead of him. Follow it long enough, and it would lead to the Hidden Leaf Village. Taking a sip from his canteen, Kaido resumed walking. But just 5 minutes later, less than 100 kilometers from Konoha, he abruptly stopped. A soft flute echoed through the forest, its eerie melody paired with a subtle chakra pulse that infiltrated his mind.
Genjutsu!
Kaido muttered, his chakra flaring as he disrupted the illusion instantly. Then, activating his electromagnetic sense, waves of chakra perception rippled from his body and spread outward.
Shikamaru!
Kaido frowned.
Why is his chakra signature so weak? Wait, Kiba, Shino, Neji, and Choji too. What's going on here?
His brows furrowed even more.
And those other 4?
Kaido clenched his jaw, lightning sparking around him.
I just got back and now this. That idiot really went through with it.
Without hesitation, Kaido vanished in a streak of lightning, heading toward the weakest chakra signal he'd sensed. By a riverbank, Kiba and Akamaru panted heavily, both injured and exhausted. They hid behind a large rock, trying to avoid the pursuit of Sakin from the Sound 4. Their chakra reserves were nearly empty, their bodies battered. Kiba leaned against the stone.
Come on.
A mocking voice broke through the air.
There you are. Let's see how far you can run now.
Saken appeared nearby, a sneer on his face.
Stop wasting time.
Yukin added with a growl.
Orochimaru-sama is still waiting. Fine, fine.
Saken said with a lazy grin.
You deal with him, I'll make sure he doesn't run.
Whoosh! Yukin rushed forward like a wild beast, clawed hand aimed straight at Kiba's neck. Kiba smirked bitterly.
Guess this is it.
As Yukin closed in, Kiba raised his head toward the rising sun and closed his eyes with a calm smile. Craig! A thunderous boom echoed through the air. A scream followed Yukin's. Kiba's eyes flew open. Before him stood a familiar figure, lightning dancing around him. Yukin's chest was impaled, blackened by the scorching heat burnt from the inside, not a drop of blood left. Kiba's vision focused. Kaido. A wave of relief washed over him, and he chuckled faintly.
Took you long enough.
And with that he passed out. Kaido clicked his tongue.
I'm not your babysitter.
He pulled his arm from Yukin's chest and glanced toward Saken.
Seriously?
With that he vanished again. Saken froze in place, drenched in cold sweat. He hadn't even seen how Kaido moved. This guy.
Impressive.
A bow made of chakra-infused web formed in Kitamaru's mouth. A sticky, golden arrow gleamed in the morning light, deadly sharp.
Now die. Damn it.
Neji growled. He activated his Byakugan, chakra erupting from his body.
Rotation.
He shouted. Clang. The arrow struck his chitin and was deflected, spinning off into the forest. But Neji fell to one knee, pale and gasping. He was at his limit.
Out of strength already.
Kitamaru sneered, forming another golden arrow.
Let's see what you can do this time.
Chapter 104, 104 Chapter 104, took you long enough, 5 months ago. Chapter 104, took you long enough.
No need to resist.
A calm voice echoed behind Kitamaru, accompanied by a sharp crack of thunder. Kitamaru's instincts flared. His hair bristled as he leapt away without hesitation, only for a red lightning spear to pierce straight through his chest midair.
Wah, damn it.
Those were his final thoughts. He never even saw who ended his life. Kaido deactivated the chakra in his hand and flashed to Neji's side.
You're fine.
He said flatly.
No.
Neji muttered through gritted teeth, face pale and drenched in sweat. Kaido sighed.
You're in no condition to return to Konoha like this. Since you're Hinata's cousin, I'll show some mercy.
Without giving Neji a chance to argue, Kaido formed a shadow clone. The clone hoisted Neji over its shoulder and sprinted off toward Konoha.
Next is Shikamaru. Lee should be fine for now.
Kaido murmured to himself. He sighed.
Man, I was born to be busy.
Meanwhile, deep in another part of the forest, the battle between Choji and Jirobo was coming to a close. Jirobo, a glutton with massive strength and mastery over Earth style, had activated his Cursed Seal's second stage and was overpowering Choji. Even after taking 2 of the Akamichi clan's 3 colored pills, Choji was still being pushed back. With no other option, he pulled out the final one, the red chili pill. This one could increase his chakra 100-fold.
That pill isn't something to take lightly.
Kaido said, his tone calm but firm.
Why do you think I want to take it? Why'd you take so long? I almost swallowed it.
Choji shouted, tears brimming in his eyes. His initial shock gave way to relief, then full-blown sobbing.
Yeah, I've got it from here. You just sit back and relax.
Kaido said with a sigh.
Right.
Choji didn't hesitate. He rushed off to perch in a tree, somehow pulling snacks from his clothes and munching loudly as he watched. Kaido side-eyed him.
Seriously, I'm about to fight for your life and you're having a picnic.
Jirobo, on the other hand, had a very different reaction. His eyes narrowed. Reinforcements.
Earth style, Earth dumpling.
Jirobo suddenly shouted, forming hand seals. He hoisted a massive chunk of earth and hurled it toward Kaido like a cannonball. Boom! Kaido didn't flinch. He clenched his fist and punched the incoming boulder head-on. Crack! The rock shattered into rubble that rained from the sky. At the same time, the force from Kaido's punch generated a massive shockwave that surged outward like a typhoon. Jirobo winced as wind and pressure tore at his skin, blurring his vision. Before he could react, Kaido vanished from sight. A red arc of lightning flickered across the ground.
Earth style, Earth rampart.
Jirobo slammed both palms into the ground, raising a thick wall of earth in front of him. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the wall split in two, cleaved by a red lightning spear. Craig! The spear tore through the air, burying itself in Jirobo's chest. He didn't even have time to scream. The voltage burned through his body in an instant, reducing him to a charred corpse. Kaido didn't bother to look twice.
You seem stable. Head back to Konoha on your own,
He said to Choji as he suddenly appeared in front of him. Without waiting for a reply, Kaido vanished again. Shikamaru, meanwhile, was in deep trouble. His chakra was almost completely drained, and he barely had the strength to stand. Teuya, now in her cursed seal's second form, stared him down with a mocking grin.
You're done, brat.
Behind her, the three giant demonic spirits she controlled raised their weapons.
This is it.
Shikamaru thought grimly.
Guess my dreams will die here.
The sound of a flute echoed, and the spirits charged toward him. Shikamaru closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. Craig! Thunder roared in his ears, and when he opened his eyes, a red lightning spear split through all three spirits like a scythe through grass. Boom! The spirits burst into smoke and vanished. Shikamaru smiled weakly. Kaido stood calmly in front of him.
Well, I've never seen you this pathetic.
Kaido joked before disappearing again. Teuya's eyes widened. She began playing her flute again in a panic. But before she could even complete the melody, a cold voice whispered behind her.
Too slow. This genjutsu is trash.
Chapter 105, Chapter 105, Reinforcement, 5 months ago. Chapter 105, Reinforcement. Watching the explosion of dust and thunder in the distance, Shikamaru felt a chill crawl up his spine. He knew Kaido was strong, but this.
Well, whatever. At least I'm still alive.
He muttered, exhaling in relief.
Think you can walk back to Konoha on your own?
Kaido said as he created another shadow clone. The clone hoisted Shikamaru onto its back and dashed off. Elsewhere, in the middle of a wide clearing, Rock Lee and Kimimaro clashed with fierce intensity. Unlike in the original timeline, Rock Lee's leg injury had been prevented by Ayanami Kaido. There was no need for Tsunede's surgery. Lee was still at his peak. He had already opened 5 of the 8 gates. His body radiated intense pressure, his skin flushed red as surging chakra swirled around him. On the battlefield, Lee's movements were like lightning. His afterimages flickered across the grass, too fast to follow. 1, 2, dozens, his form blurred across the field, fists crashing forward with speed that tore the air itself. Boom, boom. Each strike created shockwaves that forced Kimimaro onto the defensive. Some blows he deflected, others exploded beside him, leaving the field cratered with deep pits. Though both fighters were taijutsu specialists, Kimimaro's Shikitsamiyaku gave him a sharp edge. His kekkei genkai allowed him to manipulate his bones as deadly weapons, harder than steel. It forced Lee to constantly guard against sudden spikes and projectiles even in close range, weakening Lee's advantage. Worse, Lee couldn't use his signature techniques, the front lotus or reverse lotus, without risking impalement. If he tried to grapple, Kimimaro's bones would pierce him mid-attack. Lee's original strategy had been to open 5 gates, blitz Kimimaro, and finish it with one decisive lotus technique. But the moment he did, Kimimaro activated his Cursed Seal. Now in Cursed Seal Level 1, Kimimaro's power had skyrocketed. He wasn't stronger than Lee's 5 gates form, but he was close enough to make it a brutal stalemate. Lee resorted to ranged shockwaves, but Kimimaro tanked through them without faltering. Finally, the gate's power began to fade. The backlash hit. Lee staggered back, pale and drenched in sweat, his body trembling from the toll.
Has your forbidden technique worn off?
Kimimaro murmured, calmly stepping forward. Whoosh! He moved like a blur, appearing in front of Lee in an instant. In his hand, his spine had been drawn out and reshaped into a whip. He swung it at Lee with deadly force. Lee's pupils narrowed. He could feel the lethal aura radiating from that white whip. At the last second, Lee rolled away using the momentum of his fall, barely dodging the blow. Panting hard, he sat slumped against a rock, body on the brink of collapse. He looked up. Kimimaro was already in front of him. The bone in his hand morphed into a sharp spear, aimed directly at Lee's abdomen.
You were a worthy opponent.
Kimimaro said quietly.
Goodbye.
Lee's eyes widened in terror. He couldn't move. This is it.
Reinforcements. Kaido, you're here.
Lee exclaimed as he reappeared behind him, clutching his chest. That had been too close. Kaido formed a shadow clone and ordered it to take Lee to the Konoha hospital. Then he turned, staring calmly at the white-haired shinobi.
You must be Kaguya Kimimaro.
Kaido said coolly. Kimimaro's eyes narrowed.
How do you know my name?
You don't have much time left, do you?
Kaido replied without hesitation. Kimimaro froze.
How do you?
Kimimaro didn't speak. He didn't have to, it was all true. Kaido sighed, his voice was solemn.
I respect your strength.
He remembered Kimimaro's tragic story, born a child soldier locked in a cage by his own clan, used as a living weapon. When the Kaguya clan attacked Kirigakure, Kimimaro was released, but the clan was wiped out. He survived and was taken in by Orochimaru. Brainwashed, devoted, used. Even now, knowing his body was failing, Kimimaro had chosen to die in battle.
You've never lived for yourself.
Kaido said quietly. He clenched his fists.
So go ahead, show me everything you've got. I won't hold back and I'll make your death swift.
Kimimaro's face tightened. This pressure, he hadn't felt anything like it since he stood before Orochimaru-sama. With no hesitation, he activated Cursed Seal Level 2. Chapter 106, 106 Chapter 106, Elementalization, 5 months ago. Chapter 106, Elementalization. At this moment, Kimimaro looked like a demon awakened, not unlike a Super Saiyan, except instead of changing hair, his entire body transformed. Thick, pale bones erupted across his body, sharp and solid, reflecting a cold gleam even beneath the darkened sky. Cracked. A gray, lizard-like tail slammed into the ground behind him with vicious force. Every impact deepened the cracks below, testifying to its destructive power. Kimimaro stared coldly at Kaido, lifted his arm, and in the blink of an eye, a massive bone spear grew from it. Whoosh! Like stepping on air itself, Kimimaro vanished, then reappeared right in front of Kaido. With a thunderous swing, he drove the colossal bone spear toward Kaido's chest. Boom! The spear passed clean through Kaido's body. Kimimaro frowned, glancing up. Kaido stood before him, completely unharmed, his expression calm. Before Kimimaro could withdraw his weapon. Cracked. A burst of red lightning exploded from the point of impact, dancing across his bone spear. Snap! The intense current didn't just electrify, it disintegrated. In mere seconds, the spear corroded into fragments of charred bone. Kimimaro quickly yanked his arm back, his gaze grew more serious. This guy.
Dance of the Seedling Ferns.
Vida. As soon as the words left his mouth, blood sprayed from his lips. Boom! The earth trembled violently, like a localized earthquake. Vida. From the ruptured ground, enormous bone spires burst upward, quickly spreading across a 1,000-meter radius. Each bone spike was as thick as a tree trunk and radiated killing intent. Their sharpness was unmatched. Kaido could feel the menace from them. The entire forest was swallowed by a field of bone, the white spears blotting out the sky and caging him in completely.
You really think this can hold me?
Kaido said calmly, glancing around at the sea of spikes. Huh?
I knew I couldn't defeat you.
He whispered.
I just had to buy time.
The second state of his cursed seal faded. His pale body was soaked in sweat, shaking from the massive chakra expenditure. He was collapsing physically and spiritually.
You really think this will stop me?
Kaito said flatly. His body shimmered and then phased through one of the bone spurs like vapor.
It won't.
Kimimaro coughed again, forcing a smile.
With this many spikes.
He closed his eyes, content. Even if just for a while.
You're underestimating me.
He walked up to one of the spires and calmly placed a hand on it. A strange energy pulsed from his body, an aura that surged across the entire bone field. Crack! The bone he touched instantly turned red and shatter transformed into pure lightning. In the next instant, red thunder erupted across the entire battlefield, sweeping outward from Kaito in waves of destruction. Every single bone spire, once white and deadly, now became crimson arcs of lightning, burning away like paper under flame. In moments, the entire domain of bones was reduced to nothing but scorched earth and the echoes of thunder. Kimimaro watched in disbelief. His mind struggled to process what he had just seen. Kaito raised his hand, and the red lightning dissipated, revealing a cratered, blackened landscape. Kimimaro chuckled weakly, the corners of his lips twitching into a bitter smile. Another mouthful of blood spilled out. He looked up at Kaito, his voice barely a whisper.
What was that move called?
Kaito took a step forward, his voice echoed faintly.
Thunder Awakening. It converts any matter within my reach into lightning.
The sound faded with each step as Kaito walked away.
Thunder!
Kimimaro repeated softly. He raised his gaze toward the sky. Somehow the sun had broken through the clouds, casting its final light on him. His lips parted in a soft breath.
I hope I'm not too late.
He muttered, a dangerous glint appeared in his eyes.
Uchiha Sasuke.
This time, he wasn't going to hold back. That traitor had thrown everything away, his friends, the village, the people who cared about him, just to chase power in Orochimaru's darkness. Because of Sasuke, Shikamaru and the others had nearly died. Kaito clenched his fists, fury burned in his chest. And Naruto.
Forget it.
Kaito muttered, exhaling to clear his mind.
No more distractions.
Chapter 107, Chapter 107, Cutting Off Sasuke's Arms, 5 months ago. Chapter 107, Cutting Off Sasuke's Arms. Amid Kaito's rising fury, the battle in the Valley of the End had reached its climax. At this point, Naruto was completely cloaked in the Nine-Tails chakra, a single red tail swaying behind him. His eyes had turned feral and vertical. He had entered a partial-tailed beast mode. Across from him, Sasuke activated the second level of his cursed seal. A pair of bat-like wings sprouted from his back, his skin turned gray, and a black crossmark appeared over his nose. His blood-red Sharingan stared unblinkingly at Naruto.
Naruto!
Sasuke growled, the curse mark transforming his Chidori into a dark, sinister variation. Naruto, wrapped in red chakra, held a Rasengan in his palm, the swirling orb crackling with power.
I won't let Orochimaru take you.
Naruto roared as he launched forward, the Nine-Tails power surging behind him. Sasuke didn't hesitate. He took to the air with a gust from his wings and shot toward Naruto like a bolt of lightning.
Chidori! Rasengan!
Their attacks collided in midair with a deafening boom. The impact resembled a comet crashing into the earth. Shockwaves exploded outward from their clash, water rising from the lake beneath them and cascading down in waves. Under the sunlight, a rainbow briefly formed through the mist. A red streak and a blue streak split the air, enveloping the entire Valley of the End. A dark energy barrier formed around them, crackling with intense purple lightning and distorting the space inside. Brilliant flashes of red and blue tore through the sky and scorched the earth below. Then silence. Snap! Naruto fell unconscious, landing limply on the leg of the giant statue. Blood trickled down from his chest. On the opposite side, Sasuke stood atop another statue, panting heavily. It was his first time using the second level of the cursed seal, and the side effects were severe. His whole body trembled from the strain. After catching his breath, Sasuke looked down at Naruto with conflicted eyes. Then, with grim determination, he turned his back on him and walked toward Orochimaru's future. He had chosen power over everything else.
Leaving so soon?
A calm voice called out behind him. Sasuke froze. He knew that voice. Turning around slowly, he gritted his teeth.
Ayanami Kaito.
Kaido stood a short distance away, a cold smile on his face.
Didn't expect me, did you?
Without hesitation, he created a shadow clone to carry Naruto away, then turned back to Sasuke with a frosty gaze.
You know, because of your betrayal, Neji, Lee, Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba nearly died fighting the Sound Four. If I hadn't arrived in time.
So, are you here to drag me back to Konoha?
Sasuke asked, voice laced with contempt.
Take you back.
Kaido sneered.
Why would I bring a traitor like you back to Konoha?
He stepped forward slowly.
It's been a while since you graduated from the academy. Let's see what you've gained in that time. Show me the power Orochimaru gave you.
Though his tone was calm, Kaido's gaze sharpened like a blade. A suffocating pressure surged from him, crashing down on Sasuke like a tidal wave. Sasuke's expression darkened. Is this Kaido's strength, that pressure alone?
Don't think I'm the same as I was before. You'll see what real power looks like.
A twisted grin appeared on Sasuke's face.
I'll let you witness firsthand the power I gained from Orochimaru.
Black lightning swirled into a chidori in his palm. He spread his wings and launched forward with a burst of wind.
You're using lightning.
Kaido said unfazed.
You do realize you're trying to outmatch the Master of Thunder.
He stood his ground, not even flinching.
Your arrogance will be your downfall.
Sasuke snapped. Fueled by rage, he poured more chakra into his chidori. Crack. Boom. Sasuke's chidori slammed into Kaido. And stopped.
What?
Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief. Kaido had caught the chidori barehanded. Not a scratch marred his palm.
You!
Sasuke shouted, unable to accept what he saw.
This move!
Kaido's gaze remained cold.
That's all.
He asked, tone icy.
Then allow me to show you the price of betrayal.
His grip on Sasuke's arm tightened. In one swift motion, he yanked Sasuke forward and drove his knee into his stomach. Thud. Blood sprayed from Sasuke's mouth. He collapsed to one knee, clutching his gut, reeling from the blow. Bam! Kaido's foot connected with his face, launching him into the air. Sasuke crashed into the side of the stone statue, breaking through the rock and splashing into the river below.
Ugh!
He coughed, spitting blood. His Sharingan trembled in fear.
You!
He rasped.
What about me?
Kaido said flatly.
Because of your selfishness, the younger generation of Konoha almost died. I don't care if you leave the village.
Sasuke coughed, still clinging to his pride.
Those techniques are worthless. No, they're not.
Kaido said calmly.
Which is why I'll make sure you can never use them again.
Sasuke's eyes widened.
You don't mean? Cutting off your hands is the simplest method.
Kaido said without emotion. A crimson thunder blade formed in his palm, humming with lethal energy.
Don't worry, once you reach Orochimaru, I'm sure he'll give you new ones. These.
His voice was as cold as death itself. Sasuke's heart raced. He couldn't believe what he was hearing.
You're joking.
Suddenly, a raspy voice rang out behind Kaido.
Kaido-san, that won't be necessary.
Chapter 108, 108 Chapter 108, Sage Mode Kabuto, 5 months ago. Chapter 108, Sage Mode Kabuto.
Kaido-san, you must be joking.
A raspy voice echoed behind him. Kaido turned and saw Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakashi approaching steadily, their expressions unreadable.
Joking?
Kaido sneered.
You think I'm joking?
He narrowed his eyes.
You're the one responsible for all this, Orochimaru. Kaido-san, please.
Orochimaru said with a snake-like smile.
Do me a favor, let Sasuke come with me. I'll repay you with anything you want.
He licked his lips with a grotesque, elongated tongue.
A favor?
Kaido scoffed.
If you were still in your prime, maybe I'd consider it. But now, you've lost your techniques. You're a shadow of the Sannin you used to be. To be blunt, I could beat both of you without breaking a sweat. Why should I show you any respect?
Orochimaru had valuable things, first Hawkage cells, the reanimation jutsu, but dealing with him was too dangerous. His tricks, his escape routes, his hidden labs.
You're choosing to fight me then.
Orochimaru's tone darkened, and a faint killing intent leaked from him.
Exactly. I'd love to see how much of the legendary Sannin you still have left.
Kaido smiled coldly. Tension filled the air. Kabuto adjusted his glasses calmly.
How about this? Let Sasuke go with us and Lord Orochimaru will owe you 3 favors. No need.
Kaido said flatly.
I told you I'm cutting off both of Sasuke's arms today, and none of you are going to stop me.
He turned back toward Sasuke, red lightning surging along the blade of his thunder-infused sword. F-whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp gust sliced through the air behind him. Orochimaru's neck extended like a serpent, his jaw unhinged wide open. Within his mouth, the Kusanagi sword shot out, gripped by his long tongue. Kabuto rushed in behind him, chakra scalpel in hand. Kaido didn't flinch.
Perfect. Let me see if the former leader of the Sannin still has anything worth showing me. Last time I wasn't satisfied.
His figure vanished in a flash of red lightning. ZZZZT. Sparks burst from his hands as dual Reikiri formed in an instant, chirping with deadly power. His eyes gleamed with excitement. One blade clashed directly with Orochimaru's sword, stopping it midair. At the same moment, Kaido slashed with his second hand, summoning a massive Sekuryu Raijin that roared and pounced toward Kabuto. Clang! Reikiri and Kusanagi clashed violently and sparks flew. Though crafted by the Land of Iron and famed for channeling chakra and cutting through almost anything, Orochimaru's Kusanagi blade suddenly sizzled. A sulfurous, burnt metal smell filled the air. A jagged crack formed along the edge where it met Kaido's lightning. Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief. Then a piece of the blade fell to the ground. Kaido saw this, he clenched his fist, gathering chakra. Boom! His punch slammed straight into Orochimaru's abdomen. The impact sent Orochimaru flying. He skidded across the water, bounced into the trees beyond, and disappeared into the forest, crashing through several thick trunks. Kaido didn't hesitate. He turned sharply and set his sights on Kabuto, who was still dodging the Sekuryu Raijin's charge. With another burst of lightning, Kaido vanished again. Kabuto barely had time to react before Kaido reappeared in front of him, red lightning flickering along his spear. He lunged with precision.
Lord Orochimaru!
Kabuto called out, panicked by what he'd just seen. The blow to Orochimaru had shaken him.
No!
He thought.
If even Lord Orochimaru was blown away, why am I still here?
Kabuto quickly formed hand signs.
Water style, water dragon bullet technique.
The chakra surged as the water from the nearby lake rose into a towering, serpentine dragon. It crashed toward Kaido with a roar, forcing him back briefly. Kabuto used the moment to retreat, dashing toward the direction where Orochimaru had flown. Crag cracked. A low hum of thunder rumbled in the distance. From above, red lightning slithered like a serpent across the lake. Kaido's chakra surged again, condensing into a massive electric snake that dove into the water. SSSSHHH. Electricity exploded across the lake's surface. Water conducted the current, and crackling arcs ran wild. Suddenly, Kabuto was launched from the lake, his body twitching with sparks. Kaito had been waiting. In a blur of motion, he appeared right in front of the airborne Kabuto. The red Reikiri in his hand thrust forward. Crack! But just before impact, Kabuto's body splashed apart, disintegrating into water.
Water clone!
Kaido murmured. Red arcs flickered across his body as electromagnetic pulses spread through the air.
He's smart, I'll give him that, but when strength reaches this level.
With a flicker, Kaido vanished again, this time heading for Sasuke. Through his chakra sense, he detected Kabuto still running straight toward Sasuke. Kaido raised his hand again, surging lightning chakra. A thunderous crash followed as an enormous red lightning serpent exploded ahead of him, striking the lake with electric fury. Sizzle! Water hissed and popped. The entire surface sparked from the current surging through it. From beneath, Kabuto was electrocuted mid-escape and thrown upward by the shock. And at that exact moment, zap! Kaido appeared before him, Rikiri extended. The blade aimed straight for Kabuto's chest. If this hits.
Sage Mode Kabuto.
Chapter 109, Chapter 109, Manda the Arrogant Snake, 5 months ago. Chapter 109, Manda the Arrogant Snake. At this moment, because of the electricity conducting through the water, Yakushi Kabuto's whole body was partially paralyzed, his movements sluggish. He had no time to dodge or form hand seals. All he could do was wait for death in terror. Whoosh! Suddenly, at the critical moment, a white shadow flashed by like a streak of light, moving so fast it instantly caught Kabuto and vanished on the spot. Kaido looked up.
Orochimaru, you're still alive. Seems that attack didn't faze you. There's no rush, plenty of time. If you two want to take the traitor Uchiha Sasuke, you'll have to go through me.
Kaido sneered.
Ayanami Kaido, does it really have to come to this?
Orochimaru stared coldly at Kaido, his serpentine eyes filled with icy intent. Beside him stood Kabuto Yakushi, still shaken from their recent encounter.
What do you say? I'll take Sasuke's arms today, and neither of you can stop me.
Kaido then glanced at the somewhat frightened Kabuto.
Konoha isn't a place you come and go freely. If you want to leave, you'll leave something behind. I'm no Tsunade-sama who has big strength but soft heart and would give in just because of a few words from Naruto.
Kaido-san's determined to fight to the death, isn't he?
If that's the case, so be it.
Kaido shrugged.
Sasuke's left with 2 arms. I told him to leave, not stay. As long as I watch over Sasuke, neither of you will take him away. So,
Kaido sneered.
You two should try to keep your own lives.
Kabuto's body stiffened. If Kaido spared Sasuke and Orochimaru's strange abilities didn't kill him, then only Kabuto himself could die here, and his strength was no match.
Besides, you broke Sasuke's arms. With your research, can't you restore him fully?
Kaido spoke. Sasuke, nearby, felt as if trapped inside an icy cavern. The chill spread through him, and once again he realized the grave consequences of angering Kaido.
Kaido-san, looks like I can't take Sasuke back without defeating you today.
Orochimaru's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he spoke hoarsely. He slowly stretched out his hand. Kabuto immediately obeyed, biting his finger to mix his chakra and quickly forming hand seals. A loud shout erupted.
The art of spiritual communication.
A purple streak appeared, and a massive purple serpent summoned beneath Orochimaru and Kabuto. Crash! Thousands of snakes plunged into the water, splashing everywhere. The colossal snake rose, tongue flickering like a serpent's, its body over 10 meters long. It towered like an ancient beast awakening, blocking the sun and sky.
Orochimaru-sama, why did you call me here? Remember, prepare 100 sacrifices.
The giant snake opened its mouth with a sound like a massive bell toll, fiercely commanding.
Don't worry, Manda-sama.
Kabuto said respectfully.
Once this is over, we'll deliver 100 sacrifices to you. That's good, opponents that won. You're getting worse, making me trouble myself for such a small matter.
The snake twisted its head and glared at Kaido with disdain.
Manda-sama, don't underestimate him.
Before Kabuto could speak, the countless snakes around interrupted him.
Stop talking nonsense. I want to go back and rest. I'll swallow this small fry in one gulp.
Proud, arrogant, and unruly, this was how Kaido described Manda. Call out. Though huge, the snake bodies were incredibly flexible and surprisingly fast. They circled the valley of the end, then opened their jaws, swallowing the valley below whole. Squeak! Red lightning crackled in Kaido's palm. In an instant, a massive sword several meters long appeared in his hand. Seeing the thousands of snakes closing in, Kaido raised his arm and swung vertically. Like a collapsing pillar, the red sword shone cold and sharp, carrying the destructive power of thunder and lightning as it sliced toward the snakes. The 10,000 snakes twisted and changed course to attack again. Kaido sneered, placing the giant thunder sword across his chest as his mind raced. Thousands of sharp lightning bolts shot from the sword like arrows, piercing toward Manda and the others nearby. Crash!
You troublesome little devil. When I reach you, I'll eat you whole.
Manda hissed bloodthirstily. The massive snake body suddenly dove into the lake.
Oh no.
Kabuto thought, sensing something was wrong. He was recently electrocuted by Kaido while in the water. Just as he opened his mouth to warn Orochimaru, Manda's agile body swept them both into the depths. Ignoring the snakes, Kabuto dashed from the water carrying Orochimaru.
Foolish.
Kaido sneered. He leapt and plunged the giant thunder sword straight into the lake. At that moment, Kabuto burst from the water holding Orochimaru.
Fools.
Kaido murmured. Suddenly, Orochimaru and Kabuto attacked. Kabuto held Orochimaru with one hand while quickly forming seals with the other. Orochimaru extended his neck, snapped the Kusanagi sword in half and struck toward Kaido.
You don't know your limits.
Chapter 110 Chapter 110 Plans for Experience 5 months ago. Chapter 110 Plans for Experience. At this moment, Yakushi Kabuto's hand seals completed, and he shouted.
Water style, water dragon bullet technique.
A massive, lifelike water dragon surged up from the lake, its fierce jaws aiming directly at Kaido. At the same time, Orochimaru's attack was also closing in on Kaido. Enemies surrounded him above, below, and on both sides. Kaido remained composed. He first aimed the lightning spear stabbing toward Yakushi at the water dragon beneath him. Then, the instant the giant snake lunged, Kaido transformed into elemental lightning. Crack, crack, crackle. The water dragon was pierced effortlessly by Kaido's spear, dissolving into a puddle that fell back into the lake. Orochimaru, struck by lightning infused with elemental power, screamed as his hair burst into flames and his skin was burned. Kabuto, holding Orochimaru, suffered the same fate. At that moment, a powerful whip-like kick descended toward Kabuto Yakushi.
Not good.
Yakushi thought grimly. Manda's pupils contracted in alarm. The electricity on their bodies hadn't faded yet. Suspended midair and partially paralyzed, they had no chance to evade Kaido's sudden strike. Bang! A heavy thud sounded as Orochimaru and Kabuto were slammed down like bullets. Crash! They plunged into the lake, sending waves splashing everywhere. Crag cracked. Suddenly, a huge Rasengan appeared in Kaido's hand, crackling with red lightning. Lightning release, Rasen Shuriken. Kaido's face remained calm as he threw it toward the lake. Crash! The previously calm water boiled violently, churning into massive waves. At the Rasen Shuriken's center, a giant vortex spanned the entire lake, red arcs slithering like poisonous snakes across the surface. The whole lake turned blood red. From above, the lake looked like a gateway to the abyss, making the hair on one's neck stand on end.
This time, let's see how you escape.
Kaido sneered, sensing the two fading chakra signatures below. Suddenly his smile froze, his face turning pale. The two chakra signatures vanished, and then a third disappeared as well.
Space-time ninjutsu. Is he using the same technique Sasuke used when Deidara self-destructed?
Kaido frowned. Call out. A figure appeared at the lake's edge, staring at the ominous sky. It was none other than Kakashi Hadake.
Kakashi-sensei, why are you here?
Kaido landed smiling.
Sasuke was stopped by you. Weren't there 4 of you here?
Kakashi eyed Kaido suspiciously. He had sensed 4 presences initially, so why only 2 remained?
Don't say any more. Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi were lucky. They were about to die but suddenly disappeared.
Kaido's smile faded, his expression darkening. Kakashi's lips twitched in thought. Orochimaru, the strongest of the legendary Sannin and a commander of the Sound Forces, had unmatched power, intelligence, and combat skills far beyond Danzo. If Kaido could so easily kill him, was he really Orochimaru?
Can we cross the lake?
Kakashi pointed at the still turbulent water, changing the subject. If he continued talking, he might lose his mind. Despite being one of Konoha's top geniuses, Kakashi felt outmatched compared to Kaido.
Oh, wait a moment.
Kaido stepped forward and dipped his hand into the lake. In an instant, the red lightning on the water disappeared and the surface cleared. Kakashi stared in awe at the scene, a flicker of envy crossing his eyes.
What should we do with Sasuke? Should I take him or will you?
Kakashi glanced seriously at a still-shaken Sasuke.
You can take him. I just returned and haven't rested, and this incident happened.
Kaido said with a slight complaint.
All right, I'll take him to the 5th Hokage for treatment. Okay, I'll leave first.
Kaido waved and disappeared in a flash of lightning. He thought it a pity. He had planned to quietly sever Sasuke's arms while Orochimaru and Kabuto vanished, but Kakashi's timely arrival prevented that. Sasuke truly was one of this world's key figures. While pondering, Kaido passed through Konoha's gate and arrived before the Hokage's office. He paused, then revealed his form and entered quietly. After all, this was where the Hokage worked, and Tsunade-sama was his teacher. Reckless behavior was out of the question. Pushing open the front door, Kaido stepped inside. Tsunade frantically hid her sake bottle but sighed with relief when she saw Kaido, patting her chest and continuing to drink.
Mission accomplished. Yeah.
Kaito nodded and recounted everything that happened in the land of snow. Tsunade appeared calm, as if expecting it.
You predicted everything about the land of snow.
Kaido asked in surprise, knowing well her personality.
I don't know.
Tsunade shrugged.
Then why aren't you shocked?
Should I be?
Tsunade retorted.
Oh, okay, I was overthinking it, by the way.
Kaido forced a bitter smile and told her how he had returned, wiped out the Sound 4, and fought Orochimaru at the Valley of the End.
You're saying you killed the Sound 4, drove Orochimaru away, and Kakashi is bringing Sasuke back.
Tsunade exclaimed.
Right. The only downside is Orochimaru's lucky escaped.
Kaido said with some frustration.
Enough complaining, kid. Are you still unsatisfied? Planning to go after the sky? Orochimaru and your teacher are both Sannin with countless secret techniques. If you really could kill him, he wouldn't be Orochimaru.
Tsunade said unhappily.
What about Sasuke?
Kaido asked after a pause. Tsunade fell silent for a moment, then sighed.
My original plan was to use the Sound 4's strength so Shikamaru and others could have a real fight, but you ruined everything.
Thank you for the generous. Chapter 111, Chapter 111, Incomplete Sage Mode, 5 months ago. Chapter 111, Incomplete Sage Mode.
To be honest, it doesn't matter whether Sasuke comes back or not. Konoha owes the Uchiha clan and Uchiha Itachi far too much. So my appearance disrupted your plans.
Kaido raised an eyebrow.
I guess you could say that. What now? Kakashi should be bringing Sasuke back soon.
What else can we do? Just pretend it didn't happen. If Sasuke wants to run off to Orochimaru, he'll find a way eventually.
Tsunade muttered, rubbing her temples.
Should we make him leave behind everything he learned from Konoha before he goes?
Kaido's expression hardened as he spoke.
What do you mean?
Tsunade frowned in confusion.
His hands.
Kaido said coldly.
Konoha raised him, trained him, taught him ninjutsu. Now he wants to turn traitor. For Itachi's sake, asking for a pair of hands isn't too much.
You're starting to look a little frightening. This is the first time I've seen you like this.
Tsunade admitted with a troubled expression.
I don't have a choice. I don't want Konoha to create another future enemy. In the end, the Uchiha massacre happened because of Konoha.
You.
Tsunade's eyes widened, shock clear on her face. She'd only uncovered the truth after becoming Hokage and digging through classified records. How did he know?
Is it really that hard to guess? Uchiha Itachi wiped out his entire clan. You could fool a kid with that story, but Sasuke's not going to stay naive forever. One day, he'll realize something's wrong. Think about it. The Uchiha clan was one of the largest in Konoha, hundreds of members. How could a 13-year-old boy slaughter all of them by himself? Stop kidding yourself. Do you think the Uchiha were a bunch of pigs waiting to be butchered? And even if they were, on the night of the massacre, the sounds of bloodshed and screams would have been deafening. You're telling me no one noticed? No one nearby, no patrols? Only finding out after it was over. It's laughable. If it wasn't on Hiruzen Sarutobai's orders, who would believe that?
These.
Tsunade asked, pointing at him, a little incredulous.
Of course, it doesn't take a genius to figure it out. Right now, Sasuke's still young and blames Itachi. But once he grows up, once he kills Itachi, who do you think he'll come after next? Konoha.
Kaido's words came effortlessly, as if he hadn't just told a bold-faced lie. Tsunade sighed heavily.
Forget it.
Good, just make a decision soon. Worst case, if Sasuke attacks Konoha in the future, I'll kill him myself.
Kaido said indifferently.
Right, with your insane talent, you wouldn't have to be afraid of Sasuke anyway. Now, get out of here and go spend time with those two girlfriends of yours. I'll call you if I need something.
Tsunade waved him off.
Actually, do you have the Scroll of Seals? I want to learn a couple of jutsu from it.
Kaido asked, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly.
Oh, what jutsu are you after? Flying Thunder God.
Tsunade smirked, a rare glint of amusement in her eyes.
No,
Kaido shook his head.
I want to learn the multiple shadow clone jutsu and the 8 gates technique.
I can understand the clones with your chakra reserves, you're ready for it. But the 8 gates? That's no joke. Even Might Guy barely walks away from that unscathed. Open the 8th gate and you die.
Tsunade warned seriously.
Relax. With my current body and your medical ninjutsu, as long as I don't open the final gate, I'll be fine.
Kaido grinned confidently. Though in his heart he thought, better not let her know about my real plan for the 8 gates. She'd lock me in a cell before letting me train it. Tsunade sighed.
Fine, wait here.
She left the office and returned a moment later carrying a large scroll. Handing it over, she warned.
This is top secret. Read it here. Don't let anyone else see.
Understood.
Kaito nodded, unrolling the scroll of seals. He quickly memorized the techniques for the multiple shadow clone jutsu and the 8 gates technique.
All done.
Kaido said, closing the scroll and passing it back to her.
Good, now get lost.
Tsunade waved a hand, clearly done with him for now.
See you later, Tsunade-sama.
Kaido said politely, heading for the door. After leaving the Hawkage building, Kaido found Hinata and the others and spent a peaceful week with them. Once the time felt right, he returned to the Shikatsu forest to resume his sage mode training. The familiar landscape, the scent of damp earth, and the presence of slugs made it feel like home.
Kaido-sama, shall we begin? I've gathered the nearby slugs.
Katsuyu said softly from his shoulder.
Thank you, but this time, make it 120.
Chapter 112, 112 Chapter 112 Bonus First Hawkage's Talent, 5 months ago. Chapter 112, Chapter 112 Bonus First Hawkage's Talent. The simplest method was to let natural energy slowly erode the cells, increasing their resilience bit by bit until they could fully endure the force of nature itself. With the assistance of 120 shadow clones, Ayanami Kaido's training speed was astonishing. Within a month, the strange tentacle-like protrusions on his forehead had significantly diminished. After 2 months, a faint layer of eyeshadow appeared at the corners of Kaido's eyes. By the 3rd month, he had completely mastered perfect sage mode. The rapid progress left the nearby slugs in awe.
Kaido-sama, now that you've mastered sage mode just like the first Hawkage, would you like to learn the forest's combat techniques?
A slug asked respectfully.
No need to rush, slug.
Kaido smiled, shaking his head.
I'll be training here for a while longer. There'll be plenty of time for those techniques after I finish this.
Kaido-sama, you've already learned sage mode, though. Why stay here to continue training?
The slug asked, puzzled.
I've only just begun to grasp sage mode. It still takes too long to enter it. My next goal is to achieve instant activation like the first Hawkage.
Kaido explained.
I see. Do you still need our assistance, then?
Of course I do.
Kaido quickly replied. Was that even a question? Training with a slug on his shoulder and training without one were 2 entirely different experiences. With a slug guiding him, it took only 3 minutes to gather natural energy, while without one it would take at least 15. Kaido wasn't foolish, he knew exactly which option to choose. After exchanging a few more words, Kaido re-entered training, immersing himself once again in the flow of natural energy. Above him, threads of natural energy drifted down like mist, merging with his body, circulating through him, gradually increasing his tolerance to it. Over and over, Kaido pushed himself tirelessly. He knew there were no shortcuts. If he wanted strength, he had to endure the solitude of relentless training. In Kaido's mind, there were 3 stages to Sage Mode mastery. The first was ordinary Sage Mode, powerful, but slow to activate, like Naruto's and Jiraiya's. The second was complete adaptation to Sage Mode, drastically reducing the activation time. This was the legendary ability of the first Hokage, who could enter Sage Mode in an instant. The third stage went beyond that. After the body fully adapted to natural energy, it would unconsciously absorb it passively, and as long as the natural energy gathered exceeded what was consumed during battle, one could maintain Sage Mode indefinitely. At that level, the body's cells would undergo a fundamental transformation, possibly evolving into the so-called immortal body. Of course, this was only a theory. Even with a mere 1% of the Senju bloodline, Kaido had no way of knowing if it was truly achievable. But it was a goal worth chasing. There was one more requirement for that third stage: one's spiritual perception needed to detect natural energy in the surrounding world. Fortunately, Kaido had achieved this even before arriving at Shikatsu Forest. During the week he spent with Hinata and another girl, using the tenfold training space, he diligently honed his perception. Even while enjoying their company, he never stopped working. On the 6th day, he finally sensed the presence of natural energy around him. When that happened, his inner world underwent a dramatic change. Vibrant, colorful energy filled every corner, though it still paled in comparison to the intense natural energy saturating the Shikatsu Forest. But Kaido wasn't in a rush. There were still 3 or 4 years before the start of the 4th Shinobi World War, and with the accelerated time inside his training space, he had more than enough time to push himself further. Days turned to weeks, weeks to months. In the blink of an eye, a full year had passed. During that time, Kaido's mastery of Sage Mode advanced by leaps and bounds. The time it took him to enter Sage Mode with a slug's help shrank from 5 minutes to just 1. He even began managing it unaided. What surprised him even more was the subtle transformation of his body. His physique felt lighter, warmer, and occasionally, faint impurities were expelled from his body. It confirmed to Kaido that his training was moving in the right direction. Spring passed into summer, then winter came again. By the time 2 years had gone by, Kaido had turned 14. In the quiet, humid depths of Shikatsu Forest at some unknown hour, Kaido sat cross-legged on the ground, a slug still perched quietly on his shoulder. He closed his eyes, feeling the surrounding natural energy like countless butterflies fluttering around him. Then, with a single thought, his body drew in the natural energy like a bottomless vortex. A powerful suction formed around him, even visible to the naked eye as the natural energy condensed and spiraled. His body acted like a glutton, devouring everything in its path. In moments, the familiar eye shadows appeared at the corners of Kaido's eyes. As the influx of natural energy increased, those shadows deepened, becoming fully solid. At that moment, his Sage Mode was complete. Kaido opened his eyes and asked calmly,
How long did that take? About 3 seconds.
replied the slug on his shoulder.
3 seconds, that's good enough.
Kaido grinned satisfied. Finally, after reaching this milestone, Kaido's training pace could ease up a little. He had spent 2 years in Shikatsu Forest plus 20 years within his accelerated training space. 22 years of effort to master in this time what the first Hokage once accomplished in a few months. It made him realize once again just how far beyond ordinary bloodlines and talents the chosen protagonists truly were. Still, he smiled wryly to himself. Who was to blame for not being born the protagonist?
Congratulations, Kaido-sama. You finally completed the second step.
Chapter 113, Chapter 113, Sage Body, 5 months ago. Chapter 113, Sage Body.
You're very brave and hardworking. Even Hashirama Senju would struggle to compare to you. The final step is dangerous, but it's also your greatest opportunity. You must seize it.
Who was Hashirama Senju? The man who ended the Warring States period, the founder of the Hidden Leaf Village, and one of Konoha's two legendary shinobi. Such high praise coming from the slug sage was anything but casual.
Kaido-sama, are we proceeding to the third step?
The slug resting on his shoulder asked with a hint of excitement.
That's right, it's finally time.
Kaido let out a long breath, excitement flashing in his eyes. His approach for this last step was simple and passive. Passive meaning subconscious absorption of natural energy, whether eating, drinking, sleeping, or training. Without hesitation, Kaido created 300 shadow clones, ordering them to relentlessly train in passive natural energy absorption. Yes, 300. After 2 years of intense training, his mental strength could already handle the spiritual backlash of dispelling that many clones. For 2 months, those clones practiced nonstop, honing the skill of passive natural energy absorption. Meanwhile, Kaido focused on mastering the combat techniques of the Shikatsu forest. Since the third mode carried significant risk, it made sense to let his clones handle it. Speaking of the Shikatsu forest's fighting style, it wasn't so different from the Toad Sage arts of Mount Myaboku. Both harnessed natural energy to enhance combat. Half a year later, Kaido had thoroughly mastered those techniques. That morning, as usual, he listlessly ate breakfast prepared by the slugs. Then, he created another 300 clones to continue their training while he himself switched to physical combat drills. Ever since his last bout of intense body training, his physical resilience had reached extraordinary levels, and his chakra reserves had grown significantly without him even realizing it. Where he used to suffer injuries daily, now minor wounds healed overnight, leaving him refreshed, as though fatigue itself no longer existed. At that moment, Kaido suddenly slapped his forehead.
How did I forget about this damn system? System, show me my character attributes.
Character attributes. Name Ayanami Kaito. Age. Bloodline Senju clan. Bloodline limit Thunder Fruit awakened. Taijutsu peak cage level. Chakra super cage level. Ninjutsu clone technique Fireball Jutsu Chidori.
Senju clan.
Listed. Kaido nodded internally, just as I thought. He'd suspected this for a while now. All the signs had pointed to it: incredible recovery, vast chakra reserves, and an affinity for natural energy. Seeing it confirmed still sent a thrill through his heart. In the world of Shinobi, bloodlines decided everything. Just then, a memory fragment surfaced in his mind. One of his clones had successfully mastered the method of passive natural energy absorption. His eyes lit up instantly, his heart pounded. Without hesitation, Kaido absorbed the memory and created another batch of clones to help him practice this technique personally. It wasn't overly complicated. It involved multitasking, something Kaido's mental strength excelled at. His strategy was to use the clones to work out the dangerous parts. As he walked back and forth through the forest, he continuously exercised his body while practicing passive absorption. Anyone watching him would notice the faint glow of natural energy gradually enveloping his figure. Even though the rate of absorption and consumption wasn't yet balanced, Kaido showed no disappointment. Instead, excitement burned in his chest because he knew he was on the right path. 6 more months passed like this. By now, Kaido had spent nearly 3 years in the Shikatsu forest. He was 15 years old. No longer a boy, Kaido stood at 1.8 meters, his striking features sharper and more mature. With his gentle smile, neat short hair, and solid physique, his mere presence in Konoha would draw a crowd of admirers. Even Sasuke Uchiha would fall slightly short in comparison. In these last 6 months, combined with the 5 years spent training in the system's time-space, Kaido had finally achieved a perfect balance between absorption and consumption. His passive absorption now perfectly matched the natural energy expended in battle. Meaning, from this point forward, Kaido could remain in Sage mode indefinitely. The moment this equilibrium was reached, a transformation occurred in Kaido's body. His vitality skyrocketed, his recovery speed became astonishing, and it felt as though invisible shackles had been removed. His previously tanned skin lightened slightly, and his resilience became something near miraculous. Curious, Kaido conducted an experiment. He asked a slug to leave a shallow wound on his arm. The cut healed before his eyes, restoring the skin to flawless smoothness in moments. His recovery rate now rivaled Naruto Uzumaki's, while empowered by Kurama. But there was more. Natural energy no longer needed to be passively absorbed. It was actively rushing toward him, as if he'd become a beacon, greedily devoured by his body without effort. Amazed, Kaido quickly summoned his system panel. Character attributes. Name Ayanami Kaito. Age. Bloodline Senju clan immortal body. Bloodline limit Thunder Fruit awakened. Taijutsu super cage level. Chakra super cage level. Ninjutsu clone technique Fireball Jutsu Chidori.
Forget it.
He sighed at last, shaking his head. It's enough that I have it, no need to overthink it. What Kaito didn't realize was that, without the latent Senju bloodline in his veins, he never would have awakened the sage body no matter how intense his training. From the original lore, the Sage of Six Paths had two sons, Indra, who inherited his eyes, and Asura, who inherited his body. Over generations, these bloodlines diluted and evolved. The Uchiha clan descended from Indra, and the Senju and Uzumaki clan from Asura. Because Kaido possessed even a faint trace of this bloodline, and because he endured the second training method while awakening his clan's physique, his fate diverged from the ordinary. I'd be changing immortal body to sage body. I've tried to re-edit parts where
Immortal.
Chapter 114, 114 Chapter 114, Reunion, 5 months ago. Chapter 114, Reunion. Ayanami Kaido's second method of training had triggered mutations in his body, transforming his cells into the physique of the Senju clan. The third stage pushed his body even further, awakening an ancient bloodline granting him the sage body. It could be said that natural energy acted as the key that unlocked the two bloodline shackles within Kaido's body. After mastering sage mode, he had unexpectedly awakened his sage body as well. His purpose for coming here was finally fulfilled.
Slug Sage, I plan to leave today.
Kaido said, a trace of reluctance flashing through his eyes. After all, he had spent 3 years here, and even the bleak Shikatsu forest had begun to feel familiar.
Go, it seems you've found your opportunity. There's nothing left for you to learn here now.
The slug sage's voice echoed solemnly through the slug perched on his shoulder. Kaido recognized this as the original consciousness of the slug sage speaking. He immediately bowed with respect.
In that case, Ayanami Kaido will take his leave. If Shikatsu Forest ever faces danger, please call on me, I'll help if I can.
The slug sage seemed satisfied with his response and offered a final piece of advice.
Your sage body has only just awakened. Remember to hone it well. It holds the secret of yang release, a vital part of the yin-yang release. I understand. I'll focus on developing it properly.
Kaido nodded solemnly. Afterward, he let the slug use reverse, summoning to send him home. Looking at the familiar house and the spotless floors, a gentle smile appeared on Kaido's face. It was undoubtedly the handiwork of Hinata and Ino. Glancing outside, he saw the sun setting beyond the horizon. The sky was painted in warm shades of dusk. Kaido stepped into the kitchen, intending to prepare a hearty meal for himself, Hinata, and Ino. By the time he had laid all the dishes out on the table, darkness had already fallen. A sweep of his electromagnetic sense revealed Hinata and Ino, two familiar chakra signatures approaching. On the roadside,
Hinata, when do you think Kaido will be back?
Ino, now grown into a strikingly beautiful young woman, sighed with impatience.
Soon. I heard from Tsunade-sama that Kaido was training in sage mode at Shikatsu Forest. He should be home now that he's completed it.
Hinata replied softly, a trace of longing and worry in her eyes.
HMPH, 3 years without a single message. When he gets back, you and I should ignore him for a day or two, let him bake in the sun as punishment.
Ino huffed.
All right, I'll go along with whatever you decide. Let's hurry, though. We still have to tidy up the house before he returns.
Hinata smiled gently, stealing a glance at the twilight sky.
So what if it's late? You could just stay over, it's not like you haven't before. Besides, he's not back yet anyway.
Ino teased. The two girls continued their conversation, arriving at Kaido's house moments later. Spotting the lights from inside, their eyes sparkled with excitement and relief. They exchanged glances, pushed open the gate, and ran inside. Reunion. Snap. The door opened and Kaido stood before them, a warm smile on his face. The girls halted in front of him, their eyes filled with joy and emotion. Kaido's gaze softened as he gently stroked their silky hair, breathing in their familiar scent while silently observing how much they'd changed over 3 years. Their figures had matured beautifully, their features radiant and refined, worthy of being called goddesses in Konoha.
Not bad at all.
Kaido chuckled to himself. Feeling the intensity of his gaze, both girls blushed, lowering their heads shyly.
Have you stared enough?
Ino grumbled, cheeks flushed. Kaido grinned unashamed.
Well, it's been 3 years. Of course I want to take a good look at my two wives. You've both grown even more beautiful. It's true what they say, girls only get more stunning with time.
How could I ever get tired of looking at you? Honestly, I think I'll be admiring you for the rest of my life. You.
Ino huffed, though her eyes curved happily, pulling Hinata into the house. Once seated, the two girls picked at their food delicately. Kaido's eyes caught the diamond-shaped marks on their foreheads, and he raised an eyebrow in surprise.
You both mastered the strength of 100 seal.
Took you long enough to notice.
Ino pouted.
Well, I was too busy looking at you. Haven't had time to check your foreheads.
Kaido replied without missing a beat.
HMPH.
Ino snorted but smiled shyly, lowering her gaze as she continued eating. Hinata laughed quietly, covering her mouth, occasionally adding food to both their plates. The atmosphere warmed into a gentle, familial harmony. After the meal,
Kaido, Tsunade-sama said you went to Shikatsu Forest for sage training. Did you succeed?
Ino asked, clearing the table.
Of course, I wouldn't have come back otherwise.
Kaido smiled.
My dad said anyone who masters sage mode steps onto a whole different level from ordinary shinobi. What does that mean?
Ino pressed, curious as ever.
Well, let's put it this way. After mastering Sage Mode, all 3 types of ninjutsu get an insane boost. Your strength basically transforms completely.
Really? Did your power double?
Ino asked again.
More or less.
Chapter 115, Am I Really Going to Die?
Wow, double. Are you strong enough to beat Lady Tsunade?
Ino asked excitedly.
Lady Tsunade, you became her disciple.
Kaido asked in surprise.
Yes, Hinata and I both apprenticed under her.
Ino practically beamed at the mention of it, clearly proud of the achievement.
Hinata, you too.
Kaido raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. What was Tsunade up to, gathering disciples like this? Sensing his confusion, Hinata explained softly, her gaze a little shy.
It's all thanks to you, Kai.
Oh, I see now.
Kaito nodded in understanding. The yin seal was Tsunade's signature technique. Now that both Hinata and Ino had achieved it, and given their connection to him, it made sense for Tsunade to welcome them under her wing. Considering Tsunade's personality, she probably took it as inheriting her mantle. Speaking of the yin seal, Kaito grimaced inwardly. He'd been too busy mastering Sage Mode these past 3 years to unlock its male version. Well, it wasn't too late. After perfecting the 8 gates, it would be time to tackle that.
Enough of that, though.
Kaido's expression shifted mischievously as he leaned closer to both of them.
Which one of you staying with me tonight?
Both women flushed deeply, knowing full well what he was implying.
I have something to do.
Ino stammered, quickly fleeing the room with a crimson face. Just as Hinata was about to make a similar excuse, Kaido swiftly pulled her into his arms. Leaning close, he murmured in her ear.
Ino's gone. Too late to run now.
Scooping her up, he carried Hinata toward the bedroom. He gently placed her onto the tatami mat. Hinata's face was glowing red, her small hands clutching the edge of her clothes nervously. Kaido turned off the lights and held her close, whispering softly.
Go to sleep.
Ah.
Hinata's heart pounded. She could see the teasing look in his eyes and realized that both she and Ino had misjudged how brazen he'd become. Hinata whispered, burying her face against his chest, savoring the warmth, the steady heartbeat, and the familiar scent she'd missed so much over the past 3 years. Kaido smiled, closed his eyes, and drifted into sleep, though his mind soon entered his training space. The familiar scenery of the wet bone forest unfolded around him. He took a seat in his usual spot and began reviewing the details of the 8 gates technique. Yes, that was why he came here tonight. The 8 gates technique. The 8 inner gates: gate of opening, gate of healing, gate of life, gate of pain, gate of limit, gate of view, gate of wonder, and the final death gate. These 8 points within the chakra pathway system limited the flow of chakra within the body, acting as natural restraints to protect the user. Opening them one by one would drastically amplify strength, but at great risk to the body. Fully opening the death gate would temporarily grant a level of power far beyond the 5 cage combined, but at the cost of the user's life. That was why it was classified as a forbidden technique. But Kaido had a different idea. He believed that death occurred because the final gate, located at the heart, couldn't withstand the sudden surge of power. It wasn't reinforced to handle it. What if, instead, the heart was the first to be strengthened? Strengthen it first, use it as a stable core, and then open the remaining gates one by one, using the heart's amplified power to drive the rest of the system. It was a bold and dangerous theory, but Kaito believed it could work. He hadn't spent the past 3 years learning Sage Mode and cultivating his Sage body for nothing.
Forget it, I'm doing this.
Kaido muttered through gritted teeth. Since coming to this world, Kaido had devoted himself to preparing for the 8 gates. He never missed a day of stimulating his chakra points with lightning chakra, forcing them to adapt. Now, with the Senju physique and the Sage body enhancing his regenerative abilities, his chances were better than ever. Sitting cross-legged, Kaido ordered his lightning chakra to condense into thousands of needle-thin strands, directing them toward the death gate at his heart. The pain was immediate and searing. Sweat poured from his forehead, but Kaido didn't flinch. There was no turning back now. Succeed or die, this was it. Again and again, the lightning needles struck the death gate. Once, twice, 100 times, 1,000. His face turned pale and his body trembled, but Kaido never stopped. He didn't know how long it lasted, maybe hours, maybe longer, but at last, a faint crack appeared on the previously unbreakable death gate. Kaido's eyes flashed with hope. He gritted his teeth and poured everything into the next assault. An hour passed, then 2, then half a day. The cracks widened until with a final, resounding snap, the death gate finally gave way. A surge of overwhelming power and searing pain flooded Kaido's body. His vision blurred and his strength began to drain rapidly.
No!
Chapter 116, 116 Chapter 116, Senju's Bloodline, 5 months ago. Chapter 116, Senju's Bloodline. Kaido relied on sheer willpower, clinging to the obsession in his heart as he persevered desperately. 1 day, then 2. Before he knew it, a full week had passed in this relentless struggle. For 7 straight days, Kaido endured unimaginable torment. He had become somewhat numb to the pain, or maybe just used to it, but more importantly, he was quietly pleased. Because, in the deadlock between death and vitality raging inside him, he could feel it. As the days dragged on, the vitality in his heart had begun to resist. Little by little, it was gaining the upper hand. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before his body stabilized. All he had to do was endure the pain a little longer and wait for the balance to tip. 3 days later, Kaido left the training space, his injuries instantly syncing with his physical body. Looking over at Hinata, who had fallen asleep nearby, Kaido hesitated. He felt reluctant to wake her, but recovery couldn't wait. Though the vitality in his body was now prevailing, leaving it to heal naturally would take too long. If Tsunade came to assist him, that recovery time would shrink drastically. After all, Tsunade wasn't known as the greatest medical nin in the Shinobi world for nothing.
Hinata!
Kaido called out in a hoarse whisper, gently brushing a hand through her hair. Hearing his weak voice, Hinata's eyes fluttered open in confusion.
Kaido, what's wrong?
When she saw the difference between his current, strained expression and how relaxed he'd looked before bed, Hinata's face filled with worry.
Please.
Kaido managed with difficulty. Right now, his whole body was still struggling against the residual death energy in his heart. Moving, speaking, or even circulating chakra was nearly impossible. He was completely powerless.
I'll go right away.
Hinata's eyes shimmered with tears as she nodded. Without wasting another second, she vanished with the body flicker technique. A short while later, a sleepy, visibly irritated Tsunade arrived.
Oi, what's your problem, brat? Can't you let me get a decent night's sleep? Do you know how long it's been since I actually went to bed early?
She grumbled the moment she entered.
If you keep sleeping, I'll probably be dead by morning.
Kaido rasped out weakly. Tsunade froze at the sound of his voice. Her bleary eyes immediately cleared as she frowned in alarm.
Wait, Hinata told me you were fine earlier. What the hell happened?
Kaido said with difficulty. He knew Tsunade was smart enough to understand the implications right away. Sure enough, her face darkened instantly.
You reckless idiot. Do you have any idea what you're playing with? The 8 gates technique already has terrifying side effects, and you think it's fine to modify it on a whim.
Tsunade stormed over furiously, muttering under her breath about beating him senseless the moment he could stand. Without hesitation, she yanked off his upper garments, revealing the dense network of muscle beneath.
Damn kid's got a good physique at least.
She muttered, not missing the chance to tease, even in a crisis. She pressed a hand to his chest, her chakra immediately probing into his heart. A few moments later, her expression eased slightly, though her tone stayed serious.
There are 2 conflicting energies inside your heart, one destructive, the other regenerative. Right now, the destructive one's losing ground.
Tsunade frowned in thought.
I'm guessing the destructive energies, a side effect of forcing open the death gate, but the regenerative energy.
Her brows furrowed deeper as she added.
But seriously, how the hell does your body have this much vitality? It's practically on par with my grandfather's sage body.
Then Tsunade gave him a pointed look, half joking, half curious.
Oi, don't tell me you're a Senju.
Everyone knew the Senju clan was famed for their robust life force. And while Kaido's regenerative ability far surpassed the typical Senju, there had been one other person in history to rival it, her grandfather, Senju Hashirama. But if that was the case,
You've got a lot of questions for someone who hasn't even finished healing me yet.
Kaido managed a small amused smile.
I just explained your condition, didn't I? Even without my help, that vitality of yours would have sorted it out eventually.
Despite her words, Tsunade pressed both palms firmly to his chest and activated her healing jutsu, flooding his body with medical chakra. Kaido's guess had been right. With Tsunade's assistance, his abundant vitality gained a reliable ally. 2 forces against 1, the destructive energy had no chance. Based on the way things were going, if Tsunade kept at it through the night, she could completely purge the death energy from his body.
Oi, answer me.
Tsunade's voice broke through his thoughts.
What now?
What's with that insane life force in your body? And why didn't I notice it before?
Tsunade gritted her teeth, already vowing to give him a good beating once he recovered for keeping secrets.
All right, fine.
Kaido sighed.
I have a trace of Senju blood. I only fully awakened it after practicing sage arts.
He figured there was no reason to hide it from Tsunade. They were practically family by blood now anyway. Besides, if he claimed his vitality didn't come from the Senju clan, Tsunade probably wouldn't believe him.
Really? That's incredible.
Tsunade's face lit up with genuine excitement as she hugged Kaido tightly, practically crushing him.
That's amazing. The Senju clan isn't extinct after all.
Tears welled up in her eyes, falling freely as she clung to him.
Sensei, wait, Kaido.
Hinata, who'd been quietly standing by, suddenly cried out in alarm.
What's wrong?
Tsunade turned her head in confusion. Hinata pointed to Kaido, whose face had gone pale as his body started twitching uncontrollably. Tsunade quickly released him, her expression turning awkward.
Oh,
Chapter 117, 117, Chapter 117, training? As if I'd believe that, 5 months ago. Chapter 117, training? As if I'd believe that.
Okay, stop looking at me like that. I'm happy to help you.
Tsunade said, a little annoyed. As she spoke, she placed her palm against Kaido's chest, releasing a steady stream of medical chakra. Ayanami Kaido sighed inwardly. How did he end up with such a troublesome teacher?
Oh, right, how could I forget this?
Tsunade suddenly slapped her forehead.
What is it?
Kaido asked, confused.
Your body's locked in a clash between two energies. All I can do is support the vitality inside you with medical ninjutsu to help tip the balance. It'll work, but it'll take time. Honestly, instead of wasting so many hours like this, you might as well have a couple of Katsuyu clones do it while I get some sleep.
Tsunade said seriously. Kaido sighed. His teacher and relative was incorrigible.
Don't give me that look. I'm being practical here. Whether it's my chakra or Katsuyu's, the output's the same. So why not let your teacher get some rest while you recover?
Kaido rolled his eyes but didn't argue. He knew how his body worked and realized she wasn't wrong. Then, an idea struck him.
Tsunade-sensei, what if you convert your chakra directly into medical chakra and inject it into me? Wouldn't that work better?
Good thought, let's give it a try.
Without waiting for his consent, Tsunade immediately channeled her chakra into pure medical energy and transferred it into his chest. Kaido couldn't stop her even if he wanted to. He cursed inwardly. Seriously, you didn't even wait. The moment Tsunade's medical chakra entered his body, the vitality inside him surged like fire doused in oil, aggressively suppressing the remaining destructive energy. The recovery speed was many times faster than what he'd achieved alone in the training space. Within an hour, the dark energy had shrunk to the size of a walnut. 2 hours later, it was no bigger than a red date. At this point, Tsunade was sweating, her complexion pale from exertion. Seeing this, Kaido's heart ached.
Tsunade-sensei, let's stop for now. You can continue after resting. I'm already much better.
Though she still had the yin seal to fall back on, Kaido didn't want her to tap into it. He remembered how she'd aged drastically after using it against Pain during the Konoha invasion.
No need.
Tsunade wiped the sweat from her brow, then turned to Hinata.
Hinata, you're up next. I'm taking a break.
Okay, Tsunade-sensei.
Hinata said softly, her face filled with worry.
You can use medical ninjutsu.
Kaido asked in surprise.
Of course, not just Hinata, Ino too. Both of them have exceptional chakra control, especially Hinata. She's already mastered medical ninjutsu.
Tsunade said proudly. While Tsunade spoke, Hinata was already channeling medical chakra into Kaido's chest. An hour passed and Hinata was soaked in sweat, her face flushed and breathing ragged.
Enough, Hinata. That's plenty. Stop now.
Kaido said, heart aching.
It's fine, Kaido.
Hinata gave him a gentle smile, and to his shock, released the yin seal on her forehead. Her complexion recovered instantly, and she continued healing him. Kaido's heart clenched. He didn't say anything further, though the ache in his chest wasn't from injury anymore. Another hour later, Kaido could move freely again. The destructive energy had shrunk even more. At this rate, it would only take another 2 hours to completely purge it. Sure enough, after 2 hours, the last remnant of destructive energy dispersed. Kaido's body was finally back to normal.
Hi.
Tsunade exhaled, pulling her hand away. Hinata, exhausted, had fallen asleep an hour ago.
Thank you, Tsunade-sensei.
Kaido said gratefully.
HMPH, good that you know how to thank your teacher.
Tsunade huffed, though she looked pleased.
It's late, I'm heading back. We'll talk tomorrow.
She yawned. Kaido felt a little guilty.
Okay, see you tomorrow.
He saw Tsunade out with a smile, then gently gathered the sleeping Hinata into his arms. His gaze softened as he looked down at her peaceful face. The next morning, Ino tiptoed into the room carrying a small pot of soup. Inside, she found Kaido making breakfast while Hinata still slept soundly from exhaustion. Ino's gaze lingered on Hinata, and when she noticed the yin seal mark on her forehead had vanished, she was stunned. What kind of situation went down here last night? Ino imagined an intense battle between Kaido and Hinata, her cheeks reddening at the thought. Snap! Kaido flicked her forehead lightly.
What's going through your head, Ino? I had some issues with my training last night. Tsunade-sensei and Hinata helped me stabilize things.
Kaido said calmly. Ino gave him a suspicious look, as if to say, "Do you think I'm that gullible?" Kaido sighed, knowing there was no way she'd believe him.
Fine, let's eat. Don't wake Hinata, she needs rest.
Oh, by the way, this is chicken and red date soup my mom made.
Ino placed the pot on the table, lowering her voice.
Please help me thank your mom.
Chapter 118, 118 Chapter 118, Opening 5 Gates in Reverse, 5 months ago. Chapter 118, Opening 5 Gates in Reverse. Kaito rolled his eyes. He knew that no matter what he said at this moment, Ino wouldn't believe it. Suddenly, Kaito's expression shifted and he grinned.
Hinata's mine now, how about you tonight?
That.
Ino's face flushed deep red, her lips trembling as she struggled to form words. Seeing Ino like that, Kaito was immensely pleased. Little troublemaker, you're no match for me. Just as they finished eating, the door swung open and Tsunade stepped inside.
Tsunade-sensei.
Ino greeted quickly, standing respectfully. Unlike Kaito's casual attitude, Ino treated Tsunade with genuine reverence.
Wow, you're here bright and early.
Tsunade teased, spotting the chicken soup simmering in the pot. She nodded in satisfaction.
Good, I used up a lot of chakra last night, so you made soup for me.
Without waiting for a reply, Tsunade helped herself straight from the pot, drinking heartily. Ino glanced at Kaito in confusion, blinking. What did Tsunade-sensei mean by that? I thought it was just Hinata last night.
Kaito, did something go wrong with your training? Are you all right?
Now you believe me.
Kaito asked with a look of exasperation.
Yeah.
Ino nodded quickly.
How's your body now?
I'm fine, fully recovered.
Kaito replied. While the two were talking, Tsunade let out a satisfied burp.
Your cooking's still top-notch. How are you feeling today?
Kaito's expression grew serious.
I'm all right, I've mostly recovered. My physical strength took a hit last night though, so it'll take a little time to get back to normal.
Tsunade placed a hand over Kaito's chest and used medical ninjutsu to examine his heart. After a moment, she withdrew her hand and nodded.
As expected of someone with the bloodline of our Senju clan, your heart's completely healed. Rest up for a couple more days. I'm heading back to the Hawkage building.
She sounded a little gloomy as she said the last part.
Take care, Tsunade-sensei.
Chapter 119, 119 Chapter 119, Honing Physical Control, 4 months ago. Chapter 119, Honing Physical Control. 3 days later, early in the morning, Kaito closed his eyes as his consciousness entered the training space. When he woke up that morning, the lingering pain in his body had completely faded, and he felt his strength returning to normal. Without hesitation, Kaito dove directly into the training space. Shikatsu Forest remained shrouded in a dull gloom, thick with natural energy. This made it the ideal place for him to withstand the immense pressure brought on by opening the 6th gate. Sitting cross-legged, Kaito controlled his lightning chakra, directing it to bombard the barrier of the 6th gate, the 3rd gate in the original sequence of the 8 gates. Once, twice.
This is only the 6th gate.
He muttered. Both his physical strength and chakra had skyrocketed. He didn't stop there. Kaito's body had already undergone changes from his time practicing Sage Mode. His chakra, once deep purple, had long since evolved into a brilliant, 7-colored energy. Over 3 years of training, the 7-colored chakra threads within him had grown dense and abundant. Recently, he had begun compressing them from a liquid state toward something denser and more refined. Originally, Kaito estimated it would take days, but now, with the overwhelming surge of chakra from opening the 6th gate, his body instinctively guided the flow, condensing it rapidly. The process progressed far faster than expected. Before long, over half of his chakra reserves had condensed. Within an hour, his chakra had reached its limit of compression. Boom! A powerful shock echoed through his consciousness, as if the world itself had been reborn. The liquid chakra within his body had transformed, solidifying on its own. In the depths of his chakra network, a bead of pure, solidified, seven-colored chakra, about the size of a mung bean, hovered. Tiny, transparent threads of colored chakra floated around it like stardust, being steadily drawn into the bead.
So this is what fully condensed chakra looks like.
Kaido murmured to himself.
Am I supposed to scream? My fate is in my own hands like some middle schooler now.
The completion of the transformation sent another wave of momentum through him. Boom! The hurricane of energy, previously raging within a 100-meter radius, suddenly expanded to over 1,000 meters as his solidified chakra poured through his system. The ground buckled and cracked like a living creature, spiderweb fissures expanding as the raw power distorted the earth around him. At the heart of it all, green chakra flames ignited around Kaido's body, resembling the fiery aura of a transforming Super Saiyan. Surveying the devastation around him, Kaido let out a bitter laugh.
Looks like I'll need a few days just to learn how to control all this.
With that, he immediately summoned 300 shadow clones to begin mastering the unfamiliar strength and refined chakra control. 10 days later, Kaido had gained significant control over his enhanced chakra and physical power. The days of shattering the environment with every small movement were over. With a flicker of his will, the training space faded, and Kaido returned to his room. Click! The door opened, and Ino quietly stepped inside. Noticing the absence of food on the table, a puzzled look crossed her face.
He's still not up, or...
Worried, she made her way to Kaido's room.
Kaido, are you okay?
Ino called softly, her face filled with concern.
I'm fine.
Kaido replied with a wry smile.
Fine.
Ino wrinkled her nose.
Then why haven't you cooked?
I don't think I'll be able to cook for the next few days.
Kaido said, the same bitter smile on his lips.
I hope you didn't mess yourself up with training again.
Ino hurried over to him, her eyes misting up. Kaido quickly stood and took a step back, avoiding her hand. His control over his new strength was still rough, and he didn't want to risk accidentally hurting her. Ino blinked, confused. Kaido pointed to the floor where deep footprints had been left in the wooden boards.
My strength improved. The increase in my strength was too sudden, and I haven't completely gotten a handle on it yet. I was worried I might hurt you.
Ino's gaze followed his gesture, then examined him from head to toe. Confirming he was otherwise unharmed, she sighed and placed a hand on her chest.
You scared me to death. I thought you'd done something crazy again. Turns out you're just unfamiliar with your new strength.
She took a deep breath.
So what now? Are you going to train at home or head out to the training ground?
Outside, of course.
Kaido chuckled.
If I train at home, I'll wreck the place.
I figured.
Ino smiled.
Go ahead. Hinata will be here soon and will handle breakfast.
Thanks, see you later.
Chapter 120, 120 Chapter 120, Someone's Targeting Me, 4 months ago. Chapter 120, Someone's Targeting Me. 1-2.
Finally done.
He muttered. Without hesitation, he tossed the small mountain aside and made his way back home. After 3 days outside, combined with over a month's worth of training inside the mental training space, Kaido had finally mastered the immense new power within him, regaining the appearance of an ordinary person. Hokage's office. Tsunade leaned back in her chair, rubbing her temples with a look of exhaustion. Shizune stood nearby, helping sort documents, while Nara Shikaku worked quietly beside her. The door swung open and Kaido stepped inside. He had come to say goodbye. There was still about a year before the events of Naruto Shippuden began. While Kaido was already formidable, untouchable by anyone in the early stages, he knew his strength wouldn't hold up against the later threats that would appear. He's referring to the Otsutsuki and Kaguya. After explaining his intentions, Tsunade's expression darkened. She'd finally had a rare, outstanding member of the Senju bloodline appear again, and instead of focusing on settling down with his 2 girlfriends and carrying on the clan's name, He wanted to run off on some dangerous venture. But she understood her disciple well. Once Kaito made up his mind, no one could stop him.
Where are you going?
Tsunade asked sharply.
The ancient kingdom of Rorin.
Kaito replied calmly. Shikaku frowned.
Rorin.
What are you going there for? Even if you find it, it'll be nothing but ruins.
Shikaku's eyes narrowed.
Wait!
His face abruptly shifted in realization.
Shikaku, what is it? Just tell me already.
Tsunade pressed, growing anxious at seeing the strategist's expression change. After all, there were only 2 people left in the Senju bloodline now. She couldn't bear the thought of anything happening to Kaito. Shikaku cast a sidelong glance at Kaito, a trace of admiration flashing in his eyes.
It's said that a massive dragon vein lies beneath Rorin, a wellspring of pure chakra, vast in size, near infinite.
Shikaku explained.
At this point, it's the only thing valuable enough to lure Kaito there.
Kaito smirked.
As expected of Shikaku-san, you figured it out instantly.
No, I'm not allowing this.
Tsunade shot to her feet, glaring at him.
Just stay in Konoha. Marry Ino and Hinata and start building our clan's future.
At the last part, both Shikaku and Shizune stiffened, a dark vein appearing on their foreheads.
I've already devised a method to absorb the violent chakra energy safely. I have to go.
Kaito shook his head.
But why? With your strength now, not even I could last a few moves against you. Why are you so desperate to get stronger?
Tsunade demanded, truly puzzled. Everyone close to Kaito knew his strength. Ever since he'd mastered the reverse 8 gates formation, there wasn't a shinobi who could rival him. Shikaku and Shizune were equally stunned. Who was Tsunade? One of the legendary Sannin, the 5th Hokage, and she openly admitted she couldn't beat her disciple, possibly defeated in seconds. They couldn't have imagined it, not even if someone beat them over the head with the claim. Had Kaito reached the strength of the 1st Hokage? The thought chilled Shikaku's mind.
You'll understand in time.
Kaito said.
Tsunade-sensei, I have to go. I've already told Hinata.
Without another word, he vanished, leaving the room in tense silence. A small town on the border of the Land of Fire. Inside a restaurant, Kaito sat with a map laid out before him, examining it carefully. The map detailed a route to the ancient kingdom of Rorin. The problem was, it was an old map from over a decade ago. While it indicated Rorin's general location near the Land of Wind's borders, the shifting desert and passage of time would make following it dangerous. If he relied on this alone, he'd get hopelessly lost.
Boss, bring us 2 special sets.
A loud voice called out behind him. 2 figures sat down at the table next to Kaito without so much as asking. Kaito frowned and looked up. His gaze fell on 2 men clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds. One of them clutched a wicked, triple-bladed scythe, mumbling irritably to himself. The other, a green-eyed man with a stitched-up mouth, wore a calm but ruthless expression, his gaze sharp and greedy like a starving wolf. The immortal duo, Kaito's expression flickered in surprise. Why are these 2 here? As Kaito met their eyes, Kakuzu's stare darkened, a green glint flashing as if he just spotted a priceless treasure. Hidden grumbled.
Kakuzu, when are we leaving? We've been waiting out here for ages. No clue why that brat's holed up in Konoha so long. Why don't we just stake out a town near the village? I swear, this 100 million Rai bounty's more trouble than it's worth. Shut it, Hidden.
Kakuzu hissed.
Look behind you. What now?
Hidden grumbled, turning around, and his eyes widened.
Oi, this kid finally showed up.
Chapter 121, One Down, Killing an Immortal.
That person you're talking about isn't me. That's right, it's you. Do you know how long we've waited for you? Almost half a year.
Hidden admitted casually. Now that the kid had shown up in their sights, there was no way he could escape. That confidence came from the strength of both Hidden and Kakuzu.
Hidden, shut up, you talk too much.
Kakuzu snapped coldly.
Tusk!
Hidden clicked his tongue indifferently, but his eyes stayed on Kaito.
What, you think you two can take me?
Kaito smirked as he picked up the noodles just delivered and ate them without a care, completely ignoring the 2 hunters glaring at him. No, not hunters, wild animals.
You're pretty arrogant, not planning to run.
Kakuzu narrowed his eyes, the green glow in them intensifying.
Have you ever seen a tiger worry about the stares of a couple of jackals?
Kaido replied flatly.
You've got a death wish.
Hidden snapped. He raised his massive three-bladed scythe and lunged straight at Kaido's face. The weapon sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, its deadly edge gleaming. Kakuzu stayed still, watching with mild interest. Kaido didn't flinch, his muscles tensed like steel. He extended two fingers and calmly clamped the tip of Hidden's scythe mid-swing. With a mocking grin, he said,
That's it. When did Akatsuki start accepting trash? You bastard!
Hidden growled and pulled hard, trying to yank his weapon free, but no matter how hard he tried, Kaido's fingers held it like a steel trap. His expression twisted in frustration and disbelief.
Need help?
Kaido smirked and let go. Because of the force he'd used, Hidden stumbled backward several steps, barely managing to stay upright.
You little.
Hidden's face turned red with fury. He gripped his scythe, ready to strike again, but Kaido vanished with a flicker. A calm voice echoed through the air. It's not convenient here. I'll wait for you in the forest ahead. Hidden and Kakuzu exchanged glances and darted toward the woods without hesitation. In the forest, high atop a tree branch, Kaido reviewed what he remembered about the so-called immortal duo from the original timeline. Hidden was easy. As long as you didn't let him draw blood for his ritual, he was basically useless. Thanks to his elemental affinity, Kaito had a natural advantage over Hidden. And now, with his current power level, defeating him would be no challenge at all. As for Kakuzu, other than his 5 hearts, he was manageable. This was going to be a one-sided fight. What truly puzzled Kaido was the bounty, who put 100 million ryo on his head. That kind of money narrowed it down. The smaller villages couldn't afford it. Among the 5 great nations, Sunagakure was unlikely, which left 3 possible suspects. While he was deep in thought, 2 figures entered his vision, Hidden and Kakuzu. Hidden raised his scythe and shouted,
Kakuzu, don't interfere. I'll handle this myself.
He charged at Kaido with confidence.
Idiot!
Chapter 122, 122 Chapter 122, 5 Hearts Immortal, 4 months ago. Chapter 122, 5 Hearts Immortal.
Cut me up all you want, I'm immortal.
Hidden cackled wildly midair. But the laughter barely lasted a moment. A crack suddenly appeared across his body, and then, like a broken dam, the damage poured out. Boom! Chunks of scorched flesh, muscle, and bone rained down, falling in pieces. The tendon-lined remains hit the ground like black hail. Bit by bit, Hidden's body shrank in size, dismembered in midair by Kaido's lightning-infused strikes. Kaido had no intention of severing Hidden's head like in the original timeline. He knew Hidden's secret. Watching the falling remains, Kaido sneered. The light of lightning flashed once more above his head as chakra flared. White arcs of electricity surged into the sky, converging into a radiant Doma thunder barrier. Crackle sizzle. The chunks of Hidden's body struck the barrier, burned instantly to ash and scattered into the breeze.
Let's see you come back from that.
Kaido muttered coldly. Hidden's soul might still linger, but with his body reduced to ash, there was nothing left to revive. Whoosh! Kakuzu, who had remained calm until now, finally moved. He appeared beneath the lightning dome in a blur, staring grimly at the black ash below. His expression twisted. Damn it, I turned away for 1 minute and the brat reduced him to nothing. I can't even stitch this one back together. His wariness toward Kaido instantly spiked. Though Hidden's immortality was real, his combat skills weren't anything special, but for Kaido to destroy him that fast, that meant trouble. As the saying goes, old age makes you cautious, and Kakuzu had lived long enough to fear death.
Your power is impressive,
Kakuzu said, stepping back.
Seeing your forehead protector reminds me of my first fight against Konoha the First Hokage, Senju Hashirama.
He dramatically cast aside his Akatsuki cloak, revealing a heavily stitched and reinforced body, clearly flaunting the grotesque results of his many surgeries. As he raised an arm and sewed up a cracked wrist, black tendrils burst from the gaps. They slithered into the air like serpents or oversized leeches, disgusting, alive, and twitching. Kaito narrowed his eyes. So this is Earth Grudge Fear.
What a fast body flicker technique, or is it teleportation?
Kakuzu gasped, but it was too late. A slash came from behind, severing him clean in two at the waist. Slash. Black threads erupted from the top half of Kakuzu's body, yanking the pieces back together as a dark energy enveloped the cut. Within a heartbeat, his body had reconnected and healed. It had all happened in a blink.
You little brat!
Kakuzu growled, his killing intent erupted like a pressure wave.
An honor!
Kaito replied coolly. From what he remembered, Kakuzu's Earth Grudge Fear allowed him to steal hearts and extend his life. Each heart represented a different elemental chakra nature. He still had 4 left, meaning 4 more lives. If Kaito could eliminate them one by one, this so-called immortal duo would be erased for good. It was just a shame the two hadn't yet killed a Suma in this timeline. Cracked. Kakuzu's hands weaved signs rapidly. Behind him, a sound like glass shattering echoed through the air. Black tendrils burst out from his back and surged upward, merging above his head. In seconds, a massive chrysalis-like shell formed. The shell broke open, revealing a grotesque white mask on its surface. The summoned creature dropped to the ground with a lifeless thud. Kaito's eyes narrowed. That's one of his stored hearts. More tendrils lashed out, and in the blink of an eye, 3 more masked creatures emerged, floating in the air around Kakuzu.
Boy, not many people have forced me to fight at full strength.
Kakuzu said with a sneer.
When you're dead, brag to the Shinigami that you were killed by Mikakuzu. You finish talking, then die.
Kaito vanished once again.
HMPH, you think I'll make the same mistake as Hidden?
Kakuzu clapped his hands together. Black threads spiraled outward from him like a cyclone, forming a defensive barrier around his body. He weaved more hand signs, so quickly that his movements blurred, and shouted.
Wind style pressure damage, fire style searing migraine.
One of the masked monsters above him opened its mouth and fired a dense ball of compressed air downward. Boom! As soon as it hit the ground, it exploded in a vortex of high-pressure wind. The wind expanded outward in violent spirals. Each gust was sharpened to the level of cutting blades. Trees in the path were instantly shredded, trunks severed cleanly in half. Crack snap. One after another, trees toppled cut as if by 1,000 swords. At the same time, another masked beast launched a small fireball. At first glance, it didn't look threatening. But the moment it hit the ground.
Let's see if you can survive that.
Chapter 123, Chapter 123, Reisen Shuriken, 4 months ago. Chapter 123, Reisen Shuriken. Hovering in midair, Kaito looked down at the raging inferno below and whispered.
It's over.
He raised his index finger. Chakra surged. Directly from his korand, a Reisen Shuriken materialized above his finger, glowing like an orb. He lowered his hand slightly. The Reisen Shuriken dropped, growing rapidly as it spun downward. What began as a compact sphere soon expanded into a massive disk of wind chakra, resembling a glowing full moon. The spiraling wind chakra rotated with terrifying intensity, its edge sharper than any weapon forged by man. This wasn't just a Reisen Shuriken anymore, it was a giant Reisen Shuriken, a devastating evolution of the original. Whoosh! As its size increased, so did its speed. It plummeted like a meteor, cutting through the air toward the battlefield. Kakuzu, still catching his breath and beginning to relax, suddenly felt his heart tighten.
What?
He muttered, alarm creeping into his voice.
This sense of dread.
His instincts honed through countless battles were screaming at him.
Forget this, I'm getting out of here.
He muttered, making a split-second decision. Whoosh whoosh. A high-pitched sound tore through the sky. Kakuzu's gaze snapped upward, and his eyes widened in disbelief. A colossal mass of chakra was hurtling toward him. The immense wind energy it radiated churned the air, each ripple sending a pulse of danger through his heart. Even from a distance, Kakuzu could feel it. This wasn't just ninjutsu, it was a natural disaster. That Raisen Shuriken wasn't just S-rank, it had surpassed that. By now, the spinning sphere of destruction was less than a meter away from one of his masked heart beasts. Kakuzu didn't hesitate. He yanked one of the hearts back into his body and formed hand seals at lightning speed.
Wind style, pressure damage. Fire style, searing migraine. Water style, water dragon bullet.
The three remaining masked entities unleashed massive elemental jutsu at once, aiming to intercept the falling Raisen Shuriken. The wind technique condensed into a razor-thin pressure beam, sharp enough to slice through steel. A wave of blazing fire erupted next, the heat so intense it warped the air around it. The final Jutsu-A massive water dragon roared upward, each scale formed from compressed, high-pressure torrents. All three attacks converged, twisting together midair, forming a combined triple-element blast that surged toward the incoming Raisen Shuriken. But Kakuzu didn't wait to see the result. He vanished in a flicker, using body flicker to escape with everything he had. He had no illusions, no matter how strong his ninjutsu, it wasn't going to stop that technique. He'd even abandoned the three masked hearts, all to buy himself a few seconds to run. Still, he wasn't worried about losing them. If he could survive, collecting new hearts from elite Jonins wouldn't be difficult. What enraged him most wasn't the loss, but the intel failure.
They said he was just cage level, with lightning style.
He clenched his fists in fury. If it were just him and Hidden, they should have won easily. But now, Hidden had been erased before even landing a proper attack, and Kakuzu had been forced to abandon 4 hearts just to escape.
Damn it!
He hissed.
When I get back, someone's going to pay for this faulty intel.
Boom! A deafening roar shook the forest. It was as if the full moon had slammed into the earth-blinding light exploded outward, engulfing the area. The combined elemental ninjutsu didn't stand a chance. They were swallowed instantly by the Raisen Shuriken's fury. Boom! The shockwave expanded in all directions. A dome of white light stretched across a kilometer, wind needles bursting outward within it like a storm of invisible blades. Everything caught in side trees, dirt, stone was lifted into the air, shredded to dust, and scattered to the wind. At the heart of the destruction, the light became so intense that nothing could be seen within it. Perched on a tree far in the distance, Kakuzu squinted and panted heavily. Using body flicker more than a dozen times in a row was annoyingly exhausting. He stared at the explosion, disbelief etched into his stitched face. That attack.
He's on a level that might even threaten the leader.
Kakuzu muttered to himself, eyes narrowing. After a brief rest, he began moving again faster, further. This wasn't a retreat anymore, this was an escape. This boy wasn't prey, he was a predator. Meanwhile, the glowing dome in the distance finally began to dim. The searing white light faded, revealing the aftermath. The land was unrecognizable. Everything within a kilometer radius had been obliterated. No trees, no grass, no sign of life. A massive crater, over 100 meters wide, had been gouged into the earth like someone had scooped it out with a giant spoon. And floating high above it, all spotless, emotionless, was Kaido. His expression didn't change. He extended his sensory field through electromagnetic pulses, scanning the area. Moments later, a faint smirk tugged at the corner of his lips.
Trying to run, are you?
He vanished. And deep in the woods, Kakuzu sprinted with all his strength. His figure flickered between the trees, moving as fast as a wild beast at full charge. Ever since witnessing the Raisen Shuriken's explosion, he hadn't dared stop. His instincts screamed that Kaido wasn't going to let him escape.
All I need to do is reach the town.
He saw the distant lights.
Come on!
Chapter 124, 124 Chapter 124, Dragoness Vein, 4 months ago. Chapter 124, Dragon's Vein. Just as Kakuzu was about to exit the forest, a figure appeared ahead, emerging from the fading white light. With a faint smirk, the figure spoke.
Kakuzu, you seem unusually cheerful. Did you throw a kunai at the first Hokage from 800 meters away when you were a kid? You!
Kakuzu's grin froze, his eyes widened in shock, and a cold sweat ran down his forehead.
How did you get here? And how do you know about my fight with the first Hawkage?
He was stunned, overwhelmed with questions.
Heh.
Kaido chuckled.
What, your intel unit never mentioned me? When it comes to speed excluding spacetime ninjutsu, I'd say I'm the fastest in the world. You're far too slow.
His words carried arrogance, but they were backed by truth. Ever since awakening a higher mastery over his lightning powers, his speed, especially when traveling in lightning form, had dramatically increased. At this rate, not even Namikaze Minato, the fourth Hawkage, might compare.
All right, enough talk. Time to send you off.
Lightning danced across Kaido's body, white arcs sparking in the air.
Lightning style, false darkness.
Reacting instantly, Kakuzu formed seals, and a sharp lightning spear surged from his mouth toward Kaido, crackling with vicious energy. Kaido grinned. He hadn't expected Kakuzu's final heart to be lightning-based, an interesting twist. Crackle. The massive lightning spear surged toward Kaido.
That's enough.
Kakuzu sneered, watching his attack fly. He knew how powerful that version of false darkness was. Though originally B rank, he had developed it to A rank strength through years of refinement. It could obliterate a Jonin in an instant. But his confidence shattered the moment he saw what came next. Kaido raised his hand and caught the spear. His palm absorbed the high-voltage lightning with no sign of injury. Then, with a small clench, he crushed it. The spear shattered like glass and vanished into sparks.
What? How? That was false darkness. It didn't even leave a scratch. The Shinobi world's bigger than you think, Kakuzu.
Kaido replied coldly. He vanished in a flash of light and reappeared right in front of Kakuzu. Lightning surged in his hand. With a single, precise thrust, it pierced Kakuzu's chest, the last of his hearts. Kakuzu's eyes widened in disbelief. He collapsed, dying with shock and unwillingness still etched on his face. As his lifeless body dropped, Kaido's hand crackled with renewed energy. He narrowed his eyes. Then he disappeared again, leaving only scorched ground behind. Moments later, a figure rose from beneath the earth like a blooming plant. It was White Zetsu alongside Black Zetsu, still hidden within him. White Zetsu, a product of Hashirama's cells and the Jido statue's chakra, originally born from humans trapped in infinite Tsukiyomi. Black Zetsu, in truth, was a will created by Otsutsuki Kaguya herself, pretending to be Madara's creation while secretly pulling the strings of history. Together, they formed one of the most elusive intelligence units in the Akatsuki.
Looks like Kakuzu and Hidden were both wiped out by Kaido.
White Zetsu muttered nervously.
So,
Black Zetsu replied, voice gravelly.
what else is there to do? Report to the leader. It's not like we can revive them. Let's take Kakuzu's body and return.
He added after a pause. White Zetsu nodded.
Right.
Whoosh! Just as the two emerged from the earth, Kaido's figure materialized directly in front of them. White arcs of lightning flashed as a blade of pure electricity formed in his hand. Without hesitation, he swung it horizontally. Slice! The blade cut cleanly through both Zetsu's upper bodies. The scorched wound sizzled, and a faint roasted scent lingered in the air. Black and White Zetsu collapsed to the ground, playing dead instantly. A flicker of surprise crossed Kaido's eyes. When he'd taken Kakuzu down, he'd sensed two strange chakra fields underground and had pretended to leave. Curious, he'd doubled back. He hadn't expected them. If he'd known it was Black Zetsu.
These two are weird.
Kaido muttered, his tone cold.
Killing them.
With one last glare at the twitching bodies, Kaido turned and disappeared into the night.
This is just bad luck.
He muttered. And 2 hours later, Kaido passed through the Land of Wind to resupply, then continued toward the ancient kingdom of Rorin. 10 minutes after that, map in hand, he paced through the desert, scanning the terrain with electromagnetic pulses. Half an hour passed. Suddenly he felt it, a vast, overwhelming chakra presence beneath the earth. Kaido's eyes lit up.
Finally found it.
He vanished. In the middle of a sun-scorched ravine, surrounded by sand and broken ruins, Kaido reappeared. Staring at the cracked walls and sensing the monstrous energy below, he smiled.
This is it.
He gazed across the ruined remnants of Roran. Even in its broken state, the place radiated grandeur. Its design likely rivaled, if not surpassed, that of modern Konoha.
To think.
Chapter 125, Where Am I? After a moment, Kaido discovered a pitch-black cave entrance nearby. He pulled out the torch he had prepared earlier and stepped inside. The dim flame flickered against the stone walls of the narrow, winding tunnel. As the shadows danced along the walls, Kaido pushed deeper into the rugged passage. The further he walked, the more he sensed how deep the tunnel went. The passage descended straight down into the earth, its depth seemingly endless. Kaido's eyes lit up with excitement. According to the original record, this path led directly to the Dragon Vein. He pressed on. At the end of the descent, he found a familiar sight, a ceiling formation engraved in the ground, with a unique, aged kunai stuck in the center. Kaido recognized it instantly. It was one of the flying thunder god kunai used by the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. From beneath the seal, Kaido could feel a massive surge of chakra radiating upward. He gripped the kunai, pulled it free, and swiftly formed hand seals. These seals were part of the unlocking method devised by Minato himself. For this moment, Kaido had done his homework thoroughly. He'd even visited the Nara clan's archives for insight into the seal's structure.
Release.
Kaido declared as he completed the final sign. A rush of white light erupted from below. Without hesitation, Kaido leapt down into the abyss. The next instant, it felt as though he'd arrived in a completely different space. A sea of purple chakra surrounded him, thick and turbulent like a living tide. The energy surged and crashed like waves, testing anything within. To any ordinary Jonin, it would have been fatal, but not to Kaido. His chakra and physique had long surpassed the super cage level. Combined with the enhancements he'd gained over time, even this pressure felt like nothing more than heavy wind. He stood firm, like an immovable boulder in the heart of a storm.
So this is the Dragon Vein.
Kaido whispered, his expression lit with awe. He could feel a chakra that was vast, rich, and immeasurably pure. The energy here was multiple times greater than even Shukaku's. If he had to compare, it would rival the chakra of 4 or 5 tails, perhaps even more. The only key difference was that the Dragon Vein lacked consciousness. It couldn't be wielded like a tailed beast, couldn't move, and couldn't be shaped into a weapon. Which was likely why none of the great villages bothered to claim it. Power without control was a liability. But Kaido wasn't here to use it like a tailed beast. He had come to absorb it. His body shifted slightly, moving deeper into the purple tide. The deeper he went, the denser and more pressurized the chakra became. After a while, he reached the core, the heart of the Dragon Vein. Here, time and space seemed warped. He could feel it pulling and twisting the fabric of the world around him. Thankfully, the Dragon Vein was dormant now. If it had been active, it could easily distort reality, just as it had in the past.
It's time to begin.
Kaido muttered, closing his eyes. A soft hum echoed. As soon as he did, the chakra around him surged as if seeking a vessel. It rushed toward him in waves. Kaido refined the energy as it entered, breaking it down and purifying it with his chakra control before letting it integrate with his core. His body absorbed it piece by piece. Boom! The Dragon Vein roared to life. The once stable energy now trembled with violence, reacting to his presence. Purple light flooded the space, becoming brighter and wilder. Energy burst forth like a volcanic eruption. Kaido's eyes snapped open, his face turned serious.
Seriously, it's already going berserk, just when I started.
He muttered bitterly. Crack cracked. Fissures appeared around him, echoing like shattering glass. The space began to fall apart, chunks collapsing like broken mirrors. All around him, the world turned blinding white. He had no choice, he closed his eyes and waited. And when the light faded, Kaido found himself lying on rocky terrain. He blinked and slowly rose to his feet.
Where am I?
He murmured.
Wasn't I just in Roran?
He spread out his electromagnetic field to scan his surroundings. 1 meter.
So many people.
He frowned and in a flash, vanished from where he stood. Even if it was a battlefield, Kaido felt no pressure. With his current power, even if he were thrown into the Warring States period, there wouldn't be many capable of challenging him. In a barren battlefield, a dark-skinned old man with wild white hair stood at the center, his body cloaked in lightning. Every step he took cracked the earth, and every movement sent tremors through the land. Fallen Iwagakure shinobi lay scattered at his feet, their blood soaking into the scorched ground. Facing him, a sea of Iwagakure ninja raised their kunai with trembling hands. Some looked terrified, others enraged. But all of them waited hoping that soon, the mighty third Raikage would collapse from exhaustion. Above them, the Tsuchikage himself, Anoki, hovered on a stone platform, his eyes cold and calculating.
It's been 3 days.
He muttered.
Let's see how much longer you can last, third Raikage.
To Anoki, this was simple math. Sacrifice enough soldiers and even a shadow-level powerhouse would fall. Boom! Another thunderous roar erupted. The third Raikage unleashed a furious punch, sending out a shockwave that plowed through the enemy ranks. The ground split in its wake. Bodies flew. The battlefield filled with the smell of burning and blood. Despite his exhaustion, the third Raikage's voice still boomed like thunder.
Anoki, you scheming coward. If you've got the guts, come down and fight me yourself.
Anoki's reply echoed calmly, amplified by chakra.
Take out my men first, Raikage Dono.
Chapter 126, 126 Chapter 126, Third Raikage, 4 months ago. Chapter 126, Third Raikage.
No use, then let my disciples take care of it.
Anoki sneered thoughtfully.
You 5, go and finish the third Raikage.
These were the talents Anoki had trained over the years. If all went as expected, the next Tsuchikage would likely be chosen from among them. He was deliberately letting them fight now, hoping they'd earn recognition among the Kumigakure forces, an early step toward succession.
Yes, Anoki-sama.
The 5 answered in unison. Just as they prepared to act, a sensory ninja suddenly raised his voice.
Anoki-sama, a figure is approaching quickly.
A figure, Anoki narrowed his eyes.
Is it some last-minute reinforcement from those cloud idiots?
He glanced downward at his disciples.
Wait a moment, let's see who dares to show up in a battlefield like this. Yes, Anoki-sama.
The 5 said with slight reluctance. They were young and overconfident, thinking the old Tsuchikage was overreacting. It was just one enemy. 5 of them couldn't handle one reinforcement. And crackle. Kaido's body surged forward in a flash of white lightning. As he neared the battlefield, the scent of blood hit him thick and suffocating. He frowned.
This smell.
Scanning the battlefield, he quickly noticed the Cloud Nin standing in the center of the chaos.
That's...
Kaido muttered. High above the battlefield, an old man floated in the air.
That must be Anoki.
Memories surfaced instantly. This was the third Great Ninja War. Kaido remembered how the third Raikage had faced 10,000 Iwagakure shinobi alone to cover his comrades' retreat. He'd been thrown back in time by the dragon vein.
Damn!
Kaido muttered.
I wasn't aiming for a historical battlefield.
His chakra flickered around him. A few Kumigakure shinobi spotted him and muttered among themselves.
Is that a Konoha ninja? He looks like a kid. What's Konoha doing here? Weren't they fighting Suna? Don't tell me they've allied with Kuma.
And Kaido didn't bother hiding his presence. The sudden appearance caused confusion among the Iwagakure ranks. Their coordination faltered, and even their ninjutsu execution began to slow.
Anoki-sama.
The sensory ninja called out again.
I only detect that one boy. No other chakra signatures from Konoha.
HMPH.
Anoki muttered, then, raising his voice, he barked.
Everyone calm down. Konoha hasn't allied with Kumo and they haven't sent support. That boy is alone, just a lost brat.
His voice, charged with chakra, echoed like thunder across the battlefield. The effect was immediate. His words stabilized the Iwa ranks like a steel anchor. The Iwagakure shinobi now looked at Kaido not with confusion, but with hostility. their eyes sharpened like blades. Whoosh! The third Raikage suddenly appeared next to Kaido in a blur of movement. He was breathing heavily, his chest heaving.
You've got guts, kid.
He said, coughing slightly.
Bringing food to that old fossil Anoki.
Kaido ignored the surrounding stares and spoke calmly.
Didn't expect the rock shinobi to be this shameless.
The Raikage grunted.
And you, standing calm like that in the middle of all this.
The Raikage added.
But now, we're both heading to the same place.
Kaido quietly analyzed him with electromagnetic sense. The Raikage's life force, his magnetic field, was weak, flickering like a dying flame. Even if the Iwagakure shinobi didn't strike, he wouldn't last much longer. They were already surrounded by Iwa troops, a dense sea of shinobi waiting for a signal. Anoki hovered overhead, sneering.
So this is how the great third Raikage dies.
He said. He'd completely dismissed Kaido as just a Konoha genin, not worth acknowledging. The Raikage gritted his teeth.
You snake!
In his prime, he would have launched himself into the sky with a punch aimed at Anoki's smug face. But now...
Shu, it's your turn, you five, take them down. Don't destroy the Raikage's body.
He ordered coldly.
We can trade it for resources later. As for the boy.
Chapter 127, 127 Chapter 127, Bonus, Obliterating 10,000 Ninjas, 4 months ago. Chapter 127, Bonus, Obliterating 10,000 Ninjas. Anoki glanced at the 5 elite shinobi he had raised and said nothing. This was their trial, a test of their mentality and growth. Whether they succeeded or not, the experience would refine them. Whoever emerged from this ordeal would not only gain strength, but also a hardened state of mind. Lifting his head, he shouted,
Kill that brat from Konoha. Take the Raikage's body, we move out after that.
Nearby, several Iwagakure shinobi who had been silently waiting made their move, lunging at Kaido with kunai drawn. Kaido frowned, rage already boiling in his chest. He understood well during the Third Great Ninja War, human life had no worth. If you weren't on the same side, there was only one rule. Kill. This was survival of the fittest in its purest form. That dismissive tone, the arrogance in their eyes, it infuriated him. Chakra exploded from his body. A violent aura surged outward, and the incoming Iwagakure shinobi were instantly blown back by the sheer pressure radiating from Kaido. A fierce wind howled through the battlefield, lifting dust and debris into the sky, darkening the sun. Standing amidst the chaos, Kaido looked like a divine force. His eyes glinted with power, scanning the battlefield from above. His voice, cold and cutting, rang through the noise.
I want to see you try, Anoki. Try and kill me.
Some Iwa shinobi hesitated, stepping back in fear. This.
Good.
His expression darkened.
Konoha truly never runs out of talent. First White Fang, then the legendary Sannin, and now Namikaze Minato.
He growled.
You should have stayed hidden. You could have escaped when I wasn't watching, but now.
A deadly glint shone in his eyes.
I won't let another cage-level genius rise in Konoha, not while I'm alive.
Suddenly, his voice boomed across the battlefield.
Everyone attack, kill him at all costs, whoever succeeds.
Anoki didn't care that the third Raikage had just fallen. The Raikage was old, nearing the end just like him. But Kaido was young. Given time, he could become something even greater than Senju Hashirama. That thought alone was enough to make Anoki's blood run cold. Another Hashirama or Madara couldn't be allowed to exist. Anoki was ready to lose his entire army if it meant killing Kaido. His words ignited the Iwagakure shinobi. The chance to become the Tsuchikige's final disciple was worth dying for. Even those who'd considered fleeing now screamed and charged like madmen. They didn't care if Kaido was stronger. They were swept up in the frenzy, chasing glory or delusion. Kaido looked at the wave of enemies approaching. His face remained expressionless, but a faint sneer curled his lips.
You used this method to kill the third Raikage, and now you want to use it on me.
He muttered.
Anoki!
Kunai rained from the sky like steel hail. Kaido raised his arms, his voice calm.
Awaken!
A strange pulse radiated from his body, instantly enveloping the battlefield in a 100-mile radius. The chakra in the air twisted and surged. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The earth cracked. Stone, dirt, and gullies all morphed into radiant white lightning. The entire battlefield was consumed by a roaring thunder domain. Those unfortunate enough to be within range were vaporized in an instant, reduced to ash without even a scream. Elite Jonin and Earth release specialists tried to defend themselves, launching barriers and fortified walls of stone. But it was useless. The white lightning broke through everything. In mere moments, the 10,000-strong Iwagakure army was gone. All that remained was Anoki, who had managed to rise into the sky before the domain fully activated. His expression was blank with shock. Even the 5 prodigies, his most promising future Tsuchikage candidates, were gone, vaporized. Kaito walked through the thunder field like a god, untouched by the lightning. The arcs of energy parted for him as though obeying their master. He raised a single hand, summoning a colossal thunder dragon glowing white-hot with raw power. It coiled upward with a snarl, crackling with violent chakra. Kaito stood atop the dragon's head, gazing calmly at Anoki. Anoki hovered in the air, his face pale. He hadn't expected this. His elite army, his strongest force gone. His expression twisted with grief, rage, and disbelief.
You monster, you killed them all.
His scream tore through the sky, his chakra flaring wildly.
You'll die for this, I'll kill you myself.
Kaito's voice was steady.
If you can.
Anoki roared and clapped his hands together. A translucent cube formed between his palms, humming with devastating power.
Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique.
Chapter 128, 128 Chapter 128, Avoiding the Disruption of the Timeline, 4 months ago. Chapter 128, Avoiding the Disruption of the Timeline. The thunder dragon's jaw opened wide, as if it could swallow the sky itself, and it devoured the incoming white cube in a single gulp. Boom! The moment the cube entered its body, it detonated with terrifying force. The massive beast of lightning was instantly torn apart by the explosion. Its center disintegrated into raw thunder particles, leaving only the head and tail intact before fading into the air. Kaito narrowed his eyes.
So this is Anoki's dust release.
Anoki's bloodshot eyes gleamed with fury, his expression twisted with madness. Once again, the translucent cubes reformed between his palms. He launched them upward without hesitation. Kaito moved, ripples spread through the air beneath his feet as he disappeared with a flicker. Boom! The dust release missed its target, exploding in the distance with a blinding flash and deafening shockwave. Chirp! The sound of birds filled the air as Kaito reappeared beside Anoki in an instant. Lightning surged through his left hand, roaring as he thrust it directly toward the Tsuchikage's chest. His hand pierced through the figure only for it to crumble into a pile of stone.
Earth release, super weighted boulder jutsu.
Came a strained voice from behind. Kaito turned sharply. Anoki had wrapped his arm in a massive slab of stone, the force behind it shrieking through the air as it struck down like a falling meteor. The super weighted boulder jutsu, an advanced form of the weighted boulder technique, was known for increasing weight and force to an extreme. It came at great cost to Anoki's aging body. Kaito recognized the technique immediately.
That old man really is insane.
He thought.
Even his back problems won't stop him from risking everything.
An elite Jonin wouldn't dare take that hit head-on. Unfortunately for Anoki, Kaito wasn't just any shinobi. He pivoted sharply, chakra surged into his fist, condensing with immense density. It was a variation of Tsunade's legendary super strength, technique amplified far beyond its original form. Thanks to his unique chakra control and sheer raw power, Kaito's strike carried at least 5 times the force of Tsunade's.
Arrogant fool!
Anoki snarled, his face twisted in fury. He had shattered mountains with this very technique. No one had dared counter it directly before. Kaito, however, didn't flinch. Boom! Their fists collided with the sound of 2 worlds colliding. The resulting shockwave cracked the sky, sending a deafening blast across the battlefield. The force of Kaido's punch exploded outward in every direction. Anoki's giant rock arm shattered on contact, reduced to fragments by the sheer impact. The aftershock didn't stop there. It slammed into the Tsuchikage, engulfing him completely. Whoosh! Anoki was launched into the sky like a shooting star, vanishing into the horizon. Boom! He crashed into the barren terrain far in the distance, trailing light and smoke behind him. The ground split open from the impact. Rocks floated upward from the shockwave. Deep cracks spread like spiderwebs across the landscape, and a thunderous rumble echoed across the field. Dust and debris clouded the air. It was like the world itself was breaking apart. Teb,
Super strength.
Anoki rasped.
Are you?
Kaito didn't answer. He pulled an animal pattern mask from his cloak and fitted it over his face. It had been a last-minute preparation. He hadn't expected to need it, but it was useful now.
You talk too much. Got any last words?
He said coldly, raising a single finger. A massive Rasengan formed in the sky above, spinning with blinding intensity. Anoki stared up with disbelief.
Who are you?
Kaido's voice was flat.
Just an ordinary shinobi.
He raised his hand to strike. But then he paused, frowning. From the horizon, a group of figures was approaching rapidly. Kaito lowered his arm and dismissed the Rasengan. He pulled his Konoha forehead protector from his belt and tucked it away. He couldn't act rashly. He had come here through the dragon veins' time-space energy. He didn't belong to this era. Killing Anoki now might drastically alter the timeline. If another Tsuchikage was appointed ahead of schedule, the resulting butterfly effect could ruin the world as he knew it. He muttered,
I'll let you live.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Multiple figures suddenly landed nearby, surrounding him. They all wore Iwagakure forehead protectors and animal masks, the Iwa ANBU.
That's ANBU gear.
Kaito murmured.
You there identify yourself. What are you doing at Iwagakure's border?
One of the masked shinobi demanded.
Quiet, you're no match for him. Go get Lord Roshi immediately.
Came a weak but recognizable voice.
Why you're...
Chapter 129, 129 Chapter 129, Reinforcements, 4 months ago. Chapter 129, Reinforcements. When Anoki saw what his Anbu were doing, his fury only deepened. He shouted with all the strength he had left.
Go get Roshi, that boy wiped out tens of thousands of our rock ninjas. You're no match for him.
The surrounding Anbu froze in shock, their heartbeats quickened, expressions twisting in disbelief. They had believed the third Raikage had fallen due to exhaustion, based on the reports from the front lines earlier that morning. The narrative was clear, the Tsuchikage had emerged victorious. But now, Anoki had just admitted that this lone, masked individual had annihilated an entire Iwa force tens of thousands strong. Even the most ruthless slaughter couldn't make 10,000 elite shinobi vanish in a single day. What was he, some kind of butcher? They wanted to dismiss Anoki's claim as delusion, but one look at the state of his battered body reminded them just how serious this was. The Tsuchikage's decades of reputation didn't allow for lies. Whoosh! One of the Anbu snapped out of it and vanished in a blur, dashing off to summon backup. He knew better than to question orders at a time like this. Whether the story was real or not, anyone capable of bringing Anoki to his knees wasn't someone Anbu should face alone. The remaining operatives turned their eyes back to Kaito. Their grip on their weapons remained tight, but sweat now ran down their palms. Kaito gave a half-smile.
So that's why I haven't seen your Jinchuriki yet, Anoki. Guess he was waiting for his cue.
His tone was light, mocking, completely unfazed by the possibility of reinforcements.
By the way, what part of the land of Earth is this again?
He asked, pointing toward one of the masked Anbu.
This.
One Anbu answered, trying to sound confident.
If you don't leave now, our full forces will arrive, and you won't escape alive.
The tremble in his voice betrayed the threat. This was the man who had reportedly destroyed tens of thousands of shinobi. Speaking up at all took courage most wouldn't have had. Kaito grinned.
Right, so he was stationed here after all.
The threat didn't faze him. If the so-called human wave tactic actually worked on him, then he wouldn't have wiped out Iwa's main force earlier. He became pensive for a moment. The Kanabi Bridge incident should be coming up soon. Will Obito give his Sharingan to Kakashi? Will Rin's death still drive him over the edge?
HMPH, I've never seen you in such a sorry state, Anoki.
The surrounding Anbu turned away, pretending not to hear. The political tension between Roshi and the Tsuchikage was no secret in Iwagakure. Their friction had existed for years.
Cut the chatter.
Anoki barked.
I'll support you take the lead. We must take that kid down today. This brat didn't just kill our men, he's just a teen but his power.
Roshi frowned but didn't argue. He quickly pieced together what had happened. This masked boy was from Konoha and had decimated Iwa's front lines single-handedly. If they let him go, the future would be shaped by his power.
So Konoha's blessed with yet another genius, huh?
Roshi muttered, stepping forward.
The world always seems to favor that village.
He narrowed his eyes.
Too bad for you, I won't let you leave. And Anoki, you can forget supporting me. Stay back and try not to die. I'll handle him myself.
With that, Roshi leapt into the air, weaving hand seals with practiced speed.
Lava style, scorching river rock.
Molten magma erupted from his mouth, glowing spheres of lava launching through the air toward Kaido. The temperature in the area rose instantly. The sheer heat warped the air, shimmering with visible distortion. Kaido's gaze remained steady. His hand glowed with a cold white light as he calmly raised it. Just as he moved to respond,
Earth release, core rock disruption.
Anoki called out from the side, panting heavily. The ground beneath Kaido suddenly split apart, collapsing into a massive pit beneath him. At the same time, Roshi's lava orbs descended, crashing directly into the pit.
Did
One Anbu whispered. Crack zap. Suddenly, streaks of white lightning burst upward from the pit, racing toward the lava balls like guided missiles. Boom, boom, boom. Each arrow of lightning struck its target midair, piercing the molten orbs and causing them to detonate prematurely. Screeching roars echoed across the battlefield, and a thick smell of sulfur filled the air. Step, step, step. Footsteps echoed from within the pit. Kaido stepped out slowly, floating upward with his feet inches off the ground, suspended in midair. His eyes locked onto Roshi with quiet confidence.
So,
His tone was cold.
you alone, not enough. He's not alone.
Anoki growled, stepping forward to stand beside Roshi, his face pale but resolute. Kaido smirked.
You're half dead. What kind of strength do you have left to show me?
He lifted his gaze.
Still, it might be fun.
Then his expression shifted slightly. He tilted his head and smiled faintly.
Looks like more friends are joining.
Chapter 130, 130 Chapter 130, 2 Jinchuriki plus an old man, 4 months ago. Chapter 130, 2 Jinchuriki plus an old man. Kaido recognized the new arrival instantly. It was Han, the steam ninja and Jinchuriki of the Five Tails. He chuckled inwardly. There weren't many of them, but the chakra radiating from their bodies was unmistakably powerful. Every single one was Jonin level or higher. 30 to 40 elite Shinobi, undoubtedly, the core military strength of Iwagakure. Each of them stood silently, their gazes fixed on Kaido with a mix of caution and awe. Kaido narrowed his eyes.
So this is the best Iwagakure has to offer. Even if you throw everything at me, do you really think you can keep me here? Arrogant brat.
Anoki growled, his voice sharp and unwavering.
I told you're not leaving today.
He had already recovered from his wounds thanks to the nearby medical nin. Despite his age, he floated steadily in the air, fully prepared for another round. Kaido let out a quiet sigh.
All I wanted was to ask for directions.
Then his tone hardened.
Fine, if it's a fight you want, let's see if Iwagakure can actually stop me.
Anoki turned to the elite force behind him.
Withdraw, all of you, same for the forces stationed nearby. Leave this to us. This battle is beyond your level.
He floated a bit higher, his voice composed but commanding. Iwagakure had already lost tens of thousands of shinobi. The few elites and the garrison nearby, they were all the village had left. He couldn't afford to lose them too.
Yes, Tsuchikage-sama.
The shinobi shouted in unison. After a few quick leaps, they vanished into the distance, leaving only Kaido, Anoki, Han, and Roshi.
Why didn't you strike earlier?
Roshi asked sharply once they were gone.
I've killed enough ants.
Kaido replied coldly.
They're not worth my attention anymore. You three are those slightly bigger ants.
Han stepped forward, his tone grim.
Then let's see if your arrogance matches your strength.
As soon as he finished speaking, Han charged forward. Steam rose from his red armor, hissing into the air. The pressure around him intensified. His speed doubled in an instant, turning him into a red blur that shot straight at Kaido. His black fist, infused with blistering heat, hurtled toward Kaido's chest with terrifying momentum. Kaido didn't flinch. He calmly raised a hand and caught the punch mid-strike, his grip tightening around Han's fist. Bang! A deep, resonant thud echoed through the air. Kaido showed no reaction to the extreme heat from Han's armor. Instead, his fingers clenched slightly. Han scowled. Steam surged from his body and condensed into a massive white tail behind him, lashing toward Kaido's head with immense force and searing heat. Kaido glanced upward, then clenched his other fist and swung upward in one fluid motion. A tremendous burst of energy exploded from the impact. Boom! The shockwave struck Han's steam tail dead-on, shattering it midair with brutal force. Han's eyes widened in disbelief. What? That was pure Taijutsu no elemental chakra added, yet it obliterated his steam tail like it was nothing.
GRRNGH.
Han gritted his teeth as pain suddenly shot through his hand. Kaido was squeezing harder, bone threatening to snap.
Earth-style rock arm.
Anoki intervened at that moment. The ground rumbled as a massive stone arm erupted from the earth, looming over Kaido and slamming down toward him. Kaido's brows furrowed. He released Han's fist and instantly punched Han in the gut with his free hand. Han gasped as the air was knocked out of him. A crushing force tore through his core and launched him backward like a ragdoll. Dirt and rock flew up in his wake as he carved a deep trench across the battlefield. Without wasting a second, Kaido spun around. White lightning surged across his body, and in an instant, a massive sword of pure lightning crackled into existence in his hand. He swung upward at the giant stone arm descending from above. Flash! A blinding arc of light split the sky. The massive rock arm was cleaved cleanly in two, crashing to the ground in pieces. Kaido blurred out of the strike zone just as the debris began to fall, landing safely a short distance away. From the outside, everything had happened in a blink, but each move was sharp, calculated, and devastating. In a blink of an eye, another figure appeared in front of him, radiating intense heat. Flames and molten chakra surged around him like a living inferno. Roshi! He charged forward, transformed into a walking magma titan, and hurled a molten punch at Kaido. Crackle! White lightning flared from Kaido's body as he activated lightning chakra mode. Sparks danced across his skin as he met Roshi's blow head-on. Their fists collided. Boom! A thunderous explosion rocked the earth. Cracks spidered outward from the impact zone, and a hurricane-like shockwave erupted in all directions. Roshi reeled in surprise. He blocked it.
What?
Roshi shouted in disbelief as his body was blasted backward in a stream of fire, following the same fate as Han.
Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique.
Chapter 131, 131 Chapter 131, The Might of Ayanami Kaido, 4 months ago. Chapter 131, The Might of Ayanami Kaido. A sphere of blue chakra suddenly condensed midair. Swipe. The thumb-sized chakra sphere expanded rapidly, transforming into a blazing sun in an instant, its intense glow reflecting off the Earth's surface. Super Big Ball Rasengan. Boom! The Super Big Ball Rasengan clashed violently with the particle-style technique, detonating like a planet colliding with another. The sky erupted in chaos, bathed in blinding hues of blue and white as the explosive shockwaves tore through the atmosphere, scattering clouds like feathers in a storm. At the epicenter, arcs of purple-black lightning sparked, surging wildly through the space between the technique space itself trembling, warping under the strain of their collision. For a long moment, the world stood still. Then, gradually, the brilliance faded. The sky returned to its natural shade, though the tension lingered like a bruise. Far away on a rocky slope, the surviving troops of the hidden stone village watched with eyes wide in disbelief. Their bodies trembled as the truth set in. Now they finally understood Tsuchikage-sama's muttered regret. This wasn't just a battle. Even the aftermath could vaporize a chunin in seconds. But what frightened them more was the calm, composed figure in a mask Kayanami Kaido, who seemed utterly unfazed, even dominant. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard.
He's too strong.
Lord Tsuchikage, we're no match for them. Then who is that man?
Voices rose with confusion and dread, only to be swallowed by an eerie silence. On the battlefield, Kaido stood unmoved. After effortlessly countering Anoki's particle style, the old Tsuchikage had regrouped with Roshi and Han. But now, something was different. Both Roshi and Han had tails flicking behind them. Tailed beast chakra swirled ominously around them, thick and malevolent.
They've tapped into their tailed beasts.
Kaido muttered. He didn't seem concerned. The earlier clash had given him all the data he needed. Anoki was operating at peak cage level. Roshi was also cage level in base form, fully transformed, unknown. Han, on the other hand, was elite Jonin at best normally, but became cage level when fully utilizing his tailed beast. Even together, they couldn't match Kaido. His strength was on another level, one step above even the strongest cage, a super cage.
You seriously think this is enough to keep me here?
Kaido asked coldly.
Boy!
Anoki barked.
I told you, I will capture you today, for the 10,000 shinobi who fell in our village.
He turned to his comrades.
You two press the attack. I'll provide support.
The two nodded grimly. Whoosh! They shot forward. Roshi's body radiated molten heat like a living volcano. Han surged forward like a steaming juggernaut. Two streaks, one crimson, one silver-white, charged straight at Kaido. From a distance, Anoki formed a hand seal. Earth chakra surged beneath him. Earth-style Ganjiki-style technique. The ground trembled violently. Rocks and soil converged behind Kaido, forming an enormous golem with arms raised high. With a roar, it hurled a punch the size of a house straight at Kaido's back. At the same time, Roshi and Han closed in. Steam exploded from Han's body, amplifying his power. Roshi's lava flames intensified, heating the air to a blistering boil. Three-pronged attack from both flanks and above. Kaido scowled.
Wasting my time.
He muttered. Lightning flickered across his right hand, condensing into a blade of pure thunder. With a casual backhand slash, he cleaved upward without looking. His palms thrust forward. Chakra surged at his fingertips. 10 mini Raisengans emerged and launched instantly. Each one expanded midair, transforming into big ball Raisengans. Lava and steam stopped mid-charge. The sight of 10 enormous Raisengans filled them with dread. They'd seen one of these cancel Anoki's particle style earlier. Now there were 10. Roshi and Han immediately dodged, but they knew the margin for error was razor-thin. As they evaded, Kaido weaved hand seals. Shadow clone technique. A clone burst into existence. Both Kaido and his clone blitzed the two retreating enemies. Boom! Twin fists collided with Han and Roshi's defenses, sending both flying, blood sprayed midair. At the same time, the giant rock golem above Kaido collapsed in half from his earlier slash, crumbling into rubble. Anoki's eyes widened, blood leaked from the corner of his mouth.
No!
His heart clenched. He couldn't fail, not today. He grit his teeth, slamming his palms together again.
Get up for this old man.
The crushed golem resurrected, rocks reforming midair behind Kaido once more.
Boy, I won't let you escape. I carry the dignity of the third Tsuchikage and the will of the 10,000 fallen shinobi.
Anoki shouted with all his might, his body lifting into the air as he commanded the golem forward again.
Die!
The massive rock fist descended with explosive force. Kaido didn't even flinch.
No matter how many times you come.
Chapter 132, 132 Chapter 132, Clash of the Tailed Beasts, 4 months ago. Chapter 132, Clash of the Tailed Beasts. They were wrapped in rich, dark red chakra cloaks, their figures completely hidden from view. Behind them, one had 4 tails, the other 5 each tail formed from densely concentrated dark red chakra. The two let out a sharp cry, exchanged glances, and then launched toward Kaido at breakneck speed. Their movements blurred into afterimages, and the air cracked behind them with thunderous force, like twin crimson streaks tearing through the battlefield. These two were none other than the half-tailed beast forms of Roshi and Han. Up in the air, Onoki's fighting spirit reignited at the sight. He pressed his hands together, and a translucent cube began to form between his palms. He didn't attack immediately, he was biding his time. Whoosh! In an instant, Roshi and Han appeared before Kaido. Their massive chakra-enhanced fists crashed toward him.
Lava style, seabed needle. Boil release, unrivaled strength.
2 jutsus erupted simultaneously. Roshi's lava-infused arm, radiating searing heat, surged forward with overwhelming force. Han's dark red chakra fist punched forward, distorting the air around it with brute strength. Kaido's body shimmered with crackling white lightning. His expression calm, he stepped forward, fists glowing with chakra, and met their assault head-on. Boom! At the epicenter of their clash, the ground cracked violently, shockwaves expanding outward in every direction. The sheer impact kicked up fierce winds, tearing through everything in their path. Roshi's lava punch exploded like a volcano, trying to engulf Kaido. But the lightning armor surrounding Kaido blocked the molten chakra from even touching his skin. Han's raw strength was immense, but it paled in comparison to Kaido's punch. The two were sent flying without resistance. However, in their half-tailed beast states, their recovery, strength, and durability had all been drastically enhanced. Before they could be knocked too far away, they braced their bodies midair, landed roughly, and slid backwards across the ground, skidding to a stop as they dispersed the force of Kaido's counterattack. They wasted no time. Both opened their blood-red mouths wide. Yin and Yang chakra fused inside them in an 8-to-2 ratio, tightly compressed. In a flash, pitch-black spheres materialized within their jaws-tailed beast bombs. Boom! Their mouths lit up like cannons, launching the twin bombs straight at Kaido at terrifying speed. Kaido spun 2 full moon-sized Rasengan, infused with wind and lightning chakra, massive Rasengan, and hurled them toward the oncoming tailed beast bombs. Boom! It was like the end of the world. The explosion rocked a 10-mile radius. The earth convulsed as though a dragon writhed beneath the surface. At the core, searing white light consumed everything, leaving behind only scorched emptiness. Chunks of land shot into the sky, the ground split apart like broken glass. The energy backlash turned into slicing hurricanes that ripped through everything in their path. It was a calamity. Floating high in the air, Kaito remained surrounded by chakra, his clothes flapping wildly, standing on air using moonwalk. Just then, a sound sliced through the wind. Kaito turned and saw a crystalline cube hurtling toward him like a bullet. Onoki had chosen his moment.
You're really persistent, Onoki.
Kaito muttered. He raised a finger, summoning a spiraling shuriken in an instant. With a flick, he hurled the Rasen shuriken at the cube. Then, without sparing another glance at Onoki, he looked downward. The brilliant white light below had finally faded, revealing the devastation left behind. At the heart of it was a bottomless crater stretching a kilometer wide. The surrounding landscape was scorched crimson, with faint white lightning crackling through the charred terrain. The destruction spanned nearly 10 miles in all directions.
You should just unleash your full-tailed forms already.
Kaido said coolly, his voice echoed clearly, laced with chakra.
You half-transformed beasts aren't even close to being my match.
Not far away, Roshi and Han heard him clearly. Kaido's words carried weight and truth. At that moment, several miles away, a young man hidden on a plain withdrew his gaze, sweat pouring down his face. Clutching his chest, he muttered nervously.
So terrifying.
A chubby youth asked.
Over there.
Hyuga Hisashi said, trembling slightly.
There's a battle going on tailed beast level. Tailed beast battle? The third Raikage is still fighting after 3 days and nights. Didn't Intel say he was on his deathbed? Wasn't Onoki supposed to send out Jinchuriki to fight?
Akimichi Choza frowned. Cloud had already withdrawn from the sand battlefield. Konoha and Suna were still engaged in heavy fighting, but Iwagakure seemed ready to strike next. Hiruzen Sarutobi had dispatched Jirya for border defense. Jirya had brought a team, Akimichi Choza, Hyuga Hisashi, and Aburame Shiki. Today, they felt the intense chakra pulses from the land of Earth. Confirming that there were no nearby Iwagakure outposts, they crept closer. Hisashi had used his Byakugan to scout and was so shaken he couldn't stop sweating.
There's definitely a tailed beast battle up ahead.
Aburame Shiki said calmly.
Even my insects are too scared to leave my body. It's not the Raikage.
Hisashi added after regaining composure.
It's a masked man. He's fighting the third Tsuchikage, the 4 tails Jinchuriki, and the 5 tails Jinchuriki by himself.
Chapter 133, 133 Chapter 133, The Tailed Beasts Unleashed, 4 months ago. Chapter 133, The Tailed Beasts Unleashed.
One man is fighting the third Tsuchikage and 2 Jinchuriki without being defeated. I'm afraid even the combined might of the current Sannin wouldn't be enough. Could he be another demigod?
Akimichi Choza said gravely.
If that's the case, we must report this to Jirya-sama at once.
Aburame Shiki replied calmly.
Let's move, hurry, he only glanced at me through my Byakugan and already noticed us. He's still fighting the third Tsuchikage, we can't waste time.
Hisashi was drenched in cold sweat, his heart pounding.
Agreed, we're leaving now.
Choza declared. This was the height of the Third Great Ninja War, an unstable and dangerous time. The appearance of such a powerful figure was no small matter. They needed to inform Jirya-sama immediately. Roar, roar. On the desolate battlefield, 2 earth-shaking roars exploded across the land. As the echoes faded, Roshi and Han stood cloaked in thick, burning chakra. Their chakra cloaks deepened in intensity, thickening into visible form, and their bodies began to grow rapidly, towering to nearly 30 meters in height. Crag, crag. The sound of shattering echoed like breaking eggshells. Before them appeared 2 titanic beasts, a 4-tailed ape-like figure and a snow-white, long-headed creature with 2 horns and 5 swaying tails. Onoki narrowed his eyes, rising once more into the air. Seeing the monstrous forms, Kaido murmured.
So they've fully transformed, letting the tailed beasts fight directly. It's been too long since I've come out like this, Roshi. You better let me finish things.
4-tails Sengoku boomed loudly.
I never expected we'd fight side by side one day.
5-tails Kokuo said in a cold tone.
HMPH, these 2 Jinchuriki are pathetic, just like that useless old man Onoki. Useless. In the end, we're the ones who have to clean up.
Son Goku snorted. He held no affection for Onoki. If not for the ninja villages, he wouldn't have ended up like this.
Enough talk, let's deal with the enemy. I don't like this place.
Kokuo said. With that, the 5-tailed beast charged forward at blistering speed, as if propelled by chakra engines. Its entire body became a streak of white light. In the blink of an eye, it appeared before Kaido, lowering its head to strike with its razor-sharp horns. Those horns could easily pulverize a mountain. In the original timeline, Kokuo had once used them to knock back the 8 tails. But Kaido's expression didn't change. He extended his palm, lightning crackling across his body as a massive, radiant hand of thunder formed in front of him. Kokuo didn't hesitate. Though mild-mannered compared to most tailed beasts, it found Kaido's power irritatingly arrogant. Its speed doubled as it moved again, the scenery blurring in its vision. Boom! The impact echoed across the battlefield. Kokuo felt its skull tremble and a numbing sting across its body. It was like ramming into a mountain of solid steel. It couldn't even budge Kaido. As it shook its head in confusion, the massive thunder hand closed around it, trapping it in place. Blinding voltage surged through its body, searing it from the inside. Though made of chakra and technically immortal, Kokuo writhed in agony. If it didn't retreat into its Jinchuriki's body, it knew Roshi wouldn't survive the next second. Still in pain, Kokuo opened its massive jaws and began condensing a tailed beast bomb. Boom! Lava-fueled fists smashed into Kaido's thunder hand from above. Lava spewed like a tsunami as four tails, Son Goku charged in. His blow shattered the lightning hand in a molten explosion, and the residual force crashed to the ground with terrifying intensity. The entire landscape turned red as scorching heat radiated across the battlefield. Boom! Like a volcanic eruption, the ground beneath turned into a sea of lava that shot upward toward Kaido. But Kaito remained calm. He stomped downward, wrapping himself in layers of lightning chakra, forming a protective barrier. He stepped into the sky moonwalk, allowing him to stay airborne. Without Kaido's support, the thunder hand holding Kokuo began to fade. Kokuo slowly rose, the pain rapidly receding. In seconds, it was back to normal.
That human is dangerous.
It growled.
Especially that lightning technique.
Son Goku said grimly.
And he can fly.
Son Goku charged another tailed beast bomb in his mouth and fired it upward toward Kaido. Kaido twisted midair, his body flowing like water. He dodged the attack cleanly and vanished into the sky. Boom! A massive explosion rocked the clouds in the distance.
He's fast and agile.
Kokuo muttered.
What the hell was that old man Anoki thinking, provoking someone like this?
Son Goku grumbled.
If he wants to leave, we won't be able to stop him.
Truth be told, if not for their decent bond with their Jinchuriki, both tailed beasts might have launched a tailed beast bomb at Anoki instead. Their conversation sounded casual, but Anoki didn't miss the pointed tone. He knew they were mocking him. His already darkened face grew even gloomier. Kaido looked down at the third Tsuchikage with a mocking smile, then shifted his gaze to the two beasts below. His voice rang out coldly.
Is that all you've got? You're too weak.
Chapter 134, Chapter 134, Raijin Descends, 4 months ago. Chapter 134, Raijin Descends. As soon as Kaido finished speaking, both Son Goku and Kokuo bristled with fury. Even the usually composed Kokuo grew visibly agitated. The tailed beasts didn't waste time exchanging words. They opened their mouths wide. Twin orbs of pitch-black chakra formed instantly, humming with destructive energy. Boom! The tailed beast bombs tore through the air like cannon fire, surging toward Kaido with terrifying speed. But he was faster. Kaido twisted midair, narrowly slipping between the twin blasts as they exploded behind him. Seeing him dodge so cleanly only enraged the tailed beasts further. Boom! The sky rumbled in the distance from the impact, but Kaido remained calm. With a sharp motion, he extended both hands downward. White lightning surged through his body and exploded from his palms. A heartbeat later, a giant figure of crackling lightning began to take shape on the battlefield. Towering over 10 meters tall, the lightning construct wore a suit of jagged thunderchain armor, a long cape of lightning trailing behind it. A glowing sword hung at its side, while a gleaming spear sparked in its right hand. Its face was defined with radiant detail eyes, mouth, nose looking as if molded from pure electricity. Kaito dropped from above, landing between the massive brows of the giant, as though opening a third eye. The sheer pressure from the construct's presence sent tremors across the battlefield. Son Goku and Kokuo paused, instinctively cautious, as if a god of thunder had descended upon them. This was Kaito's personal creation, modeled after an ancient general from his memories of Earth's warring eras.
1 billion volts.
Kaido said coldly, standing tall atop the giant's head. With that single thought, the thunder giant moved. Twin beams of lightning burst from its eyes like searing spotlights, illuminating the battlefield. It stomped forward, the very earth quaking beneath each step as it crossed dozens of meters in seconds. Seeing the threat approach, the two-tailed beasts didn't hesitate. Tailed beasts were the pride of chakra lifeforms. There was no way they'd retreat from a challenge. Son Goku's arms transformed into molten fists as he charged in. Beside him, Kokuo's horns glowed with intense steam, the pressure around them on the verge of liquefaction. The thunder giant met them head-on. It raised its spear and crossed it over its chest to block their charge. Lightning danced violently along the weapon. Black sparks dense with destructive energy flickered along the edges, resembling a black flame coating the white-hot spear. Boom! The impact was deafening. Lava exploded from Son Goku's fists, bathing the area in a sea of fire. Steam erupted from Kokuo's horns like high-pressure cannons, rapidly wrapping around the lightning giant, trying to melt it down. But Kaido saw through their plan. Without hesitation, he commanded. The thunder giant spun its spear, generating a cyclone of lightning that tore away the steam. Standing amidst the molten landscape, the giant raised its weapon and brought it crashing down on Son Goku like a divine hammer. Clang! Son Goku crossed his arms to block, magma surging up his limbs as he was driven back, sliding through the sea of fire. Boom, boom, boom. The battle escalated into a full-scale cataclysm. Kaido's lightning avatar traded blows with both tailed beasts as they clashed, shook the land, and changed the terrain. Steam hissed, lava surged, lightning crackled. Within seconds, the three titans vanished from the sight of Anoki and the other Iwanin, leaving behind only devastation. Anoki quickly flew after them, his small frame rocketing across the sky. 5 minutes later.
Jiraiya-sama, something's wrong. The 4 tails and 5 tails are locked in battle with a giant made of lightning, and they're heading straight for us. What? Wasn't the fight happening in Iwagakure's territory? How did it reach here?
Jiraiya stood up with a frown, bolting out of the tent. The rest of the Konoha team exchanged nervous glances and followed. The moment they stepped outside, they froze. In the distance stood a massive figure wrapped in brilliant white lightning, spear raised high. Beneath it, molten lava roared and thick steam blanketed the terrain. The giant was clashing with the 4-tailed and 5-tailed beasts. Every movement caused the earth to shatter, the mountains to tremble. The tailed beasts were being pushed back, unable to retaliate. Overhead, Anoki zipped across the sky, occasionally launching dust release attacks to aid the tailed beasts. The sight stunned not just Jiraiya, but every Konoha shinobi present. Some rubbed their eyes, others pinched their arms. Was this real? Was the third Tsuchikage?
Jiraiya-sama,
A high-ranking ninja said, swallowing hard.
the battlefield's almost reached our territory. Should we intervene?
Jiraiya groaned and shook his head.
Hell no. Order a full retreat, get everyone as far from this battlefield as possible.
He glared toward the clash in the distance.
One person is keeping both tailed beasts and Anoki in check. What do you think we're going to do? Interfere and get roasted.
He sighed, muttering bitterly to himself.
You sit around minding your business, and disaster still shows up at your door.
This wasn't a battle they could afford to step into. Even if the Jonin survived, the Chunin wouldn't last a second in the storm of chakra and raw power. One wrong move, and Konoha's entire border detachment would be wiped out.
When did someone that powerful show up in the shinobi world?
Jiraiya muttered, watching the clash closely.
He might be on the level of the first Hokage.
Just then, Hisashi activated his Byakugan and said,
Jiraiya-sama, maybe we don't need to retreat. It looks like the fight is nearing its end.
Jiraiya narrowed his eyes.
Then we wait.
Chapter 135, 135 Chapter 135, The Thunder Giant V's Dust Release, 4 months ago. Chapter 135, The Thunder Giant vs. Dust Release. Twin orbs of devastating chakra formed in the mouths of the rampaging tailed beasts Kokuo and Son Goku. High above, Anoki clasped his hands together, panting heavily. A massive cube, many times larger than his usual technique, began to take shape between his palms.
Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique, limit separation.
He roared. This was his ultimate move, an enhanced version of his standard dust release. Larger, stronger, and with sustained destructive capacity. but it came at a steep cost. With Anoki's dwindling stamina, he could only manage this technique 3 or 4 times at most. But with the battle now encroaching on the borders of the Land of Fire, there was no room for hesitation. He clenched his teeth, that boy.
What could drive Anoki and the tailed beasts to this extent?
Jiraiya muttered. Beside him, Hyuga Hisashi answered solemnly.
We don't know. We were patrolling the border when we heard the fighting from Iwagakure's direction. There were no guards nearby, so we checked it out.
Jiraiya grimaced.
It's nearly over.
Chozora Kimichi said softly. Everyone turned toward the sky. The cube of dust release was covered in cracks. Half of the lightning spear had already vanished under its pressure. But the spear kept regenerating, constantly restored by the thunder, giant's bottomless lightning. Suddenly, buzz! The dust release cube flared with blinding white light as though the universe itself were igniting. For a brief moment, the sky became a sea of white. And then it vanished. When the light cleared, the thunder giant's arm was gone. The one holding the spear had been completely erased. Even Kaido's eyes narrowed, so even this much volts couldn't resist that.
That's the power of a true kekkei Toda.
Chapter 136, 136 Chapter 136, The Meteorite of Hidden Star, 4 months ago. Chapter 136, The Meteorite of Hidden Star.
Jiraiya-sama, that masked man suddenly disappeared.
Asked a senior member of the Nara clan, casting a sideways glance toward the 2 unconscious Jinchuriki and the exhausted third Tsuchikage in the distance.
You tell me.
Jiraiya replied calmly, his tone heavy. He knew the Nara were famed for their sharp minds. Though the mission placed him in charge, the real strategist behind many operations was this man. After observing the battlefield, the Nara strategist leaned in and whispered.
Anoki's condition is dire and the 2 Jinchuriki are down. This is an opportunity. If we act before reinforcements from Iwagakure arrive, we could seize the tailed beasts. With them in our possession, we could negotiate a hefty supply deal with Iwagakure. Of course, this hinges on you being able to hold Anoki at bay, Jiraiya-sama.
His words lit a spark in the surrounding Konoha shinobi. The logic was sound: 2-tailed beasts, 1 injured cage, and no enemy backup yet. But then Aburame Shihui calmly spoke up.
You're forgetting something crucial. We're severely outnumbered. Iwagakure still has over 10,000 shinobi stationed nearby.
He adjusted his dark glasses.
They lost many when fighting the third Raikage, yes, but their remaining forces would overwhelm us.
Like a cold splash of water, Shihui's words sobered the group. Naratsunikawa sighed bitterly.
You're right, I let ambition cloud my judgment. Even standard Iwa forces would crush us with those numbers. Forget what I said.
So,
asked Chozora Kimichi. Jiraiya thought for a moment before turning.
Hisashi, take your squad and another to secure the perimeter. Everyone else, back to your posts. If nothing else, Anoki won't be causing us trouble anytime soon, not after being humiliated like that.
With that, he returned to his tent, preparing to write a full report to the third Hokage, that masked man.
Halt! This is Hidden Star Village.
One guard barked, stepping forward. Kaido didn't speak. He raised a hand and casually knocked them both unconscious with a flicker of lightning. He wasn't here to negotiate. He came to take the meteorite and there was no room for discussion. He moved forward. The village's architecture was primitive but mirrored the designs of the 5 great nations in its layout. A tall building with the word
Cage
carved into it marked the residence of the Hashikage. Before Kaido had gone far, several star shinobi surrounded him, eyes alert and hands near their weapons. One younger shinobi stepped out, shouting,
Who are you? Why have you come to Hidden Star Village? I came for the meteorite.
Kaido replied, voice calm and unwavering. His answer sparked immediate outrage. The meteorite was sacred, only allowed to be used by a chosen few, and even then, only in moderation. Their response was immediate. The star shinobi attacked without hesitation. Buzz! Kaido's chakra surged. A violent storm of lightning burst outward, sweeping through the attackers like a cyclone. They were thrown back effortlessly, their bodies slamming into nearby buildings. Inside the cage residence, the third Hashikage sensed the disturbance. An older man with white hair beneath a bamboo hat bearing the kanji for star, he quickly moved to confront the intruder. By the time he arrived, the battle was over. Kaido stood calmly amidst the chaos, surrounded by downed shinobi. The Hashikage's eyes narrowed. He could feel it, the overwhelming chakra from this masked man, far beyond anything he could challenge. Still, he stepped forward.
I don't believe I've seen you before.
The third Hashikage said cautiously.
What brings you to Hidden Star Village?
The man's voice was calm, but carried an unshakable weight.
I've come to borrow your village's meteorite.
Kaido said plainly. The Hashikage's expression froze, so it's true.
Very well.
He said.
Please follow me.
As he turned, Kaido raised an eyebrow.
You figured it out already, didn't you?
He asked. The old man didn't look back.
With chakra like yours, I'd be a fool not to.
Chapter 137, 137 Chapter 137, The Star That Lost Its Shine, 4 months ago. Chapter 137, The Star That Lost Its Shine.
The Hidden Star Village is just a small shinobi village,
said the third Hashikage with a weary smile.
You're sharp.
Kaido replied calmly. While they spoke, the third Hashikage led Kaido into a sealed chamber within the Star Village.
This is the forbidden zone of Hashigakure,
he explained.
After discovering the harmful effects of training with the meteorite bodily damage, even death, I sealed it here. It's guarded at all times by 2 of our most trusted shinobi, Nighthawk and Death Zhang.
Kaido nodded slightly. Through his electromagnetic senses, he could detect a pulsing energy within the chamber, not from any living being, but a powerful non-human source. The Hashikage gestured to the guards, who stepped aside without a word. He opened the heavy doors, allowing Kaido to enter with him.
That's the meteorite,
the Hashikage warned.
Are you sure you want to use it? Its energy is dangerous,
Kaido said, shaking his head. He stared at the glowing violet rock sitting on a pedestal in the center of the room. Even without touching it, he could sense the overwhelming radiation emanating from it. So that's it, he thought. This meteorite had fallen from space generations ago. The strange chakra technique known as the Peacock Method, unique to the Hidden Star Village, was clearly based on this radiation. By absorbing the meteorite's energy and fusing it with chakra, the villagers had created a powerful but ultimately self-destructive technique. Kaido sighed inwardly. They had no idea what they were dealing with. Ignorance really is a curse. He stepped forward and gripped the meteorite with one hand. At his command, his body began slowly drawing in the radiation. But unlike the villagers, he wasn't trying to merge the energy into any chakra system. Instead, he let it circulate through his entire body, testing it. Thanks to his awakened sage body, Kaido's natural vitality was immense. Physical training no longer improved him much, so he'd sought out something stronger. Before leaving Konoha, he had planned to one day harness the meteorite's energy either by diplomacy or force. Now, thanks to his time displacement into the Third Great Ninja War, there was no need for subtlety, no allegiances to protect, no rules to follow. Inside his body, the radiation tore at his cells, trying to destroy him. But his sage vitality responded instinctively. Waves of regenerative energy fought back, repairing the damage as quickly as it came. A cycle began, destruction and recovery. It was agonizing, but also exhilarating. With each repetition, his body grew stronger bit by bit. 1 minute passed, then 2. Kaido didn't flinch. As time went on, the absorption rate increased. The glow of the meteorite began to dim, and the energy it held visibly waned. An hour later, it was over. Kaido opened his eyes to find the meteorite had lost all its glow. What remained was just a dull, gray stone. He frowned.
Already gone.
He stood, stretching his limbs. His entire body felt refreshed, renewed. The hour of radiation training had enhanced his physical strength by about 10%. While that didn't sound like much at his level, it was a significant boost. Even more surprising, the lingering side effects of the Eight Gates formation had completely vanished. That alone makes this worth it, he thought. Pocketing the dead stone, he made his way back toward the Hashikage's office. Along the way, various star shinobi watched him silently. Some glared, others simply looked defeated, but no one tried to stop him. Likely, the third Hashikage had already ordered them to stand down. Kaido entered the office and placed the meteorite on the desk.
I've drained all the energy. Thank you.
He said plainly.
You're too kind.
The old Hashikage replied.
For us, the meteorite has brought nothing but trouble. If anything, I should be thanking you. You've helped our village in more ways than one. Now that the meteorite is useless, those within our ranks who coveted its power will lose their influence.
Kaido listened quietly.
Our village has been divided for some time.
The Hashikage continued.
I wanted the meteorite sealed away, but Akashi, one of our higher-ups, believed it should be used for power. If I had fallen, war would have broken out over that stone.
He smiled faintly.
But now, there's nothing left to fight over. Still,
Kaido said.
I owe you one. If you ever need help, let me know, otherwise.
The old man waved him off.
No need, the meteorite was the root of our problems. With it gone, I believe we can return to peace.
Kaido nodded.
If anything happens, take what's left of this stone to Lady Tsunade of Konoha. She'll help you.
As he turned to leave, his form vanished like a mirage. The Hashikage blinked, then chuckled softly.
Lady Tsunade.
Chapter 138, 138 Chapter 138, Working on the 8 Inner Gates, 4 months ago. Chapter 138, Working on the 8 Inner Gates. After leaving Hoshigakure, it was nearly dusk. Kaido found a modest restaurant nearby to eat, then checked into a small hotel for the night. He paid in Fire Country Ryo currency from one of the 5 great nations, which was universally accepted across the Shinobi world. The money from minor nations like Bear Country didn't hold the same weight. This alone reflected the influence and dominance of the 5 great Shinobi villages. The room was small and unimpressive. It couldn't compare to the comforts of his own home, but Kaido wasn't concerned with luxury. He came here with one goal in mind: to break through the next gate. Lying on the tatami floor, he closed his eyes and shifted his consciousness inward, diving into his personal mental training space. The environment formed around him was still the same: the Shikatsu forest, humid, eerie, and pulsating with life. By now, he was used to the atmosphere. Kaido walked to his usual spot and sat cross-legged, closing his eyes once more. The 7th gate he sought to unlock was located in the brain, the 2nd gate in the 8 gates formation. Originally, this gate was meant to relieve bodily fatigue and overload the user with renewed stamina. But ever since he began practicing a reversed form of the 8 gates, every door he unlocked brought a permanent increase in his strength, chakra, and even mental capabilities. At this stage, the traditional 8 gates no longer served as a proper reference for his evolution. Through trial and error, Kaido had learned that unlocking each bodily limiter brought him significant growth. It was just a matter of how much. Now, the 7th gate waited buried deep within his mind. The brain was the most delicate and complex part of the human body. Mistakes here didn't cause broken bones, they shattered sanity. With precise control, Kaido guided ultrafine drills of condensed lightning chakra toward the invisible threshold in his mind. These weren't attacks. They were instruments designed not to break but to wear away. If the 6th gate had been a wooden door, the 7th was made of solid iron, and it sat in the most guarded place in the body, the mind. Brute force wouldn't help him here. It would take time, patience, and relentless pressure. Just as water slowly carves through stone, he would slowly grind down the resistance. 1 day passed, then 2, then 10. Kaido grimaced. 10 days of effort hadn't left so much as a scratch. Is this what the 8th gate will be like? He wondered grimly. No.
Koharu Hamura, Danzo, take a look at this.
Hiruzen said, passing the file across the table. The 3 reviewed it. After a few moments, they looked up in stunned silence.
Is this report accurate?
Koharu Uchiha asked gravely.
It is.
Hiruzen confirmed.
Jiraiya had it sent from the front lines.
If this is true.
Himura Mitakado muttered. Hiruzen didn't respond. He didn't have to, they all knew it was true. He could handle a Jinchuriki, even Anoki on his own.
For now, gather more intelligence on this masked shinobi.
Hiruzen ordered.
Learn about his personality, his habits, anything that might help. And most importantly, alert all shinobi of Konoha, do not provoke him under any circumstances.
That's wise.
Koharu nodded.
Our war with the Sand Village is already pushing us to the brink.
Anoki and the others might be injured, but the Jinchuriki will recover eventually.
Hamura added.
And then, Iwagakure will be at our gates again. Not to mention the fourth Raikage just took power in Kumigakure.
Said Koharu.
And we've heard whispers from the Mist Village.
The room fell into grim silence. Konoha was standing on a knife's edge, surrounded on all sides by rival nations.
Enough for today.
Hiruzen said finally.
Issue the warning immediately. No one is to interfere with the masked man. As you command.
Danzo replied. As he turned to leave, a glint of scheming intent flickered in his eyes. He was clearly planning something. Once everyone had gone, Hiruzen sat alone, puffing on his pipe. Smoke filled the room like mist in a forgotten valley. The shadow of Kaido's power hung heavy over him, like a looming storm.
I just hope.
Hiruzen murmured, staring out the window at the lights of the village.
If he does.
The next morning, Kaido awoke feeling groggy but determined. He washed up, grabbed a quick breakfast, and returned to his training. This time, he didn't bother with his mindscape. He simply sat cross-legged in his hotel room and let the chakra flow. 1 day, 2 days, a week passed. Including the time spent inside his training space, Kaido had now been working for 77 days straight. And he was finally seeing results. A crack had appeared on the mental gate. It wasn't much, but it was progress. Kaido figured that within half a year, he might advance entirely. Just as he was about to resume, a chill ran down his spine. Through electromagnetic sensing, he detected a strange disruption in the area. The hotel had been surrounded. Worse, the magnetic field that belonged to the kind old innkeeper was gone, snuffed out. He was dead. Kaido's face darkened. The old man had been annoying at times, sure, but he'd been kind. He didn't deserve this. Kaido rose slowly and walked to the door. As he opened it, a man greeted him with a pleasant smile.
Ah, you're awake. I trust your stay has been comfortable.
Chapter 139, 139 Chapter 139, A Message for Danzo, 4 months ago. Chapter 139, A Message for Danzo.
Tell me, who are you? Did you kill the innkeeper?
Kaido grabbed the imposter's neck with one hand, his voice ice cold. Exposed, the fake boss realized. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, masked shinobi in A and BU-style animal masks appeared around Kaido, weapons drawn, surrounding him with hostile intent. Kaido released the imposter and narrowed his eyes. That or they were familiar. He'd destroyed a base filled with these exact kinds of chakra signatures once before.
It's him again.
Kaido thought grimly, Danzo.
As expected of you, masked ninja, the one who defeated the third Tsuchikage and the 4 tails and 5 tails. We are root operatives of the Fire Nation under the command of Danzo-sama. I am one of his field captains.
He straightened his back and added.
Danzo-sama has something important he wishes to discuss with you. Danzo!
Kaido scoffed inwardly. That bottom-feeding sewer rat, he wants to negotiate with me. He had no respect for Danzo, never had, never would. Had it not been for concerns about the timeline, he'd have already wiped him out again. Suddenly, metal hissed. The root shinobi moved without hesitation, drawing their weapons and lunging at Kaido in coordinated silence. For them, Danzo-sama was a god. To insult him was unforgivable. Kaido's eyes narrowed under his mask. Good, he thought, I was hoping you'd try. Lightning crackled around his hands. His body flickered, vanishing into streaks of light. In the next breath, Kaido's silhouette reappeared behind the root captain. He didn't even realize what had happened. The captain glanced at his team. None of them had a scratch. He sighed in relief. It seems the masked man was merciful. Maybe he still respects Danzo's authority.
Thank you for showing mercy.
he said respectfully. Kaido turned slightly.
Mercy, are you blind?
He said flatly.
Check if they're still breathing.
The captain's eyes twitched. He bent down, placing his fingers near one of the operative's necks. But before he could finish, the root operative collapsed like a puppet with cut strings. Thud, thud, thud. One after another, the rest followed, dropping like dominoes. Silently, lifelessly. The man's pupils shrank. He was stunned. These weren't random shinobi. Each of them was at least elite Chunin level, some even Jonin, and this man had eliminated them in an instant. Was this the true power of the masked man? He trembled, pulling a sealed envelope from his cloak.
This is a letter from Lord Danzo.
He stammered, offering it with both hands. Kaito didn't even glance at it. His mind flashed to what Danzo had done to Hinata and Ino in the previous timeline. That alone made his blood boil.
Go back and tell that bastard he's nothing more than a coward who crawls underground like a mole.
Kaito said coldly.
He's not worthy of negotiating with me.
Before the man could reply, Kaito grabbed his neck and flung him aside like trash.
Scram! Don't ever show your face in front of me again.
Then Kaito turned toward the shadows.
Come out, I know you're there.
Footsteps echoed. Out from the darkness came Danzo wrapped in bandages, his expression unreadable. He didn't even glance at the corpses of his subordinates. Instead, he offered a thin smile.
I don't recall offending you so deeply. Why do you bear such hatred toward me?
Kaito sneered.
You want to know? Fine.
He took a step forward.
I despise you, Hiruzen, and your entire decrepit council of so-called elders. You manipulated the Senju clan until only Tsunade was left standing. You drove White Fang to commit suicide through your politics. You vultures watched the land of Whirlpool burn and did nothing, just waited to scavenge their sealing techniques. You're monsters who hide behind power, and if the timeline didn't matter, I'd have burned Konoha to the ground already.
Danzo's smile froze.
I mean, look at yourselves.
Kaito continued.
The first and second Hokage built this village with strength and will, and now, it's just 4 old men playing with people's lives from behind a curtain.
His words struck like lightning. With every sentence, Danzo's expression darkened. But what truly shook him was what came next. Kaito's accusations weren't vague guesses, they were specific. He spoke of missions, betrayals, secrets, things that only 4 people in Konoha should have known. Danzo's gaze sharpened. How?
What, planning to kill me?
He said, crossing his arms.
Go ahead, but be sure you understand the cost.
Danzo inhaled slowly, suppressing his emotions. He turned on his heel and disappeared in a blur, no longer calm but deeply unsettled.
HMPH, coward.
Chapter 140, 140 Chapter 140, Senju Tsunade, 4 months ago. Chapter 140, Senju Tsunade. Deep within the damp shadows of an underground cavern.
A powerful figure has appeared in the ninja world.
White Zetsu reported.
First, he wiped out tens of thousands of Iwa shinobi. Then, he defeated Onoki along with the 4 tails and 5 tails. After that, he was spotted staying at an inn in the land of bears. Now, he's heading toward the fire and wind border.
Madara's tired gaze flickered with life.
You can't trace his identity. No background, no records. It's as if he came from nowhere. His lightning-style ninjutsu is unmatched, and his taijutsu is frighteningly refined.
White Zetsu said, shaking his head.
I see.
Madara murmured, his expression unreadable.
Madara-sama, do you think he'll interfere with the plan?
White Zetsu asked again.
We watch. As long as he doesn't approach that child, we leave him be. But if he does...
With those chilling words, the tension returned to silence.
I understand, Madara-sama.
White Zetsu replied before vanishing into the darkness once more. Alone in the quiet, Madara's gaze remained fixed, lost in thought. The land of bears, nestled between the land of earth and the land of wind, was quiet and remote. Kaito traveled through the day, enjoying the different cultures of the ninja world. At night, he pushed his limits further, refining his strength and control. On the third day, he arrived near the border of the land of fire and wind, catching sight of a small-scale battlefield between the Sand and Konoha forces. It was labeled small not because of troop numbers, but due to the absence of high-ranking shinobi. Most were genin and chunin. It was a battlefield for fodder. Kaido barely gave it a glance before continuing toward Konoha's headquarters. He'd heard the conflict with the Sand Ninja had reached a critical point. With the third Kazekage still missing, command of Sunagakure had fallen to Chiyo and her brother Ebizo. The war's spark was simple: vengeance. Chiyo had lost her son and daughter-in-law to the legendary Konoha shinobi, White Fang. Now with power in her hands, she sought revenge. But White Fang had taken his own life under Konoha's political pressure, and so, the hatred fell squarely on Konoha itself. Known for her mastery of puppetry and poison, Chiyo's involvement made the conflict far deadlier. To counter her, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, dispatched Tsunade as the commanding officer, with Nara Shikaku as her strategist. Tsunade was famous not only for her strength and medical prowess but also her temper. Kaido had no illusions. Shikaku was likely the real commander, while Tsunade focused on countering Chiyo's poisons. Lost in thought, Kaido soon crossed into the Fire Nation's territory.
Who are you?
A Konoha patrol stopped him, visibly alert at his odd attire. Kaido eyed them. One wore the pale, featureless gaze of the Hyuga clan, another had large sunglasses, a clear sign of the Aburame, and the third, a woman on a giant hound, unmistakably in Uzuka.
I'm looking for Senju Tsunade.
Kaido said casually, rubbing his chin.
Looking for Lady Tsunade.
Hyuga Tokugawa frowned, glancing at his teammates.
Come with us.
He finally said after a pause.
No rush.
Kaido interjected, pointing toward the horizon.
Looks like your comrades are in trouble over there. Byakugan.
Tokugawa immediately activated his Dojutsu and looked in the direction Kaido indicated.
Don't bother.
Kaido added.
With your chakra, your range is maybe a kilometer. This is farther.
The Hyuga narrowed his eyes at the stranger's confidence, unsure whether to believe him.
That's one of our village's supply routes.
Aburame Shida stated calmly.
Food and resources are scheduled to pass through there soon.
So what now? Do we trust him?
Tokugawa asked. Aburame Shida didn't answer. He simply left the decision to their captain.
In Uzuka Tsumugi, you head back and report to Shikaku-sama. Shida and I will investigate. You.
He said, turning to Kaido.
You're coming with us. All right, since it's for Tsunade's sake.
Kaido shrugged, his tone indifferent. Without another word, he led the way. Tokugawa and Shida exchanged a brief glance and followed. Inuzuka Tsumugi leapt onto her wolf and dashed toward the base. Not far from the border, hidden in a valley, a battle raged. Konoha, led by Namikaze Minato, was in trouble. On the other side stood Ebizo, representing Sunagakure's elite. Konoha's supply line had been ambushed, and most of the transport unit lay dead. Minato, still an elite jonin at the time, had already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. But even with his speed, he was no match for the experienced Ebizo, a battle-hardened shinobi of cage-level skill. The situation was dire. This timeline is different from the original timeline.
Kaido.
Chapter 141, 141 Chapter 141, Mysterious Masked Man, 4 months ago. Chapter 141, Mysterious Masked Man. The difference in strength was overwhelming. Ebizo had brought several experienced jonin. And Konoha, apart from Minato Namikaze, an elite jonin, their lineup included 2 ANBU operatives, a few chunin, and fresh graduates from the Ninja Academy. The disparity was stark. At that moment, Minato Namikaze relied on his newly mastered Flying Thunder God technique to hold back Ebizo. As for the rest of the Konoha ninjas, he was stretched too thin to protect them all. One by one, his comrades were being struck down by the Sand forces. Even he had sustained numerous injuries. Minato's brow furrowed. He couldn't continue like this. He'd be fine thanks to Flying Thunder God. He could evade death, but the others. Was retreat the only option? He gritted his teeth in frustration. The grain shipment Konoha had worked hard to prepare was at risk of being destroyed. If that happened, it would take at least a week to replace it. And in the chaos of war, a week was more than enough time for the tides to turn against the leaf. Still, if they didn't fall back now, the entire convoy could be wiped out. Minato, usually calm and composed, found himself cornered in a rare moment of indecision. He muttered.
Protecting them comes first.
He exhaled sharply and shouted.
Everyone fall back. Head for the interior of the fire country. I'll cover the retreat. Sensei, I want to fight by your side.
Abaito yelled, his goggles gleaming, voice filled with reckless determination. This was before the darkness had taken root in him back when he still resembled Naruto, headstrong, foolish, and far too earnest.
Move!
Kakashi barked, grabbing Abaito's arm.
Don't be an idiot.
Hearing this, Rin followed suit. Kakashi, now a Chunin, understood the scale of the threat. Staying would only get them all killed. The remaining Konoha ninja followed suit without hesitation. Unlike Abaito, they weren't as reckless. Ebizo watched their retreat but didn't pursue. Instead, he gave an order.
Leave 2 behind to burn the supplies. The rest, focus on Minato Namikaze. We end him here.
That was his true goal all along. The Sand had been tracking this supply route for days, knowing Minato himself would eventually appear, destroying Konoha's supplies and killing one of their most promising Jonin 2 birds with one stone. Otherwise, why would someone like him, Kasuke's elder, personally lead the attack? With a shout, he lunged forward, and the other Sand Jonin followed, launching a barrage of deadly techniques toward Minato. Minato was already at a disadvantage. Without Flying Thunder God, he would have been finished long ago. But escaping now wasn't an option. His students had just fled, and if he used his teleportation to escape, Ebizo and the others would easily catch up to them. For the first time, he felt what the second Hawkage must have experienced: the weight of sacrifice, the pressure of leadership. Dodging and teleporting endlessly, Minato danced on the edge of death. Suddenly, bang! A flare burst into the air, its whistle cutting through the chaos. 3 figures descended, landing in front of the battlefield. Minato didn't recognize the masked figure leading them, clearly Anbu, but the other 2 he knew well: Hyuga Tokugawa and Aburame Shida, both former classmates from the academy. Relief flickered in his expression.
You're here. Is Lady Tsunade coming?
Tokugawa scanned the battlefield with his activated Byakugan. Shida's stoic face remained unchanged, though the sudden release of insects from under his cloak betrayed his tension.
There are only 3 of them.
Ebizo called after using his own sensory technique.
3 of you deal with the newcomers. Everyone else focus on Minato.
3 Sand ninjas moved toward the reinforcements. Just then, a faint electric hum echoed. Before Tokugawa or Shida could react, the 3 Sand ninjas dropped lifeless. Kaido walked forward silently, his fox-like mask gleaming under the sunlight. Neither of the others had seen him move. Shida released more insects toward the fallen enemies, his voice unsteady.
There.
I saw it.
Tokugawa stammered. Shida's gaze returned to the battlefield.
Minato can't hold out much longer. Let's move.
Chapter 142, 142 Chapter 142, The Masked Stranger's Gift, 4 months ago. Chapter 142, The Masked Stranger's Gift. Ebizo narrowed his eyes, tone cautious, voice edged with suspicion.
You don't look like you're from Konoha.
He had observed carefully during the skirmish with Minato Namikaze. The man with the Byakugan and the one wearing shades, at best, they were Jonin. There was no way the 2 of them could have instantly killed 3 Sand Jonin. It could only have been the masked stranger, the one whose strength he couldn't gauge. To eliminate 3 elite Jonin in a blink.
I came here to speak with Tsunade. Wasn't planning to get involved.
The masked man said, touching his chin thoughtfully.
But
Ebizo scoffed.
a gift, ha! In all my years, this is the first time someone's offered Sand Ninja heads as a greeting.
He sneered, eyes narrowing.
At least give us your name. The Sand won't forget this.
The masked man paused, then answered.
Just call me Kaido.
Ebizo's lip curled into a snarl.
Fine, we'll remember this.
With a cold huff he turned.
We're leaving, retreat.
They had no choice. As long as Kaido was present, they couldn't take down Minato Namikaze. At the very least, they had succeeded in burning the Leaf's food supplies. Minato, bloodied and breathing hard, bowed slightly.
Minato thanks Kaido-sama for saving us. No need for thanks.
Kaido said calmly. His gaze briefly swept over Minato. Still looks the same as in the original story.
Minato, do you know him?
Tokugawa asked.
We just met.
Minato replied vaguely, giving no further explanation. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Multiple figures landed nearby, clad in Konoha flak jackets and forehead protectors. Leading them was none other than Nara Shikaku. Among the group, Kaito spotted another familiar face, Yamanaka Inoichi.
Minato, are you all right?
Shikaku called, his sharp eyes briefly assessing Kaido before turning back to Minato.
I'm fine, Shikaku-sama. Just a bit worn out after the battle.
Minato replied with a soft smile. While Minato was undoubtedly strong enough to fight Ebizo, Shikaku still outranked him as the garrison's deputy commander. Shikaku nodded.
Good, I heard the supply team was attacked and rushed here with reinforcements.
Minato looked down slightly.
I'm sorry, Shikaku-sama. The supplies.
Shikaku sighed, shaking his head.
It's not your fault. No one expected the Sand to send such a force, not to mention Ebizo himself.
He glanced toward Kaido.
And this is.
He answered coolly.
Looking for Lady Tsunade.
Shikaku frowned.
May I ask why? This battle.
Kaido said with a dismissive wave. Then, without warning, he vanished in a flash. Shikaku's eyes widened slightly.
That movement technique.
Minato replied with a wry smile.
I could barely track him. Indeed.
Chapter 143, 143 Chapter 143, Clash at the Camp Gates. 4 months ago. Chapter 143, Clash at the Camp Gates. The sudden shockwave kicked up clouds of dust, scattering them like a sandstorm. The massive tent was shredded to pieces by the aftermath. Glass bottles filled with strange liquids toppled from the table, crashing to the ground one after another like harvested wheat. Their contents spilled out in all directions, dyeing the earth into a chaotic splash of colors. A strong, acrid smell began to spread. The overpowering stench made Kaido's nose wrinkle. Nearby, Tsunade stood frozen, staring at the mess. The work she had spent an entire week perfecting was gone. Her expression darkened so much it felt like the air itself had become heavier. Kaido, fully aware of Tsunade's infamous temper, didn't waste a second. He turned and bolted, tossing a shout over his shoulder.
I'll wait for you at the station entrance.
The noise drew the attention of the Konoha shinobi stationed nearby. Within moments, several had gathered in front of Tsunade.
Lady Tsunade, are you all right?
One of the Jonin asked, glancing at the 2 unconscious ninja behind her.
I'm fine.
Tsunade growled.
But how the hell did a stranger wander into camp without anyone noticing? Where the hell is Shikaku?
The supply convoy was ambushed by Sannin.
The Jonin replied quickly.
Lord Shikaku took most of the troops to reinforce them.
I see.
Tsunade ordered coldly before storming off, rage practically radiating from her. You little bastard.
Do you even know what those were? My antidote samples for Chiyo's poison. A week's work ruined because of you.
Each blow she threw carried more strength than the last. Her fury only seemed to fuel her power. Kaito understood there was no reasoning with her until she calmed down. Meanwhile, some distance away, a bizarre scene was unfolding. Tsunade's fists pounded the earth like artillery shells, each strike leaving craters in the ground. The escalating chaos quickly drew the attention of the remaining shinobi in the camp. Watching from afar, a few of the Chunin exchanged nervous glances.
Why's Lady Tsunade attacking our own gate?
One asked, eyes wide.
She's fighting someone.
A Hyuga said, activating his Byakugan.
The opponent's fast, very fast. He's dodging everything.
He didn't add the most disturbing part. Tsunade wasn't even close to landing a hit. The masked figure was simply toying with her.
Get ready.
came a commanding voice.
If Lady Tsunade goes down, we move in.
The shinobi turned toward the speaker and bowed slightly.
Master Shinku.
Yuhai Shinku, father of Yuhai Kurenai, and one of Konoha's elite,
8 colors.
stood calmly watching the confrontation. His genjutsu prowess was legendary, even said to rival the Uchiha's main Jikayo Sharingan. He stood alongside the likes of Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka Inouchi as a strategic cornerstone of Konoha's forces. Back at the battlefield, Tsunade punched yet again, creating another gash in the ground.
You just going to keep dodging? Fight me like a shinobi. What are you, Danzo, a coward who hides in the shadows?
Kaito suddenly reappeared, standing calmly before her.
That's low, don't compare me to that rat.
HMPH, says the guy in a mask who won't even fight me head-on.
She sneered.
I'm not here to fight.
Kaito replied evenly.
I came to talk, but clearly you're too angry to listen. Fine, you want to talk, take this first.
With a grin, she lunged forward again.
You said it, not me.
Kaito muttered as he raised his left hand, palm open. Wham! He caught her punch with a single hand, completely halting its momentum.
You idiot.
Tsunade laughed, relaxing slightly.
You really took that. I hope you're ready for the hospital. If you break something, I'll patch you up myself.
Bang! A shockwave exploded from the contact point between them. The ground cracked violently beneath their feet. A crater formed instantly, the energy of the collision rippling outward. Tsunade's laughter died on her lips. Her punch felt like it had struck a steel wall. No worse, it was like trying to shatter a mountain with her bare hands. The masked man's reaction didn't change. He had taken the full force of her strongest punch as if it were nothing. Tsunade pulled back her fist, her tone now serious.
Who are you? What do you want? When did someone like you appear in the shinobi world?
Kaito's eyes narrowed slightly.
You just threw 17 punches. I dodged all of them. Now it's my turn.
Chapter 144, 144 Chapter 144, Bonus, Embarrassment at the Camp, 4 months ago. Chapter 144, Chapter 144, Bonus, Embarrassment at the Camp.
So fast.
She exclaimed again, eyes wide in shock. With her current strength, she could barely catch a blur. Just as the thought passed through her mind, she suddenly felt someone shove her from behind, and she stumbled forward. A long black leg appeared out of nowhere. Tsunade's instinctive reaction. Before she could think, pain shot through her backside. Tsunade froze, her mind going blank. Only one thought echoed, I was just spanked.
Shinku-sama, should we intervene?
Asked a nearby Hyuga clansman, awkward and blushing. The young ninja had never even held a girl's hand. Seeing such a scene left him flushed and fidgeting.
Lower the alert. Return to your positions.
Shinku coughed, trying to mask his own discomfort. But while his mouth said retreat, his eyes stayed locked on the masked figure. The same went for the others. Tsunade was Konoha's pride. Beautiful, powerful, and admired by countless men who would gladly line up from the hidden leaf to the land of fire just for a chance to speak with her. Now, seeing their revered heroine getting spanked in such a bizarre fashion was.
Minato, quick, stop them before we gain another dangerous enemy.
Shikaku ordered.
Understood.
Minato replied seriously. As Jirya's disciple and the Hokage student, Minato had read the top-secret reports about Kaito. The man was overwhelmingly powerful. Even the legendary Sannin combined couldn't match him. To move faster, Minato used Flying Thunder God, appearing instantly at the camp. And then he froze. His jaw dropped. There stood Lady Tsunade, known for her ferocity and pride.
Minato, why are you standing there? Didn't I tell you to?
Minato lifted a trembling finger and pointed.
Do wait.
Everyone followed his gaze. The masked Mankaito was firmly spanking Lady Tsunade. And Tsunade wasn't even resisting.
This.
Shikaku stammered, unable to form words. They could only stand still, dumbfounded.
I finally understand why Lady Tsunade ignores Sensei Jirya.
Minato muttered with a sigh.
Makes sense.
Shikaku nodded.
When Jirya gets back, I owe him a drink.
Meanwhile, Kaido's intent was simple. Tsunade had landed 17 punches, so he would return the favor with 17 slaps. But somewhere along the line,
Seen enough.
though quiet, his voice was laced with chakra and rang clear through the air. The nearby Jonin's ears buzzed. The group exchanged glances, then awkwardly walked away pretending nothing had happened.
Nice weather, Minato.
Shikaku said nonchalantly.
Yeah,
Minato replied.
I need to take in my laundry.
Inoichi added. From afar, Shinku turned on his heel and left briskly. Shaking his head, he muttered.
In broad daylight.
Chapter 145, 145 Chapter 145, A Deal, 4 months ago. Chapter 145, A Deal. That embarrassed look and awkward appearance made Tsunade want to disappear into the earth.
Nara Shikaku, what did you see today?
Tsunade's figure flashed, appearing in front of Shikaku and the others, enduring the burning pain in her back. Her face was ashen, her teeth clenched like a wolf who hadn't eaten in days. Her eyes were like daggers, scraping over Nara Shikaku and his team.
Lady Tsunade, we didn't see anything. We just came back from rescuing Minato.
Shikaku replied seriously.
That's right, Lady Tsunade. We just returned. We saw nothing at all.
Yamanaka Inoichi quickly added. Everyone else chimed in nervously, terrified that one wrong word could cost them their lives. The look in Tsunade's eyes was nothing short of murderous. Led by Shikaku, they quickly entered the camp, their voices trailing behind them. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from Tsunade's view. Tsunade gritted her teeth and turned to glare at Kaido. His face paled. His entire reputation had taken a hit, all because of what had just happened, and the man responsible stood right across from her. She wanted revenge, but her fury deflated. She didn't even know what that man looked like, but his sheer physical strength was terrifying. He had taken her full power punches without a scratch. Even her teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, wasn't that strong. Only her grandfather might have been on that level. And who was that man? The god of Shinobi Senju Hashirama, the man who ended the Warring States era. Already humiliated by that whole encounter, her frustration sank even further, like a flower left in the sun too long. She snapped.
Tell me, why did you come looking for me? I don't think we've met before.
My name is Kaido. I came to ask for your help.
You want my help?
Tsunade's mood reignited with fire. You take advantage of me and now you want my help? Fine, let's see what ridiculous request you have.
If I can help, I'll give it my all.
She said mockingly.
You know about Hashigakure? I've heard of it, small place near the land of bears. I owe them a favor. If anything happens, I want them to come to you.
Tsunade's eyes flared.
Why me? I don't owe you anything. You're the one in debt. Between us.
Very close, Tsunade's face twitched, her back still hurt.
I don't even know you. Why should I help you just because we're close? Take off your mask. Let me see if I know your face.
Forget it, I've said what I needed to say. Just consider it a favor from Hashigakure. If you ever need something, I'll return the favor.
Kaido rubbed his temples. Maybe he should have returned to his original world to deal with the meteorite first. This whole thing had gotten far too complicated.
All right then, I do have something for you. If you can pull it off, I'll handle everything related to Hashigakure.
Tsunade suddenly smiled like a blooming peony. But Kaido felt his scalp go numb. That smile was not a good sign.
Tell me, what do you want? Oh, nothing much.
She said sweetly.
Konoha's still fighting the sand, right? Go take care of old lady Chiyo, Ebizo, and the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Simple.
She said it like she was asking him to go buy groceries.
With your strength, it should be easy.
She added. Kaido's face twitched. Easy? Those were the 3 top sand shinobi, aside from the Keisuke Rasa himself. If he defeated them, the war between Konoha and Suna would be over. Still, he had already made a promise. He couldn't back out now.
Fine, I'll go right now. I expect you to keep your word.
He said calmly and vanished in a flash. Tsunade blinked. No way. Was he really going to fight that old bat Chiyo?
Whatever, he should be fine with that kind of strength.
She muttered, turning toward the camp, but for some reason she felt uneasy. She wandered until she reached Konoha's command tent. Pulling back the flap, she stepped inside. Shikaku stood immediately, bowing slightly.
Lady Tsunade, you've returned.
No one dared mention what had happened earlier.
Well then, Shikaku, did anything major happen while I was making the antidote?
Tsunade asked, awkwardly avoiding the seat due to her still sore back.
We're stable here.
Shikaku replied, stealing cautious glances.
Tsunade-sama.
Tsunade paused, then remembered. Her expression turned grim.
Oh, that bastard.
Gulp. Everyone in the room swallowed at once.
Yes.
Shikaku said stiffly, watching as Tsunade's temper boiled.
He's fine, for now. I sent him to take care of Chiyo, Ebizo, and the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Honestly, he's probably poisoned and half dead already.
She gave a chillingly sweet smile. Everyone shivered. Never provoke a tiger.
Lady Tsunade, forgive me, but I doubt it'll go how you expect. Kaido-sama's strength might be more than enough to handle those three.
Shikaku ventured carefully.
What's that supposed to mean, Shikaku? Want to find out if my super strength punch has leveled up?
Tsunade clenched her fist, still smiling.
This is information the third Hokage sent a week ago. He intended for you to receive it once you left isolation.
Chapter 146. Who is this man? Tsunade's smiling face suddenly faded, and though the faint black flames still flickered around her, Shikaku and the others knew that her darkened rage hadn't subsided. She opened the envelope slowly, reading its contents with growing disbelief. Her expression darkened with every line. Then, as she recalled Kaido's strange outfit, her expression twisted again. By the time she finished reading, her face was stormy enough to drown a village. Now she understood exactly what Shikaku meant earlier. She slammed the envelope on the table, her gaze sharp.
Is everything in here true, Shikaku? It's true.
Minato Namikaze replied calmly.
Jiraiya-sense had it personally delivered to the village.
And you're sure the person in this report is the same one as before?
Tsunade asked again, voice low. Shikaku didn't respond. If not for that man, who else could have shaken Tsunade like this? Her reaction made it clear her connection with Kaido wasn't as simple as they'd thought. Seeing Shikaku and the others hesitate, Tsunade gritted her teeth. Fine, she'd admit it, maybe that bastard really was the one in the report from Hiruzen-sama.
Forget it, I don't care anymore. I'm heading into seclusion to develop the antidote.
With that, she ignored the others and stomped into an empty tent. Once she was out of sight, Shikaku's eyes sharpened. He hadn't missed what she said earlier, letting Kaido teach Chiyo and her group a lesson. If Kaido was on the move, he was likely headed to confront the Sand Ninja. And if he really had clashed with Chiyo and the others, this war might be over before it began. With that in mind, Shikaku quickly began coordinating their next moves. Sand Ninja Camp. While Konoha's base was muddy and practical, the Sand Ninja Camp was carved from golden dunes, lined in perfect military precision. Their tents were arranged cleanly, forming rows like a disciplined army. It was clear from a glance Chiyo was no amateur in warfare. Around the base, Sand Ninja patrolled in shifts, sharp-eyed. Transparent chakra threads crisscrossed the perimeter, each strung with warning bells. In the center of the camp stood a massive tent, far larger than the others. Two imposing Chunin guarded the entrance, while inside, voices rose Chiyo and Ebizo.
Sister, we burned Konoha's supplies and Minato Namikaze was almost surrounded. Just when it was about to end, Konoha's reinforcements arrived.
Ebizo reported bitterly.
What happened?
Chiyo snapped.
I ordered constant surveillance Tsunade, never left camp.
Yes, Shikaku came to help, but it was already too late. You had half an hour. With your strength, how could you not take down Namikaze Minato? We spent an entire month planning this manpower, strategy, resources, and this is what I get.
Chiyo's voice cracked with fury.
Sister, it wasn't just Shikaku. Another group from Konoha arrived ahead of them. Who?
She growled.
Even with a few more, your elite should have overwhelmed them.
There were 3.
Ebizo admitted.
2 were Jonin, the third.
Chiyo scoffed.
The flying thunder god technique of Tabarama. But what about this masked man? You expect me to believe he took down 3 Jonin instantly.
It's the truth. He wore a mask, no Konoha forehead protector. Didn't seem like one of their shinobi, but something about him felt familiar.
Chiyo gave him a blank look.
A stranger helping Konoha, that's your story.
I think I know who he is.
Ebizo suddenly said, smacking his forehead.
We got vague intel a week ago about a massive battle near the border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth.
Anoki and 2-tailed beasts faced off against a single masked man and lost.
That's ridiculous.
Chiyo muttered, but Ebizo continued.
The intel said he wore an Anbu mask. We were too busy fighting Konoha to care, and the details were fuzzy, so I ignored it.
Chiyo's glare could melt stone.
So today's failure is his fault.
Ebizo nodded grimly.
Yes.
Chapter 147, 147, Sandstorm Clash, The Puppet Dance Breaks, 4 months ago. Chapter 147, Sandstorm Clash, The Puppet Dance Breaks. Chiyo's eyes narrowed.
Who are you? Why did you attack my sand ninja base and kill the shinobi of Sunagakyur? Sister, that masked man, it's him. He's the one who instantly killed our 3 senior shinobi.
Ebizo warned grimly. Chiyo's expression darkened further.
I owe Tsunade a favor.
Kaido muttered.
She asked me to teach you and your siblings a lesson, Chiyo, and take care of the one-tailed Jinchuriki.
Seems like you're seeking death. Do you think I, a shinobi of the sand, will just let that happen?
Chiyo exploded in fury, dashing toward Kaido. With a flick of her hand, Chiyo summoned a scroll. A burst of white mist erupted as puppets cloaked in white robes appeared midair. Chakra threads shot from Chiyo's fingers as she expertly controlled them. 10 puppets, her renowned technique, white secret technique, the 10 puppets of Chikamatsu. Masterpieces of the puppet legend Monziman. With this secret art, Chiyo once brought an entire village to its knees. Her fingers danced, and the puppets lunged at Kaido with diverse abilities: flames, poison, water, all poised to strike. Kaido's expression remained calm.
So this is Chiyo's treasured Chikamatsu 10. Doesn't look that impressive.
He vanished in a blur, launching forward like a cannonball.
So fast.
Chiyo and Ebizo both gasped. The surrounding sand shinobi tensed. Bang! A sharp crack rang out. One puppet was smashed midair, crumbling to pieces.
These are the famed 10 puppets, too weak.
Kaido said coolly, then vanished again. He reappeared beside another puppet and threw a punch. A massive force rippled outward. The puppet shattered as though made of paper. Like a cold flicker of light, Kaido moved again. Another puppet, another simple strike destroyed. Chiyo's breath caught. Even as she tried to redirect her puppets to defend, Kaido evaded effortlessly. Her reflexes were keen, but chakra thread control couldn't keep up with his sheer speed. Just like Sasuke couldn't track Rock Lee, her eyes saw, but her puppets couldn't react in time. Every time a puppet neared him, Kaido vanished, then appeared at another, smashing it apart. In mere seconds, half of the famed Chikamatsu puppets were gone. Chiyo trembled, sweat dotting her brow. These puppets were irreplaceable, constructed from rare, precious materials by Monziman himself. Even Tsunade, Konoha's Taijutsu legend, could only dent them. Yet here Kaido was, reducing them to splinters with a flick of his wrist. Realizing they were useless, Chiyo quickly recalled the remaining puppets. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. Wind-style wind blade. Ebizo intervened. Blades of wind burst forth, slicing the air and intercepting Kaido's next attack. Half of Chiyo's strength was invested in those puppets. If they were all destroyed, her power would plummet. With the war between Suna and Konoha at its peak, they couldn't afford such a loss. Chiyo hastily sealed the 4 remaining puppets and glared at Kaido, who now stood idly at the center of the battlefield. The sand shinobi behind Ebizo watched in shock. What they had witnessed would haunt them forever.
Chiyo-sama's 10 puppets.
This can't be real.
Some shinobi cried out in disbelief. The battle had unfolded so quickly, they could barely register it.
Who are you?
Chiyo demanded coldly.
No one in Konoha boasts such monstrous physical prowess. I never said I was from Konoha. Now bring out the one-tailed Jinchuriki.
Kaido replied evenly.
The two of you aren't even a warm-up.
You intend to go to war with Sunagakure, then.
Chiyo said grimly. Being attacked so directly was a slap in the face for a commander like her. This was unbearable.
War with you.
Kaido smirked.
You're not even worth the trouble.
The truth stung. Of the 5 great nations, Suna was the weakest at this point. Aside from the Chiyo siblings and the one-tail host, there were few true powerhouses. Only the future Keisuke Rasa and the Scorch release user Pakura could be considered noteworthy. The rest. Kaido had only one word: pathetic.
Fine, even if our entire village perishes, I'll make sure you fall here, and let the world know the price of mocking Sunagakure.
Chiyo hissed.
Sister, no.
Ebizo urged.
What about Anoki and the other Tsuchikage elders? HMPH, I'm not as foolish as Anoki.
Chiyo growled.
He needed 3 to face this man. But if all our shinobi strike together can't, we kill one arrogant intruder.
Chapter 148, 148, Power of Lightning, 4 months ago. Chapter 148, Power of Lightning.
With so many people, we can still overwhelm him even if it costs us everything. I'll command the nearby sand ninjas. You lead the attack. We must stop this arrogant man here today.
Seeing Chiyo's fierce resolve, Ebizo could only whisper.
I know, sister.
In truth, he didn't want to face the man standing before them. The intel had been vague, but one fact stood out clearly. He had defeated the 4 tails, 5 tails, and even the 3rd Tsuchikage Anoki by himself. That alone spoke volumes. The fact he had just obliterated Chiyo's most prized puppets with a single punch only confirmed his terrifying strength. Unfortunately, Chiyo's fury over her destroyed puppet had clouded her reason. She wasn't going to listen to anyone now. Ebizo sighed quietly and pushed aside his doubts. He stepped forward and formed a rapid series of hand seals. 2 miniature cyclones, shaped like shurikens, spun into life in his palms.
Wind style, wind blade.
He hurled the twin wind blades toward Kaido. As they flew, the wind blades expanded rapidly, soon reaching the size of Fuma shuriken. The sharp rotational force on them could cut through steel with ease. Ebizo had personally developed this upgraded version of wind blade. Its destructive power far exceeded the standard technique. Kaido's expression remained calm. Lightning sparked across his body as he raised his hand, conjuring a barrier of crackling electricity before him. Chiyo barked from behind.
All sand ninjas, ready your wind style. Fire on my command.
A chorus of voices rang out.
Wind style, great breakthrough. Wind style, wind-cutting technique. Wind style, kametachi.
One after another, sand ninjas launched their wind-based attacks toward Kaido, filling the battlefield with deafening howls and gales. Meanwhile, Ebizo's wind blades reached their target. Buzz crackle. Despite their strength, the blades slammed uselessly against Kaido's lightning barrier like steel against diamond. Then, crack! A lightning tendril burst from the barrier, lashing out like a serpent and shattering the blades into pieces.
What?
Ebizo recoiled in disbelief. He had spent years refining that technique, yet it had been dismantled in an instant. Before he could recover, the barrage from the Sand Village forces reached Kaido. Kaido raised his hand again. The lightning shield pulsed and expanded into a glowing cylinder that completely surrounded him. Buzz, 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 boom. The combined might of countless wind-style attacks struck the barrier. The ground quaked, sand and earth exploded into the air, and a cloud of dust rose like a sandstorm. No one could see what was happening inside. A few moments later, the dust settled. Fear etched itself onto every sand ninja's face. Some trembled, others cried out in disbelief.
No way.
I must be dreaming.
This can't be happening.
As the smoke cleared, Kaido stood tall and unharmed. A dazzling pillar of lightning cocooned his body, untouched. Chiyo's heart sank. This wasn't just a minor setback. This was a full assault by half of the Sand Village's forces. Even a cage would have evaded. No one would stand and take it head-on. Yet this man had. Even half our village can't put a scratch on him.
Pull yourselves together. I don't believe one man can defeat our entire force.
She tried to rally her shinobi.
He must have used up a lot of chakra just now. Hit him again, we'll wear him down.
Some of the sand ninjas brightened at her words.
He's bluffing, trying to scare us.
Chiyo gave the next command.
Ready!
Dozens of sand ninja formed hand seals again.
Fire!
Hurricane-like gales blasted forward again, forming hundreds of wind blades flying toward Kaido. This time, they aimed directly at him. Buzz buzz. The scene that followed stunned everyone. The razor-sharp wind blades collided with Kaido's lightning barrier and were swallowed like pebbles dropped in water ripples, and then nothing. Chiyo's face darkened. Once could be luck.
Ready, fire!
Again the barrage began. Kaito didn't move. His lightning armor stood resolute, impenetrable. He watched the sand ninjas calmly as if observing children at play. After the third assault ended, Kaito stretched and took a step forward. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Chiyo. His voice was ice.
It's time to end this. Let me show you the technique I used to annihilate tens of thousands of rock ninja.
Chapter 149, 149, One-Tail Jinchuriki, 4 months ago. Chapter 149, One-Tail Jinchuriki. Chiyo sneered.
Destroy tens of thousands of rock ninja troops with one move. Do you think I'm a fool?
Unlike Chiyo's recklessness, Ebizo was more thoughtful and instantly understood why the masked man had fought so fiercely against the third Tsuchikage, the Four Tails, and the Five Tails. With a serious expression, he whispered tentatively.
Is this the reason you fought against the third Tsuchikage Anoki and the two Jinchuriki? Oh, you're worthy of being an intelligence officer. You can even guess that.
Kaito smiled indifferently, glancing at Ebizo with surprise. He slapped the ground with his hand. He thought, wake up. An inexplicable aura radiated from Kaito, spreading like a tide, engulfing the entire sand ninja base in the blink of an eye.
Not good.
Ebizo's face changed, and he felt the hairs on his body stand on end. A sense of fatal danger suddenly surged within him.
As the Keizuki's assistant, I order you to leave the Sand Shinobi base immediately. Now.
With a loud command, he grabbed Chiyo beside him and sprinted away instantly. Some nearby sand ninjas hadn't yet realized what was happening, but others, more experienced, dashed away without hesitation. They may not know what was happening, but they saw the Keizuki's assistant and Chiyo fleeing, so they knew it wasn't something good. Buzz buzz. Strange energy fluctuations spread throughout the sand ninja base. Crash crash. Like flowing water, the surrounding tents, sand, and weapons all began to shift into white lightning with incredible power. The world seemed to change in an instant. The entire sand ninja base was now a field of thunder, lightning flashing everywhere. Some sand ninjas, unable to escape in time, were consumed by the white lightning, leaving no trace behind. After Ebizo had gotten Chiyo away and felt the overwhelming danger subside, he stopped and turned back. What was once their sand ninja base was now an inferno of thunder and lightning. White electric snakes coiled and zipped through the area. Each burst of violent energy sent a shudder down his spine. In the center, he could vaguely make out a figure moving within the storm, seemingly walking toward them. His heart raced and he felt a chill. As for the other sand ninjas, they were likely buried in the storm of lightning. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A group of sand ninjas appeared in front of Ebizo. They looked at the scene in disbelief, sadness creeping into their eyes as they whispered.
Chiyo-sama, Ebizo-sama.
Chiyo, standing beside him, was completely stunned. She looked toward the location of the thunderstorm, her eyes vacant, unable to process what was unfolding before her. These sand ninjas were her comrades, the ones who helped her seek revenge on Konoha. Now they were all destroyed, all of them. Although there were still some soldiers in the sand village, they were now under the command of the future 4th Keizuki, Rasa. But what was the point? With the battlefield killer Kaito on the opposite side, no matter how many troops they had, they would not be enough to withstand his power. Her hope for revenge had vanished. Chiyo realized they had lost the war against Konoha, lost completely, but she was unwilling to accept it. Because it wasn't Tsunade who had defeated them, it was him. Her anger boiled over, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood before fainting.
Chiyo-sama, Chiyo-sama.
Several surviving sand ninjas nearby shouted in alarm.
Well,
Ebizo sighed. He understood his sister's emotions. She had finally gotten a chance to take revenge on Konoha, but all of it was shattered by the figure in the distance. Da-da-da. The sound of footsteps rang in Ebizo's ears. Kaito walked leisurely, appearing not far from Ebizo. He waved his hand, and the surrounding lightning instantly converged, forming a massive white thunder dragon that circled and coiled around Kaito like a pet. Feeling the terrifying energy from the white thunder dragon, Ebizo smiled bitterly and quickly said,
no more fighting, no more fighting. We Sand Ninjas admit defeat. In the battle between Konoha and Sand Ninja, we admit defeat.
This was truly an eye-opening moment. Not only could Kaito change the environment at will and replace it with thunder and lightning, but he could also control that lightning as if it were his own. No wonder he had been able to annihilate the entire Iwagakure ninja army of 10,000.
Where is your one-tailed Jinchuriki? I can't see him.
Kaito frowned.
He and Rasa are guarding our sand village.
Ebizo answered truthfully, it wasn't a secret.
Ah, he didn't come? What a shame. I also wanted to see the strength of the future fourth Kazekage, Rasa. No need, you are too strong. Rasa is no match for you.
Ebizo said grimly.
What's this?
Kaito asked, his tone flat.
Ebizo, Granny Chiyo, what happened to our sand ninja base?
Suddenly, a furious voice rang out from a distance. As the last word fell, a figure appeared in front of Ebizo. This person was dressed in a white robe with red hair. He looked to be around the same age as Minato Namikaze. This was none other than the future fourth Kazekage, Rasa, Gaara's father. Behind him stood an old monk with kind eyes, his legs trembling as he walked, as though the wind could blow him over. This was none other than the one-tailed Jinchuriki of the Sand Village, Monk Bunpuku. Following them was a sea of sand ninjas, at least 1,000 strong.
Rasa Bunpuku, why are you here?
Ebizo said, shocked.
I received secret intelligence that the mysterious man who defeated the third Tsuchikage, the Four Tails, and the Five Tails a few days ago was headed to the battlefield between the Wind Country and Fire Country to destroy our sand ninja front lines.
Rasa's voice was cold.
So I brought most of the village's forces and hurried here, but it seems I'm too late.
Rasa glared at Kaito in the distance.
Ah, if you had come an hour earlier, we wouldn't have been wiped out.
Ebizo sighed.
What's going on? Our sand ninja army has so many people. Were they really wiped out by that guy?
Chapter 150, 150, Kazekige's trial, 4 months ago. Chapter 150, Kazekige's trial. Rasa couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. This was the full military might of Sunagakure, and he was the future fourth Kazekage who wouldn't be fired up. Ebizo, trembling slightly, recounted the events that had just transpired. Now, Chiyo was so enraged that she had coughed up blood and fainted. As the leader of a defeated force, the responsibility now fell squarely on Rasa's shoulders. Whoosh whoosh. The more Rasa listened, the more twisted his expression became. When he finally heard everything, his fury nearly boiled over. Half of Sunagakure's forces annihilated over what? A prank by Tsunade-sama. Turning sharply, Rasa looked first at the distant Konoha encampment, then at the lightning-shrouded Kaito. His voice was grim.
Is what Ebizo said true? Yes.
Kaito nodded calmly, not bothering to deny it.
Fine, fine.
Rasa laughed bitterly, his anger audible in every syllable. He shouted,
All sand Shinobi, listen up. As the future fourth Kazekage, I order you to follow Pakura, head to the Fire Country border. Do not allow any Konoha ninja to enter the Land of Wind.
Then he turned to Ebizo.
You stay. If the intel is right, neither Bunpuku nor I can handle this alone.
Ebizo nodded. Honestly, if he weren't overwhelmed, he wouldn't have let it slide after so many shinobi were killed. Now that Rasa was stepping in, it was the perfect opportunity to avenge their losses and bring down this man named Kaido.
Pakura!
Rasa barked suddenly.
Yes, Rasa-sama.
A woman in her 20s appeared beside him and bowed respectfully. A woman in her 20s appeared beside him and bowed respectfully. You heard my orders. Yes, Rasa-sama.
Go, no matter the cost, don't let them through. Take Chio with you. If she wakes up, you can transfer command back to her. Understood.
Pakura's eyes turned sharp as she raised her voice.
All Sand Shinobi, follow me to the Konoha front line. Prevent their reinforcements.
She lifted Chio onto her back and charged toward Konoha's position. Without hesitation, the other Sand Shinobi followed. In moments, what was once a massive crowd had vanished, leaving only Rasa, Bunpuku, and Ebizo.
Have you tied up all your affairs?
Kaido asked coolly.
I'm not letting you leave.
Rasa replied, pressing his palms to the ground. Chakra surged violently through him, the earth trembled, sand and wind rose all around them. This was the wind country, a nation of endless desert, and Rasa, master of magnet release, was in his element. Buzz! From beneath Rasa, a tide of golden sand spread outward, surrounding everything but the area electrified by Kaido's lightning. Unlike normal sand, this glimmered with golden flecks, each grain infused with chakra and magnetized metal. Magnet release, gold dust wave. The golden sea surged like a tsunami, crashing toward Kaido. Bunpuku and Ebizo stood back, letting Rasa take the lead either out of trust or for show. Ebizo, always calculating, understood why Rasa insisted on fighting. As the next Kazekage, he needed a decisive victory to cement his reputation. Without achievements, his candidacy would remain fragile. If he could defeat Kaido, that would be all the proof needed. To Rasa, Kaido was the perfect stepping stone. But Ebizo was uneasy. Would this man really become the stepping stone Rasa hoped for? As the golden wave loomed, Kaido remained still, his expression calm. The blinding white lightning around him crackled louder, transforming behind him into a massive, open maw. Like a gluttonous beast, it devoured the golden sand wave entirely. Rasa's smirk faded. He clapped his hands again, but then his face changed. None of the gold dust that entered Kaido's lightning field responded to his control. It was as if it had vanished. He quickly recalled the remaining sand not yet swallowed, eyes narrowing with frustration. Ebizo understood immediately. Rasa had just lost the first exchange.
We have to move.
Ebizo said urgently to Bunpuku.
He's too much for Rasa alone. Understood.
Bunpuku replied with a nod. Crimson chakra exploded from his body, his eyes transforming into those of a beast. He entered a half-tailed beast state. Unlike others like Han or Roshi, who struggled with control, Bunpuku retained full consciousness. It was a testament to his strength and connection with the tailed beast within him. Ebizo formed seals rapidly, his chakra stirring the air. Wind-style, thousand faces gale. A massive storm erupted, whipping up sand and slicing it into thousands of wind-infused blades. The storm shot toward Kaido with blinding speed. Not to be outdone, Bunpuku raised a massive claw glowing with red energy and slammed it to the ground. The earth erupted. From beneath the sand, a swarm of black particles emerged, swirling into the air like locusts. They merged, forming massive, gleaming black spears.
That!
Rasa exclaimed.
Magnet release, Iron Sand's secret technique.